Can he land the clone? Not going to be able to do it just yet. WizK on the other side, fully cloned up, and Peekaboo looks like he's just going to go down.
That's just pushing for the last time here with the Snowdrift. He gets cheap shotted on it though, and now he will potentially go down right here. Waz is pushing for the win.
Saul has nothing in his match point. He's GUST winning for his life right now.
That's
But it's not enough. The move are through.
They're on to Peekaboo, but Peekaboo in a world of trouble, and Peekaboo gonna go down.
After this holding on, Drake is there, a full stun, and surely this is the end of the match for the move, the end of the tournament for the move, and welcome to the JUNG are back. The Empire is here.
Now the sap is out of that. Corky trying to survive with the Bark team. He's got to get away, but he doesn't have anything remaining. The sheep is there, and that is going to be that. JT is in so much trouble here. TJ down to 1% HP. He's going to get sent. Callus is in so much trouble, and Callus might just go down. He does have the code remaining, but he's just dying through it. The KD over 30, they got him.
And now Lars could be the one that falls. Look at this damage. Look at this carnage. Peekaboo goes in. The fleets are ticking. And Trev is holding on by a thread right now to stay alive. That's for fair.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Cup number 2 in the AWC War Within. My name is Aya. I am here with Zico, Venruki, and D Machine. Will be joined by Super Tees just a little bit later. Yesterday, we were in the European region. Today, we're hopping over to North America. We've got 8 teams that came out of the gauntlet bracket to make it here to today's broadcast, and they are fighting for as many points as they can get in hopes to make it to the top 3 in May. We can take a look at the roadmap, the journey that these teams will be taking. As you can see, we have 3 cups. We are in cup number 2. Time is running out for these teams to make it into the top 3. If they don't make it into the top 3, they will be sent to the gauntlet. The bottom 5 teams will battle it out for 1 team to make it to the grand finals, to make it a total of 4 teams from each region competing for that $200,000 prize pool. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday before we get into today's games, Zico. We were in the European region. What exactly went on for those who missed it?
Well, I think the biggest surprise of yesterday has got to be Echo getting knocked out. I don't remember the last time we saw Echo actually get knocked out on a Friday, not making it to Championship Sunday. And we saw, you know, the rise of Ellie Shamans. Saw a lot of people utilizing Ellie Shamans. Even Overload utilized that Ellie Shaman Feral composition to take down RMPs, even though they were the strongest RMP kind of mirror team in last weekend. And you can even see it right here on your screen. A couple of Ellie Feral games looking real good against Forge RMP. We also saw Feral Druids. A lot of Feral Druids yesterday. BM Hunter, Jungle Cleave. All kinds of Feral comps, you know, FMP. Feral's team to be really, really strong. Disc Priest also kind of made a little bit of a resurgent in the meta. We saw, you know, a lot of Holy Priest last week, but this weekend it's been a little bit more about the Discipline Priest. So a couple of healer changes, and it's interesting to see what North America can do with that information today, because for them, it's showtime.
Yeah, definitely curious if they take any of the new stuff that we saw from them and adapt for their region to make it work. But if you want to check out any of those specific matches or just get a recap yourself for the European games, you can head on over to YouTube. We've also got some lovely people that have been working hard to timestamp everything for the individual matches themselves. So definitely go check out that YouTube. Now, let's talk about the offline games then. On Wednesday, you know, it was an open sign up for the North American teams, just as it was for EU, and they made it through the offline to get into the top 8. Any teams in particular, Ben, that surprised you from Wednesday's games?
I think my favorite little happy surprise was KZ Fox's squad. They managed to come in, control alt defeat. They're going to be playing retribution-based comps, and in these 2 cups, we have not seen a lot of rep out and representation, and they had a great performance. They find themselves in the lower bracket, but that's only because they went up against Welcome to the JUNG and had a very close series. So, I mean, the fact that they're bringing in these compositions like the Ret Warrior and the Retribution Paladin Hunter and kind of going the distance against, you know, a well-versed team like Welcome to the JUNG, I think that's a good sign for this roster. I'm really curious to see what they can do in that lower bracket, and I'm excited to see them play.
I am excited as well. And, overall, throughout the course of the day for North America, any matches in particular, Ven, that were your favorite?
Yeah, so last weekend we got to see Left 4 Dead. And this week we saw Left 4 Dead go up against Iron Will. So some interesting compositions, but this was probably one of my favorite series of the offline bracket. If you guys didn't get a chance to see it, definitely check it out. You can see how back and forth it really was. WizK, of course, on Iron Will with Fuse, Ceralium, and Joxy. This is kind of a newly formed roster. They brought on Joxy instead of Absterge, and they had a very close series against Left 4 Dead. But I just wanted to highlight Left 4 Dead here because I feel like last weekend they did well, and it was a little bit unexpected for me. But this weekend they're continuing to do well. They find themselves in the upper bracket again. They'll be playing against Liquid a little bit later today, but they had this incredible series against Iron Will that was just so back and forth. You can see these final moments. I like this Tuna actually snipes out a Star Surge to secure the win here against Fuse. So you can see the damage coming from that Resto Druid, picking up the win there. And yeah, they're a very solid team.
Oh, that was, a solid team for sure. And then, speaking of solid teams also, we had some of them bringing in some kind of interesting comps that we haven't really seen too frequently in the AWC and really make it work. Which ones did you want to highlight, Ben, in particular?
Well, it's got to be the boy Chun-Li and Flop. I feel like their team, the GUST Busters, they've been looking really good. I feel like the theme for Cup number 1 was all about the RMP, but this weekend we're seeing a few other compositions come in, and I feel like for the GUST Busters, Chun-Li and Flop on that Windwalker / Resto Druid, pairing up with Dippy as kind of that caster flex player on the Ellie Shaman and the Mage, and then Nazem as well on that Warlock. I feel like these guys have a lot of interesting compositions, and they could do better this week. They find themselves in the lower bracket, unfortunately, but I think they're one of those teams that really could have that deep run for this one because Flop is just so good on that Resto Druid, Chun-Li so good on that Windwalker Monk, and I'm really excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, very excited for this team for sure. And here's just a couple moments from those offline games. So if you want to see those yourself next week on Wednesday, that open bracket, if you don't sign up for it for yourself, you can check out the AWC Discord announcements channel or ask your favorite streamer to host a co-stream. It is open to anybody that signs up to do that. So for sure, go check that out. Let's talk about the teams that made it out of that open bracket that we just saw on Wednesday and into the top 8. David, we've got some new faces, we've got some returning faces, we got a little bit of tweaks here and there to some of these rosters that we're seeing. Talk to me about it.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Elliot kind of touched on it a little bit, but it is so nice to see a Ret Paladin in the arena and also doing quite well. Ret Paladins, they have the ability to get your team out of CC. They have that Sanctuary ability, which is going to be so potent against these setup compositions. But on the other side of things, we saw a lot of Rogue Mage, especially in the finals of NA Cup number 1. Going into Cup number 2, there has been some changes. One of the most notable changes was that Prayer of Mending Healing. That throughput, that passive throughput that Holy Priest had really was enabling their team. But now that is kind of chunked down a little bit, these Feral Druids I really think are going to shine. We saw a lot of FMP in the EU Cup, and there's a lot of Feral Druids in this tournament as well. So I'm curious to see how these teams that have Rogue Mage available to them will be flexing over to maybe their 4th. I see a couple of Windwalker Monks on the side of GUST Busters and F tier that are getting me really excited, not only because they're on the roster, but because I think that there are legitimate options against some of the compositions in their bracket.
Could not agree more. This is the top 8 teams that will be competing today to get into the top 3. We can take a look at those standings and how they are currently, Zico, for the North American region. But I mean, like I, kind of just quickly mentioned, they're almost halfway through the season.
Yep, absolutely. There's not a lot of time left to grab these points, and there's 2 cutoffs in the standings here. One of the cutoffs is top 3. If you're top 3, you're guaranteed a spot in the finals, and if you are top 8, then you are guaranteed a spot in the gauntlet. Now, the teams on the left side, Liquid down to Left 4 Dead, those are going to be the main teams, maybe even GUST Busters as well. I don't want to count them out if they have a deep run. Those are the teams kind of trying to get that top 3 position, so they really want to just avoid the gauntlet. And then the rest of the teams, they are playing for gauntlet seeding and also for the gauntlet. So if any one of these teams can have a deep run, that's going to really make things better, because you don't know what's going to happen next week as well. We got some more changes coming, and already having seen some meta changes kind of change up the EU bracket. You really want to make every single one of these cups count. So all of these teams that has an asterisk next to their name are still in the tournament, and they really got to give it their all this weekend to get as many points as possible.
As many points as possible and prove themselves as a roster in this already extremely competitive region. Let's take a look at the bracket for today, for Saturday's games. We've got 8 teams currently remaining. Elimination bracket down below, so those teams all facing elimination, Ven, and the pressure is certainly on for these teams to stay in the running.
Yeah, we've got some very exciting games lined up today. YPPM versus Control Alt Defeat. Control Alt Defeat, of course. KZ Fox, Shigaku, Ward, Renar. They're going to be playing the Ret Warrior, the Ret Hunter. Really curious to see how deep of a run they can make. YPPM, some new faces here. Aiden, Thugonomics, Abrua, and Garbage. This team will likely be playing some Rogue Mage, maybe some Rogue Warlock, a little bit of Mage Warlock. So they've got a bunch of different comps they could run. And of course, we might have a bit of a Windwalker showdown here with Gustbusters in F tier. You've got Dorito on F tier. You've got Chun-Li on Gustbusters. That should make for a very exciting game. Elimination series, of course. In the upper bracket, we got Liquid versus Left 4 Dead. And that's actually a rematch of something we saw last week, where Liquid had Trill actually log on the Windwalker monk. So something different for Liquid, but obviously familiar for Trill. North America could be the story of Windwalker monks today. Left 4 Dead, do they have a different answer, or will they just get quickly swept once again? We'll have to wait and see. And then welcome to the Jung versus Tiger Toads. This is the one I'm most excited about, just because what we saw in Europe yesterday was a bit of a fall of rogues, which for me was a big surprise. It was kind of all about those feral druids. So is welcome to the Jung. Are they going to implement, the feral druid of Drake, or is Tiger Toads going to be able to best them with their Rogue Mage variants?
Yeah, very curious as well. So definitely tune in throughout the course of the day as we get through this bracket. So excited to get North America started. Also excited to see how everybody lined up here on the casting desk, the virtual casting desk, with their power rankings. We've been doing this. It's a new thing this season. We're lining up every team 1 through 8 in terms of just their pure power, regardless of the sort of the structure of the bracket. So let's check it out, see if we are close where we ranked them today. We were kind of close yesterday. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow. Oh,
That's crazy.
Wow. Okay. We're
gosh.
pretty much
There's some
mostly the same. You've got, is that Gustbusters in 7th, D-Machine?
Yeah. Okay, so I might have voted a little bit too hard with my heart, okay? There's quite a few monks chilling in this bracket. There's quite a few names also, like YPPM. Okay, this is my take on YPPM. They made a point to tell us that, they're not necessarily as well practiced as they normally are. They're having a bit of fun in this season. But in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, maybe the pressure's off. Maybe they can kind of let loose and make some judgment calls, take some risks, and I think that's when a team is actually most dangerous, is when they're kind of in that flow state. So I believed in them still.
It's like they have nothing to lose, so it kind of takes the pressure off in a way, right? I could see that.
And honestly, the double druid, I don't know if I fully believe in it yet, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. The double cyclones, it's crazy potent. It can be used offensively, defensively, but they've definitely proven that they're capable, but I mean, I needed to make some sort of space for YPPM, and F tier wasn't getting that space. It's my Windwalker boy, you know what I'm saying?
No, that's fair. Hey, you know what? The first weekend it was Ven having those kind of out-of-pocket picks for predictions. Yesterday it was me. Today it's going to be you. This is your time to shine, David.
That's right.
I'm excited for your.
And the Ret Paladin's got to be on the bottom, because I need an excuse for why my Ret Paladin's low rating. They can't be that good, right? Like,
buddy,
what do you mean?
You know Vanguard.
You don't support. You're like Super Tees. You better. I'll tell you this right now. If
Our
this
heart's
Ret
been
Paladin,
broken, man.
We're class we're dude. This is bad.
I was gonna say,
Sorry,
if KZ Fox starts winning, you better not be cheering for him, because he heard you here. Like,
I'll beg for forgiveness. I'm not above it.
I'd didn't think that they all listen to listen to what we said, like the people that are competing. I know that they do VOD review, but I always assume they'd kind of just skip over these segments. But sometimes I get in trouble. Sometimes the players message me. They're like, "Dude, what the heck? Why are you putting me so low?" I'm like, "Listen, I'm so sorry. Someone's got to be down there." But it's all love. Obviously, we want you guys to prove us wrong. This is for you, players. Don't come for us. We're just doing our jobs. But yeah, I'm excited to see how that lines up. Also, very interesting that we ended up being relatively the same week after week. So let us know, chat, what you think of our power rankings. But be nice, please. But let's talk about the first matchup. We have got YPPM versus Control Alt Defeat. YPPM, this is an interesting team for me because this is a team that has previously flown under the banner of Unitas. This year, they've kind of taken a step back. They've been a little bit more cash. They're friends, having a good time, which is why, for my prediction, I feel like they could get a dub here. Because every time a team is like, "Oh yeah, we're just doing this for fun," I feel like they do really well. D-Machine. I don't know if that's the case for you, but I place them pretty high in my brain. I predicted a 3-1 here. What about you, David?
I'm still hating on Ret Paladins. I believe I also predicted that they would win this series. Yeah, I thought it'd be a little bit closer. Maybe get those sanctuaries off before the go on the cheap shot polymorph follow up. I'm just assuming Rogue Mage here, but who knows? Maybe they were watching the EU bracket and they might switch some things up. Looking at their composition, they do have Thugonomics. I do love me some Thug. That Warlock, it would be really cool to see him come out, especially on the Destra Warlock. I don't know why, but I'm doubting we'll see that. We haven't really seen much Warlocks, little Destra Warlocks, but who knows? And on the side of Control Alt Defeat, they do also have Ret Hunter, so a composition that has a little bit more, or a little bit less like throughput damage, but a bit more CC. So both teams kind of have interesting options available to them, but I'm imagining a Rogue Mage versus Ret Paladin Warrior matchup, and I don't know. On paper, I just feel like that's the Rogue Mage's day.
Okay, fair enough. Then
I'm going a different direction entirely. I fully believe in the Ret Paladin dream. Me and the Ret Paladin community, we've gone back and forth, head to head in the past, but I'm fully supportive of KZ Fox and that squad. I think they're a really good team. They look super good in their upper bracket match. So we'll see. I'm believing in them for this one. 3-1.
Okay, Zico.
I'm sticking with David here. So I had a really hard time kind of placing these two teams because there is a world where I'm like, Control Alt Defeat, they could probably take it. But then I read the info sheet, and one of the things that was said was, can you describe your team in 3 words? And Warrior said, dead to RMP. I was like, well, that seals the deal. I'm expecting to see RMP out of YPPM. They're dead to it. So in a way, they made my prediction for me. So it's
educated.
That's all. It's an educated guess here. This is the players guessing, not me.
I think that's perfectly reasonable. I've got chat open because I like to see what the chat is predicting. And Supatees is in chat. Thugonomics Blacksmith hammers up. So gives us. What does that mean?
Prop Paladin? I don't know, man. Thug would be doing some crazy stuff like that, dude.
Yeah, I saw a couple of We Want Thug Bear comments as well, so to stop that chat. But speaking of chat, YPPM 43% versus Control Alt Defeat 57%. So, a little bit even here. So we're going to see. Let's get into this game. It is game number 1, elimination round as well. Loser of this one going home, which nobody wants for the first series of the day. It's YPPM versus Control Alt Defeat, game number 1.
All right, let's see it here.
We go, Z. I'm so excited. Oh, there's no Ret Paladin, but we do got Shingaku. So KFC for the side of F tier. I do love this hunter so much. He's near and dear to my heart, so I will be rooting for him. But this is no ordinary Rogue Mage. This is Aiden and a Brua with garbage for YPPM. This is gonna be spooky for them.
Yeah, it's gonna be spooky. Let's see if Control Alt Defeat can take out the trash Full kidney shot on Worried. Smoke bomb already being committed here. A lot of damage. Worried might just go down in the opener here. Activist and Rage Region. Nice counterspell snipe there onto Renar Brua. Playing for fun, but showing that he still have some quick reflexes with that. They're looking for the ice wall go here. But a nice spear is going to pin Brua down. And we have seen these warriors chop up mages before ice block. So it needs to be very careful with that. They chain the CC chain there onto Garbage with the fear out of the trap. They get his Will of the Forsaken. Garbage going to go into angel form and start sending out the heals. Brua going behind the pillar, getting the shifty P off, and it looks like for now the RMP has kind of recovered and looking to set up their next attack.
Does look that way. Scatter shot into Aiden just to prevent the next go already, but the cheap shot onto Warrid. Raynar cart into that polymorph. Is this going to be a trinket? He doesn't even have an Iron Bark out of it or Nature Swiftness, so even if he gets out of that, he doesn't have the big burst heals to bring back his warrior. Avatar for Warrid. He wants to get in there. He wants to get aggressive and get them on the back foot, but a polymorph to follow it up. As soon as he had any momentum, they kind of just shut it down. And I'm looking at the trinket coming back up for Raynar, but outside of that, he's doing a good job rotating his defensive cooldown so far, but I don't know. I feel like the control is still in the hand. As I say that, the mage dips down to half health here. Whenever I see a Fury Warrior connect to this mage, it gets really, really spooky. Swap onto Raynar is going to force the Barkskin out of just respect there, but he's in that bear form, no CC to follow it up just yet, and the KFC's hanging. They're hanging so far.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad here for the KFC, but let's see what they can decide to do here. I think they have a blind, so I think the next setup should maybe be with the blind onto Renar. He's got no Barkskin. If he trinkets that, it's going to be really, really deadly. If they can get maybe an ice wall set up and then chain it with a blind or something, I would love to see that, but so far Aiden is kind of holding on to it for a little bit, and they're going to get the Iron Bark there onto Shigaku. And it's interesting to see the YPPM playstyle here. They just like to swap between the Warrior and the Hunter. It looks like they're almost playing a war of attrition here, but I don't think that playstyle is going to work right now with the recent Holy Priest changes. They polymorph Warrior behind the pillar. Garbage gets put into a full fear. He doesn't have... he might have to trinket this trap, honestly. This is a really good chain. They're just going to trade out the ice block instead, and I think that's a decent play there. They had to use something. Opting to hold the Garbage's trinket, though, is a little bit strange in that position, but they're going to go for another Druid setup here. Could be big for YPPM. Doesn't look like they're going to force too much. They just get the Barkskin there. Aiden's trying to just tunnel him down there with the killing spree, but Renar is going to be able to brush that up. And still, it looks like Control Alt Defeat are in a really good position. Here comes the CC chain. Blind into a Ring of Frost. They have big damage here with the Power Infusion, but it doesn't look like the Hunter is taking too much damage in this position. Just trading out the Survival of the Fittest, trading out the Sacrifice there, and that's going to be more than enough cooldowns. Oh, nice Ice Wall attempt, but Renar actually reads it and wild charges back here to his team. That was really well played there from Renar.
I think Control at the Feet might have a game win here. I really do. I think that they're doing fantastic so far. I mean, every single time a Brew is trying to get aggressive and trying to get that CC, this Hunter is lighting him up. Marksman Hunters hurt mages really, really bad. And if a Brewer has to consistently like position himself here, like near a pillar or a little bit far away, that could mean defeat. This is Iron Bark preemptively before the CC setup onto Renar, onto Shingaku. So Shingaku's sitting completely fine, but they keep swapping to the Druid, and the thing is about when you go on the healers, you kind of let the other DPS kind of do what they want, and that's really scary when you have a Fury Warrior and Marksman Hunter keeping their eyes on a Frost Mage. I feel like that can be really, really painful. They swap the damage over on the Aiden, he dips down to half. Shingaku gets caught into a kidney shot. If there's any follow-up CC on Raynar, this might be a Trinket Turtle, but no, lots of hots are keeping Shingaku completely A-OK, and YPPM is completely on the back foot from my perspective.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Mana is somewhat even here between Garbage and Renar, but Renar should be winning out on that. Looks like they are setting up a CC chain though into Warrior. Big setup here coming out. Enraged Region, is that going to be enough? Do they have any follow-up out of that Ring of Frost? It doesn't look like it. Big damage coming out there. They had the Smoke Bomb. I would have liked to see them maybe commit a little bit more offense there onto Warrior, but still a good push to get the Enraged Region. Warrior did still have his Trinket, so they're going to go for the Ice Wall play here as well onto Shigaku, and YPPM really turning up the heat right now. There's the stun into a trap onto garbage. Abrua down one ice block, does not want to have to use his second ice block here. Garbage really holding on to that trinket cooldown. It could end up biting them, but for now it is a good decision to just be greedy right there. Going to be a chastise into a mind control here onto the warrior as they look for their next setup on the side of the RMP. They actually polymorph the hunter while hitting the hunter, so not able to set something up there. It looks like they actually want to go after the rest of Druid. Once again, they catch him out of form. They do manage to force, no, they don't manage to even force out the bark skin there. These Druid swaps really not getting too much work done, and so far I feel like they need to clean up the offense a little bit and try to just go for a bigger punch onto somebody. I think the warrior right now is a good target here for YPPM.
No, I agree. That seemed to be the only moment that they caught any sort of momentum. I mean, Reynar not respecting the swap at all. Whoa, Mage is dead! I saw the Angel. I thought he was fine. I saw block. I'm like, he should be able to rotate through this, but no siree Bob. That is a Marksman Hunter Fury Warrior when they connect to a Cloth Wearer for you. And I am already eating my words, Zico. What the heck?
Yeah, our prediction is not looking good right now, David. I'm not going to lie here.
Okay, well, geez, Ellie was talking about a rep paladin. There's no rep paladin here, man. This is a brutal KFC, okay, in our defense. I should never have doubted Shingaku, man. He's going to be whispering me after this. I can already feel it.
Let's see what actually happened to Abrua here. How did he die so fast?
I don't know. Dude,
what? He just
that kind of
exploded.
explains it. He just exploded, bro.
What was that? Was that the aim shot black arrow combo right there? The classic. I've felt that one a couple of times, just to randomly get hit for like 7 mil total damage in one millisecond. I don't know. We're gonna need to see the def log actually to see exactly what happened here, but it looks like he died from like 40% to 0 in like literal one hit. It was the warrior. It was the warrior. It was an execute. It was for sure. It was Avatar.
Dude, warrior
it was
executes are no joke right now, dude.
Yeah,
unreal. I mean, both of these classes and specializations just do so much damage. I've been getting some reps in on my healer and solo shuffle. When I see a marksman hunter on my, when I'm facing a marksman hunter or a fury warrior, I'm changing all my talents to throughput. I'm like, yep, it's fine. I don't need holy ward. I need Ray. This guy hurts. I need more buttons to rotate, because it just sometimes when these certain specializations can connect, and it looked like that warrior was connecting and had a lot of uptime. I mean, look at that line down. Yeah. Holy crow, the stocks are down. That's crazy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a black arrow and an execute actually, so it's a mix of both. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Oh man, that's crazy. That is unreal. Okay, well, Rogue Mage falls to KFC here in game number 1. That means composition advantage and map choice advantage will be rewarded to the losing team. YPPM opting to go to Empyrean Domain. Not really spelling a whole lot out for me with that choice, to be quite honest with you. I'm curious to see if YPPM is going to swap up to something crazy. You know, we were talking a little bit about how, you know, they were having a little bit more fun with this cup. They might have not taken it as seriously, and maybe they'll do some crazy comp swap because of that. They're feeling frisky. They're feeling like they're ready to take some risks, perhaps. I don't know.
We'll see. I mean, they have Thugonomics waiting in the wings, so we'll see. We'll see what Control Alt Defeat decides to lock in blind here as well. I think they should just run the same thing.
Yeah, boy.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
Alrighty. I mean, I don't see this composition, especially in tournament play, all that often. But the damage is real, and I'm not sure what the ability name is called. I think it's called Ancient of the Lore. Sidu refers to it as Gigatree. That thing, if you didn't know, also immunes a bit of CC. So it's kind of like the Holy Priest's Angel, where you can rotate it when you are anticipating a go and you need that throughput and that immunity to CC. And I think that works really well to enable such an offensive composition on this hunter. But looks like he is running only 2 set, not opting 4 set. So he's just looking for the stats. He's looking to optimize the main offsets that outside of versatility that'll help him get that big dam. And I mean, I always say this is my favorite saying when it comes to WoW Arena when I'm trying to get my team to press W is like, the best defense is a good offense. Hurt them. Please put them on the back foot.
I mean, There's few comps that have better offense than a MM Hunter and a Fury Warrior, that's for sure. So it's looking pretty good. Venruki and Supatis here, maybe anticipating this. Do you feel like they threw us off here? They were like, oh yeah, it's all about the Red Paladin. These guys are the only Red Paladin team. If you're a Red Paladin, these are the guys you're cheering for. And then these guys are just bringing out the MM Hunter Warrior. And we're just sitting here like,
my tinfoil hat hasn't come off yet, man. It's all rigged, bro. They read the script. I don't know what's going on. They saw a Ret Paladin, and they're like, we're going to get D-Machine to hate on Ret Paladins. Like, it freaking worked, dude. But here we go. Game number 2 on Empyrean Domain. I think it's Supatis has taught me a little bit about this map with the pillars. They're a little bit smaller. And you know what's nice about small line of sight is that hunters can shoot you way easier. So we're gonna see how this and it wasn't even Control Alt Defeat's map choice. So maybe that might backfire in their favor. Ward is just fearless. He's just running in there. He's going to get caught in a kidney shot. Raynar caught in a no CC just yet. He's going to go ahead and just pop that Giga Tree right away, keeping his warrior nice and healthy. No CC today. Disarm coming out from Aiden to stop the Avatar offensive offense from Ward for now into a Polymorph. Good job shutting down that offensive cooldown. Now Shingaku on the back foot. He's going to respect the Icy Veins with a nice Aurora sacrifice. Nice trades from both teams so far.
I like that Dragon's Breath there to stop the rapid fire. Really good stuff. Here comes the Ice Wall.
Nice.
Big setup coming out here from the RMP. Can to take him down? Doesn't look like it. He cancels the Ice Wall and counterspells Raynar there on the Tranquility. Really well played there from Abrua.
Nice.
Kind of fancy moves coming out there. There's going to be the Ray of Hope and the Guardian coming out there from Garbage. Abrua should be fine in this position. He's got a lot of heals there, and he is going to completely recover. Warrior is kind of low. They get the full sheep there on to Raynar there. It looks like they used the blind as well. They chained it with the smoke bomb into a stun onto Raynar. They actually sat through blind sheep smoke bomb, and they didn't force anything there from the Druid.
Wow.
So that is very bad news if you are the RMP. The Druid, I don't know why Aiden is hitting him as well. He's on stun DR, so it's not like he can do anything in this position. We're doing a good job though, kiting Warrior here, and Shigaku looking like the best target in the match so far. I want to see them just pop all of their defense, or all of their offense like they just popped on the Warrior. I want to see them pop that on the Hunter instead. I feel like he is a bit more squishy as a target. If they can get on top of him and they can do another big setup like that with the Ice Wall, but do it on the Hunter, I think that could be a way for YPPM to kind of find their footing in the matchup, because right now they are getting absolutely rocked. There's the Shastai stun fear onto Raynar. They get the Ring of Frost onto the Hunter. This is a 3 versus 1 situation. Abrua finds the Polymorph as well onto Raynar. But look, the Warrior's not taking any damage whatsoever. Just that Roar of Sacrifice so strong in those situations, and they're going to live with just that cooldown.
Wow. I think you're absolutely right. And now all of a sudden my criticism for Ward's over-aggression in the opener is kind of invalid, because if they want him to go on him, but they're both dying.
Whoa.
Avatar's going to be popped. It looks like they're Iron Bark as well. Mage Wall not going to get a whole lot done, but the blind does get committed. I'm not even sure where that blind went. It didn't even get trinketed by Raynar. But now Abrua is taking a bit of brunt of the pressure. That's going to be the Ray of Hope from Garbage to keep him completely fine. It should be positive. Yep, he gets topped off, and they just swap that pressure over out onto Aiden. Aiden trying to set something up onto Shingaku. He's shutting down this True Shot Aura with the double cheap shot. It's smart by him, because they almost got defensive cooldowns with just True Shot Aura. No CC, and it looks like they're respecting the heck out of this True Shot Aura, and they're just trying to line of sight it the best they can. Garbage, though, he's caught in the middle of the map. Defensive trap goes out onto Aiden, gets expelled, or at least broken. Disarm as well into Word, and this Rogue Mage just seems like they're trying to interrupt the consistent pressure of this Hunter Warrior, waiting for their next go.
Oh my goodness, Abrua is taking so much damage right there. Just staying in the open field for just a second is going to be very, very dangerous for him. But they're going after Warrior again. Big CC chain. This looks really good here for the RMP. They force out the sacrifice. They force out the Enraged Region there as well from Warrior. And now it's going to be Abrua. Oh, that is a bad defensive overlap right there. They use the Guardian and the Ice Block right there. But Abrua is just going to immediately exit that one and look to just squeeze out some Polymorphs. Garbage's mana is looking not too good in this position. Abrua also is going to be kind of squishy now in the next 30 seconds. He snipes a polymorph onto Renar. I kind of want to see them maybe swap to Renar here. If actually, can they continue the chain there with Garbage? It looks like they can. And Renar actually has no trinket. How did he get out of that fear? He's able to get out, and he's got 15-second cooldown on his trinket. So if they can make something happen in that time, maybe they can swap to Renar in the next couple of seconds here. It doesn't look like it, though. He's just positioning very defensively behind the pillar, and he's going to pop the Giga Tree. And, oh, nice there. They actually dodged that Spear of Bastion from the Warrior, too. So good defense coming out from YPPM and also from Control Alt Defeat. But here's another offensive push. Big smoke bomb coming out onto the Warrior. They cheap shot Renar, forcing out his trinket yet again. They get the Ring of Frost onto his trinket. They're cleaving down the Druid and the Warrior, and it's looking pretty good actually, but full trap on the Garbage as well. Abrua has another ice block in his back pocket. This is that Icy Veins go. If they can connect onto Renar, they might actually be able to just take him down, but a defensive bash there onto Aiden is going to buy Renar some time, and Abrua overlaps yet another ice block right there.
Another ice block is going to be forced, and Guardian Spirit on top of it. Abrua's time is ticking. Shingaku's got that true shot. It's going to get shut down by the cheap shot. Do they have the follow-up CC on the radar? Can they just go through anyway? So, that is going to be the Exil heal, but at 23% dampening, it's not getting a whole lot done. He has the turtle available to him, but if he gets caught in the next DR stun, he could die without using turtle. Abrua, though, no blocks available to him. Garbage, running on fumes. He's low health as well, so that Void Swap's not going to do a whole lot. How is he going to keep his team alive through the onslaught of a MM Hunter and a Fury Warrior popping Avatar? They're swapping the damage over out onto Aiden, and Raynar even getting into the mix, getting active with his offensive cooldowns. Ancient of Lore going to be popped, keeping his team aggressive. Blood is smelled in the water from YPPM. Abrua sees it. He's running away. He's even line of sighting his healer to make sure he's not in line of sight of this Marksman Hunter.
They have Ice Events in about 30 seconds. That's going to be the last stand of the RMP. If they can't make something happen or even live to that point, it's just going to be Control Alt Defeat. They're right now pushing the gas pedal down. Nice counterspell onto Renar. They're shutting down the Cyclone. This could be an opening, but Abrua is taking so much damage. There's the Guardian coming out from Garbage. Garbage now looking for his own crowd control chain. Manages to get a full fear onto Renar. They need to find some kind of offense here. The Sheep is going to be DR. The Sheep, Shigaku actually, looking for the Ring of Frost there, but not able to find it onto Renar. Renar caught up in a cheap shot. Warrior could be taking some damage here. Ice Wall connects here as well. He's got Icy Veins in a second here. Abrua has it available. He could pull the trigger, but he's got no one to hit with it. Everyone is on stun there right now. He needs to try to stay alive somehow, some way. They got the Void Shift in their back pocket. That is the final line of defense. They snipe a Sheep out of thin air. That's going to be the Void Shift coming out right before the trap. Abrua, what are you going to do in this position? He pops the Icy Veins. He pops the Shifting Power. He gets caught up in the stun, and I think they've done it. Control Alt Defeat is just powering through right now. Defensive blind coming out onto Shigaku, but Renar's mana is not looking too hot either. If they can somehow live here, they have an opening. Ward is taking a lot of damage. The Ray of Hope connects. They have the Power Infusion as well. Big damage being casted here from Abrua. He connects one more heal. Now Garbage has got basically nothing left in the tank. No cooldowns and basically no mana, David.
Innervate on Raynar. I want to see that snipe. That's a huge win condition. Tranquility in the back line. He's super vulnerable to CC. He has that trinket, but at this deep into dampening, they could get the trinket, and if he doesn't have the big NS heals, it could just be over. They're pushing in right now. Shingaku, though, he has his trinket. He has his turtle available. Spear. Abrua is able to get away with it somehow, and Ward is just running. He's beelining for him. He doesn't want to overextend. He knows the game's getting a little bit later. He knows he's a possible kill target. Cheap shot on Raynar. He's in bear form. No follow-up CC just yet. The preemptive Iron Bar. Nice. He is respecting the damage of this RMP so very much. Shingaku, he still has a lot of buttons to rotate with, but this has got to be it for Abrua. Guardian Spirit, yet again. Garbage has yet to have one of these procs, so that means that they're on a very short cooldown. But if you don't have the mana for the Serenity follow-ups, that Guardian Spirit doesn't do a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, and Abrua, 5 seconds left for his ice block. He pops the barrier, but it's not going to be enough. A huge swing of damage coming in from Control Alt Defeat, and they are going to take this game number 2. Playing a very solid defense here, not really leaving a lot of openings, and eventually they managed to find that killing blow. And yeah, I gotta say, this KFC is looking real good right now for Control Alt Defeat. Renar played a really nice game, just staying back, avoiding crowd control as much as possible. He kind of jumped over that Ring of Frost there at the end and sniped a stun to force that last Guardian. So good mix there as well towards the end between offense and defense from the rest of Druid. And once again, it's going to be Warrior who connects the killing blow there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the damage, they're not too... I mean, Shingaku's just kind of like a league above them. He's having a lot of fun lighting these people, this rogue mage up. You can looking at this damage meter. He's got quite a few above the rest, but Aiden and Brua, they're still hanging for sure. And the mana bar on the side of Renar kind of tells that story as well. Like, even with the cross CC, even with the swaps, he's having to like kind of keep hots up on everybody to keep everyone nice and safe and preventative from those swaps. It was a very close game when it comes to the mana, but when it comes to the DRs, I mean, Aiden is defensively stunning a lot for his mage in a lot of these goes, and that really does kind of prevent more offensive goes as well. So you know, I think I agree with you. I think I want to see more hard goes on Shingaku. I think they need to leave the Fury Warrior alone. I think that when it comes to just the passive tankiness and the preemptive nature of how Renar's healing, this Warrior is going to be a tall order for this Rogue Mage to punch through. But if they're on Shingaku, he can't position himself as offensive. He can't get those traps nearly as easily. But we're going to have to wait and see how they pivot. Same comp, immediately locked in. Makes sense. They're owning.
One thing I was curious about during the match was the fact that a lot of these fears onto Renar wasn't sticking. And I found out that it's because of Berserker Shout. So it's a warrior talent that basically gives Berserker Rage to, well, when you pop it, it removes fear effects from group members who are next to you. So
Tremor? Heck
yeah, it's like, yeah, kind of. It's like a 1 minute CD. You walk up to your teammate, he's in a fear, and you remove it. So I don't think actually fearing the druid is maybe the play here. Maybe they should look to fear the hunter and just chastise the druid with the stun chastise, and then look for a sheep that way, or just stun him with the rogue stun. I don't know. They got to change their setup to kind of adapt to that. Another thing that I've noticed also is that Abrua is not running the Frostbomb talent, which did receive some love. So we saw a lot of the EU mages running the Frostbomb, but Abrua is running the Master Shepherd, which basically anytime he polys somebody, he gets a bit of movement, speed, and versatility, which is not bad. But I feel like the Frostbomb with the buffs actually seems pretty decent now. Saw a lot of the EU mages were using it. I don't know.
They're going the distance, right? They need to punch. They need the dam. They need to get through this defensive barrier that this KFC's got going on. But pretty cool to see Fury Warrior utility, man. But this is lower bracket, just as a reminder. And YPPM on match point. Next loss that they take in this series will be their tournament lives in Cup number 2. You do not want to be losing in Cup number 2 this early on if you want to make it, you know, avoid the gauntlet, sure, but seeding matters as well. This is not a place either one of these teams. They both need to go to the distance. They both need this. Rogue Mage, you know, they were the gods of Cup number 1. And now we're seeing them lose to KFC. I did not guess this, as you saw in my prediction. I'm getting owned right now.
Yeah, both of us are getting kind of owned right now on the desk. Not a good opening for our predictions. But YPPM, they did say that, you know, they're just kind of signed up for fun and they're already kind of happy with how things have gone for them. They probably still want to win the matchup, but I think for them, they have a little bit more casual approach, which should help them now that, you know, they're facing elimination. Not maybe taking things too serious, can kind of keep your head cool in this position. So we'll see, but we'll see. I don't know, man. RMP is just losing in Europe and so far in North America as well. Abrua actually eating that first trap. Nicely done by him. And we're going to see a blind come out early onto Renar. They're going after the hunter a lot more, but a nice defensive fear right there. But Renar still actually gets caught by the sheep there. A lot of haste coming out there, and this is a really solid push here onto Shingaku. And nice, turtle. They do get the turtle here. They still have the ice wall. They still have the smoke bomb, so they have more offensive tools on the side of the RMP, and they're actually going to pop the smoke bomb right now. They counterspell Renar as well. Big push onto Warrior. He's going to use the enraged regen, and so far, is Aiden trying to sap out of that? No, he goes for the kidney shot, but Abrua is stuck in a silence. He could maybe Dragon's Breath. Yeah, there it is. Dragon's Breath into Polymorph. He gets the full sheep as well. A great chain here. YPPM have solid offense so far. Garbage pushing in as well, looking for the half fear, but not going to be able to connect with that. And YPPM's push is over, but this was a really strong opener for them. They need to get back on that hunter.
Oh, the break stun onto Aiden, and all of a sudden he was just getting lit up there for a split second. Abrua now the main kill target yet again. That smoke bomb was nice. Shingaku getting swapped over onto get double cheap shot.
Whoa.
He's going to preempt the Aurora sacrifice, but the wall on the Raynar, he's able to get around it. He's got the hots up. He should be okay for now. Polymorph on the Shingaku to stop any potential momentum out of that trap onto garbage. Kidney shot is going to be committed as well. But that smoke bomb also negated a lot of the damage from the True Shot aura, and Shigaku's damage is a main contributing factor to why this mage has to be so defensive. Holy crow, he got really, really low there, and that is going to be the Guardian Spirit from garbage. Maim goes out onto Aiden. Raynar just getting active in this game. I love the disarms also on cooldown onto Warrid, and not only does it stop that damage, but it also stops a bit of that Fury Warrior's healing. As we get into deeper dampening, that could be it could help their kill potential when he's a DR'd to stuff. But he's just getting locked out so far, and Shigaku is the main kill target, and I think this is the right play. Avatar is getting mind controlled. He needs to get the value out of this cooldown. Stun goes out onto Aiden, and Ward's like, try CCing my Blade Storm. You can't CC that at least.
Oh, they're going for a swap here
swap.
onto Raynar. Big damage coming out right there, but he's just going to respect it with the renewal and the bark skin. They actually polymorph Raynar now, going back to Warrior. So keeping them guessing a little bit here on the side
Whoa!
of the KFC. Huge spike of damage coming through right there. Almost dropping the Warrior. Now they're swapping back to the Hunter. Doing a great job here, but the freezing trap connects. And now Abrua could be in trouble. He's going to defensively polymorph Warrior. Frost Nova there onto the Dispel. Nicely played here by Abrua. Just annoying this Warrior, building as much distance as he can. Aiden, meanwhile, is launching a solo go onto Raynar. I would have liked to see maybe a gouge. Actually, I think it was on DR there. So I would have liked to see them kind of wait a little bit with that because the rest of his team wasn't able to kind of connect on that. But I like the idea there. Drew didn't have bark skin, so try to take him down there. Oh, this is really good. Raynar with the wild charge right before the CC chain connects is going to prevent Abrua from kind of cleaving with Comet Storm and Frozen Orb and Ice Lance even. So it's a really good positioning, and that's why the Hunter didn't take that much damage there. So another swap here onto Raynar, though. Big damage. I don't know if the bark skin is going to be enough. Maybe they can push through it, but it looks like Raynar is going to be able to survive this one as well. Frenzied regen, bark skin, bear form, and now he's in the Giga Tree. Abrua overlapping the ice block once again there with the Guardian.
There's bomb available. Maybe they could utilize that as some sort of big swap, but man, Garbage's mana is nowhere near Raynar's as comparison to game number 2 when they were both kind of tapped at the same time. I like that they're mixing things up. I like that they're going Shingaku, but he's got everything back up now. I think Raynar swaps have been the most potent so far, but the time is ticking even harder in game number 3. This is YPPM's tournament lives are on the line. They are down 0-2. Next game for Control Delete will be their elimination. Abrua still has one ice block available to them, but no. Ooh, was that a shimmer? That was very nice. But Ward was like right there waiting for him. Kidney shot in Arena. This is their go. No target, and he goes down. They find the opportunity and they take down the Resto Druid. YPPM are not going down without a fight.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff right there by Abrua. He Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, Raynar, got his trinket like that. Then he displaced behind the pillar and just kind of line of sighted the go. And then Aiden caught Raynar out of form, came back into his line, and they had the damage to take him down with no trinket. Nicely done there by YPPM.
They're finding the win condition. They're starting to believe. They really are. I mean, I was counting them out. I'm like, the Shingaku go. They only got Roar Sacrifice. The Gid did Turtle, but they're not rotating well enough. But look at this kidney shot. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds on that bark skin. He even has a nature swiftness. They gave him no breathing room. They saw the opportunity and they pounced. I mean, Warrid has been doing a great job with the intervene too. I think he even intervened a cheap shot in the last go on Raynar. So, you know, they're not giving him a very big opening to make these swaps.
Yeah, I think Raynar maybe did a miscalculation there. He probably thought that his bark skin was going to come back up in time there. But that trinket was definitely aggressive, like on the Ring of Frost, like right here.
Is that what it was?
This trinket. Yeah, because like the Hunter is not going to be in that much trouble here.
He's fine.
And
he's fine.
He insta-trinkets that. But he thinks, well, I can trinket this because my bark skin is going to be up in 10 seconds.
Right,
but then Aiden is like, surprise! And they know what a warrior
blades. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. They made a mistake and they capitalized on it immediately. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I make a lot of mistakes, and I'm glad I don't face this rogue mage because they'd have a lot more opportunities than Reynar's given them, that's for sure. Ruins of
Yeah, I mean,
Lordaeron is going to be locked in. Interesting.
One thing that we didn't actually talk about is the fact that Aiden is actually a sub-rogue. So,
Whoa! I just assumed.
Yeah, so actually having a lot more kind of damage for their setups was really good, especially in that last one. Blade is just such a good cooldown for rogues. It does just adds a lot of damage, and I can see the secret tech coming out there as well, hitting for roughly 1.6 million, actually more, like 2 million almost. So that's how they were able to drop him that quickly. And I think it's a very viable strategy. I think the sub-rogue in general just looked better. And, I mean, you know as well as I do as well, when we think of Aiden, we kind of do think of this kind of sub-rogue playmaker, very offensive play style. So I just feel like it suits him very well as well to be playing that sub-rogue.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. And you know, I like that they're running with this kind of strategy, because I know Aiden's comfortable on that pick, but also just the offensive capabilities. Outlaw a bit tankier. It's got a lot of cooldown reduction, so he can rotate through those defensive cooldowns over and over and over again. But you don't have nearly as much control as a sub rogue. And you know, in the face of a Fury Warrior Marksman Hunter going the less tanky spec, you know, respect on the name Aiden. Yeah, I like it. Let's see if he can make something happen with it yet again. That was a small window of opportunity that Reynar gave him with that trinket. I don't know if he's going to be able. I don't know if he's going to give him that opportunity again. YPPM, their backs are still against the wall here on Ruins of Lordaeron in game number 4. Both teams sticking with the same composition. KFC versus RMP. So far, great series.
Yeah, it's match point on Ruins of Lordaeron, so Supertease is somewhere there as well, thinking about that. But they get a nice opener here. Actually, a good deflection. The Giga Tree coming out here for Reynar, and then he just walks into that smoke bomb. So they're not able to force any trinkets, but here's a big setup. Nice. This is looking real good. That chastise was amazing onto Reynar. They get the full fear. They cover it as well onto the warrior, and now swapping to Reynar here in this position as well. So much damage coming out, but he's trying to hold on to the trinket. Abrua almost going down there, but the Ray of Hope plus Guardian should be enough to stabilize him back to full HP. An explosive exchange, but at the end of the day, they hold on to the trinkets on the side of the KFC.
What I would give to hear the comms on that one. Garbage is probably screaming bloody murder. Rotating through every defensive cooldown he has in his arsenal to keep him alive through all that. Abrua's still not out of the water just yet. This might be an ice block with the next CC chain onto Garbage. Looks like he is going to get topped off finally. Cheap shot goes out onto Warrid. This is Avatar. This is his big damage. It's going to get disarmed out as well. Rake stun on the Aiden, however. Reynar getting active, getting in there once again. He has Giga Tree up in just 10 short seconds. That's going to immune a lot of CC, but Abrua is the one who's on the back foot. He's going to get connected on with this Stormbolt, and that's just going to be respected with an ice block. I like the play. I like just trade. You know that your priest doesn't have the cooldowns right now. Just stay in the game because you're getting the buttons you need.
Yeah, I like it too. Just kind of preserving mana. And this time they didn't overlap it with anything, so he most likely would have had the ice block there anyway. But here comes a swap onto Reynar. Okay. But he's got Barkskin once again. It looks like he's going to be able to brush off the damage here. Don't think they have enough on the side of the RMP. He's going to duck back into bear form here and get the Frenzied Regen off. Now they're going after Abrua on the side of Control Alt Defeat. Abrua caught up in a Stormbolt, and he's taking a tremendous amount of damage, manages to blink out. Actually, Spell Reflects a sheep on himself, so he gets a little bit of extra healing. But here comes the Spear. He's actually pinned by that. Yeah, he is. Oh my god, that Spear just dragged him out of line of sight too. That was a really high value play there with the Spear. They actually cheap shot sheep Reynar. They're going after the Hunter once again. It looks like they actually want to go after the Warrior. He's got no trinket, so the Warrior could be a bit of an exposed target to get a full fear onto Reynar. But do you see that right there? The intervene into the Berserker shout right there, removing the fear. So well played there from the Warrior.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Rare Sacrifice was actually used by Shingaku in the last go, but now it's Icy Veins, so that's not going to be available. He's trying to get active with his True Shot or a full kidney shot onto Reynar, out of the cheap shot, not full, I should say. But the damage is actually going out onto Warrid. No CC to follow it up onto Reynar just yet, and that's going to be disrespected with the Giga Tree. No CC now going to be available, and Abrua is the one who's just running for desperation, just doing rig around the rosy around this tomb. Next connect from this Hunter Warrior could easily be another ice block. Guardian Spirit, Ray of Hope, lots of buttons available for Garbage, however. And this is Icy Veins. They're trying to get active. Shingaku dipping down to about half health here is going to catch the Iron Bark. The Hymn of Hope. Oh, there's the wall, but Reynar's just going to Pharaoh Leap back into line of sight, keeping his warrior completely A-OK. And I don't know how Abrua is going to be able to get the momentum shift in his favor. There's a kidney shot onto Warrid. Chastise, can it get followed up on Reynar? No fear to follow it up because of the scatter trap from Shingaku.
Nice.
Great job by him. Can he still get the fear? Doesn't look like it. This is Icy Veins is finally down, but Warrid down to half health. No Iron Bark available to him. He has the Enrage regen if he so needs it, but it looks like he's going to be okay for now. But both teams trading blow for blow so far.
Yeah, Abrua stuck in a spear right now, taking a lot of damage. Ray of Hope, though, he's going to pause the damage here for a second. They're still doing a lot of damage into it, though, so I don't... okay, it's going to top him back to full. They got a kidney shot onto Warrior. Here's the smoke bomb. Big heal right before that smoke bomb, though, connected, but he still had to trinket. Here comes Garbage. They get the fear, they get the Ring of Frost. There's the Berserker shout. Intervene tech coming out onto Renar. That's going to free him from that crowd control chain. Now they're swapping to Renar. Nicely done here by YPPM, but Aiden is also getting swapped to. You can get the bark skin there on the tail end of that. But these smoke bombs, I would love to see them committed more to the Hunter. I feel like every time they're committing this damage to the Warrior, that's exactly what Control Alt Defeat wants, and we've seen what happens when this matchup plays out too long. It tends to go into Control Alt Defeat's favor, but at the same time, a little bit of dampening can definitely add a little bit of extra spice to the RMP goes. But again, it's going to be Abrua just playing defensive, line of sighting the rapid fire, big damage coming out here. True Shot Aura is active. Aiden is almost getting one-shotted there by Shingaku. They need to respect this True Shot Aura and just run for a little bit before they can set up the next go. But here it is. Nice. I think Garbage actually wanted to use his Chastise there onto Renar, but maybe misclicked it there onto the Hunter. Either way, I think the setup is done. They're not going to force anything from the Warrior more than the Berserker. And now it's back to the drawing board here for the RMB.
Mana very, very close, but there's the ice block. He's going to avoid the spear and just immediately trade the ice block. Now it's up to Garbage to keep this mage alive here on out. No more ice blocks available for 2 whole minutes. That's a long time against the Marksman Hunter Warrior on Ruins of Lordaeron, no less. Abrua constantly just trying to line of sight, constantly just trying to get away. Aiden trying to lock down this Hunter, trying to follow your advice here a bit, Z, trying to make sure that this Hunter is the main kill target. But actually, Kidney Shot goes out onto Warrior on his avatar. It's going to finally fade, and Abrua is just trying to stay at max range here, but he will get connected with the Storm Bolt. Ward is chunking him down. Garbage trying not to get kicked, trying to get the flash heals out, trying to rotate through his defensive cooldowns as they come back up. Chastise into a full fear onto Reynar. It's going to get raged out as well. This is going to be the Roar Sacrifice as well as the survival of the fittest from Shingaku, and it looks like everyone's going to continue to be okay on the side of Control Delete Defeat. They're rotating through their defensive cooldowns beautifully, and this Rogue Mage is continuously on the back foot. This is the Guardian Spirit right before the Storm Bolt. Big heals are going to be committed, but it just gets chunked down almost immediately. Warrior Fear goes out. That's going to be Will of the Forsaken by Garbage. Smoke Bomb swap over onto Ward. Chastise full fear onto Reynar. He's so low. Iron Bark, is this it? They do it. They pull it out. They tie up the series. They were running all game long, and they find another huge opportunity here. What is happening? Wait, maybe our predictions are good.
Yeah, wait, maybe we're owning, David. Maybe we're back. I think this was all Aiden, though. Abrua didn't have Icy Veins for that setup. And again, I think Warrid was a little bit greedy. I was like, oh yeah, these smoke bombs on the Warrior, they don't... It's not working out for them. They should stop doing that. Yeah. But then they're just like, dude, what do you know? Check out this next smoke bomb, and they just take him down. So nicely done. But I do think Warrior had Trinket that whole time, and he trinketed the second stun, which was kind of greedy. I think he could have just trinketed this stun right here. He could have just trinketed right now. But he, I guess, waited for them to commit more damage, and Renar trinketed a little bit late too. Didn't have the healing there to keep up with that. And I feel like that was mostly Aiden, maybe some Holy Fires, maybe there was a little bit of Abrua damage as well in there, but I feel like Abrua didn't really have a big hit of damage here. He had a Flurry and an Ice Lance, but I feel like most of that was actually Aiden coming in. He did get, I guess, a Frostfire Ice Lance towards the end there. But Aiden definitely did some heavy lifting for his team, and it's just beautiful to watch him on the sub rogue. I feel like watching him, I said it before, but watching him on kind of a more of a playmaker, kind of aggressive spec like sub rogue, it just suits his playstyle very well. And in general, I think his synergy with Brua when they're playing that kind of offensive style just looks a lot better.
Yeah, man, he heard you saying bomb the hunter, and he's like, hold my Crimson Vial, bro, watch this. He just drops another smoke bomb on the warrior. It actually works. Dude, small mistakes from the KFC, and that's all it takes for this rogue mage priest to find. I actually not drinking out a smoke bomb might be a little kind of a big mistake, not gonna lie. That's kind of what you save it for, but they do it. It was really hard too. Another really big CC is dampening, and when you only have a certain amount of time to top off your warrior once he finally gets out of that smoke bomb, it's really hard if you don't have the big throughput buttons, and they took advantage of it. The CC chain stopped in the druid, but it didn't matter. They couldn't top him off through it. And we are going to a game number 5 here in the lower bracket elimination match between this KFC RMP. And you know, this is exactly what you were saying earlier, dude. Okay. Hook point. Yeah, look at this gap. Look at that big drop down at 2 seconds right there. That was when he got out of the smoke bomb. That's when Raynar was trying to get him back up, but he was struggling. 37% dampening. He just couldn't do it. 2 Holy Fires in there as well. The Chastised Sun cross CC from the Holy Priest. I mean, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of what this RMP is doing.
That was a big secret tech right there in the smoke bomb too. Hit him for like 3 mil, so Aiden did a lot of damage there, and then his team was able to contribute a little bit as well. But I really like what you said there about, before we talk about the map, I really like what you said there about dampening in general, because dampening is such a double-edged kind of sword in a way. So for the KFC, dampening is good because eventually the priest is going to run out of mana and you're just going to auto-win when that happens. But for the rogue mage, dampening is also really good because when you get a moment like that where you get to pin somebody down and really send him, it is hard for the druid to kind of recover, and you're going to force a lot more. So when people are being too greedy, you can really punish that a lot harder with a little bit of dampening kind of sprinkled on top of your go. So I like that. I like that a lot that you mentioned that. But this is match point, YPPM versus Control Alt Defeat. Maybe we see a reverse sweep here from YPPM. Maybe our predictions are good. It's going to be settled on hook point, David.
On hook point, indeed. Ward going to get opened up on right away. Raynar immediately going to pounce on him with a stun and Giga Tree the opener, preventing any of that CC from incoming, at least in the opener for now. But no offensive cooldowns are being committed yet. Roar Sacrifice from Shinkaku going to be committed. Iron Bark and Barkskin are being committed. This is Blades. This is Icy Veins. This is even Smoke Bomb on Raynar, and he sees all these cooldowns and he is respecting it with his entire spellbook so far. Both teams kind of just trading blow for blow right here. Guardian Spirit and Angel being committed out from garbage, and so both teams are going to be okay, but that was a lot.
Yeah, they get a sheep onto Raynar. Do they have damage? They have a blind to follow it up. Big setup here onto Warrid. He's got no trinket for this one, but still not looking too good. They could swap to Raynar as well while he's holding up the warrior. He realizes that good reposition there. It's match point. He needs to be very careful with where he stands. Now, if he gets caught up out of form, if they get CC onto Warrior, there it is. They catch him out of form. There's the CC on the warrior. Big KO setup coming in. Warrior gets full fear. They might be able to do it. It's match point. Dragon's Breath coming out. 1% HP. Raynar with a huge heal with the Soul of the Forest. Nature Swiftness there manages to recover, but that was about as close as it gets. YPPM are showing some serious offense right now.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy, dude. Okay, so they do have offensive cooldown. They have defensive cooldowns to rotate through and Control Alt Defeat, but their offensive cooldowns were also negated from being defensive in all of these goes. This is just YPPM's game so far. If that was any deeper into dampening with a swap like that in a Raynar, the game would be over, man. That was crazy how big he topped himself off right there. Aiden looks like he's the main kill target for Warrid this time around. Shigaku caught into a cheap shot, dipping down to half. Full Ring of Frost. He has Turtle. He has Trinket available to him, but he's trying to get away with Survival of the Fittest and the Roar Sacrifice. Now, they swap the damage over onto Warrid. Warrid dipping down the half. Huge wall. He heroic leaps back into line of sight of Raynar. Raynar is going to be able to keep him nice and healthy for now with that Iron Bark, but defensive cooldown after defensive cooldown are being forced from control to feet, and YPPM just doesn't seem like they ever go on the defensive. Cheap shot onto Raynar, the follow-up stuns to follow it out. Stormbolt is going to stop Aiden from that go, and Warren's not able to hit this mage nearly as often to stop Aiden on these potent swaps.
Oh, watch out, the brewer. Oh my god! That was an insane amount of damage. He had the Ray of Hope, though, so you should have trusted in Garbage there. Garbage actually made a really beautiful play there to follow up the CC chain with the Fear and also toss out the Ray of Hope. But I can't blame him. The huge swap here onto Renner. It's going to push his Trinket. Can they actually just ride this damage here? They have so much damage with the Frozen Orb right now, but it doesn't look like it. But that Icy Veins is going to potentially come up here before the Trinket. You can see, yeah, he's resetting the cooldown with the shifting power. It should come up before that Trinket of Rennar. So that's going to be a big opportunity, but maybe they don't even need it. They could even set up a go right now with just a blind. They could literally just blind Rennar and then try to take him down 100. Oh, here's the double ring, double mass polymorph coming out. There's a full fear onto Rennar. Big go here onto Warrior. How is he going to respond? He doesn't want to use his Trinket here in case they swap back to his Druid, but the greed is absolutely massive. The Giga Tree gets popped, but he gets blast waved back into that smoke bomb. The enraged region coming out there. You can tell YPPM are finally waking up here in the series.
They're terrifying. What is this team? Where did they come from? This is crazy. The sub-rogue's control is next level, and in the hands of someone like Aiden, it's absolutely terrifying. Anybody can be swapped to. Shingaku, Ward, and even Raynar have hard swaps. There's the Iron Bark on preemptively. Full blind. Do they have any fun? They do. They follow up with the full poly. Cheap shot on the Ward. This could be it right here, right now. There's no way he lives. Even the disarm, he couldn't even heal himself if he wanted to on that Fury Warrior. And YPPM come back from the dead. 3-2. And I called it all along. It's no big deal.
Yeah. We had faith the entire time. We never counted them out. We never stopped believing. YPPM. What an insane match, though. That was beautiful. I feel like we didn't get to talk about the map that much. Let's talk about the replay first, but I feel like Sub-Rogue on this map is not bad because you have an easy time. Look at how fast you can just ping pong between the healer back to the DPS there. Man. On a larger map, you can't really do that as much, and they wait for the Icy Veins, they set it up, they get the full blind, they get the full sheep, and that is it at this point, How do you even respond to this situation? It was just a well-executed offense from YPPM the entire way through, and worried a little, and actually he triggered it right away and storm-bolted 8 and 2, so good defense here from Warrid, but it's that smoke bomb that they did before this that forced out all those like little micro CDs. That's why his rallying cry is on cooldown. That's why his enraged region is on cooldown. Is because they sent that big setup earlier with, I believe, an ice wall smoke bomb, and that forced a lot of cooldowns from the warrior. So even if he has trinket here, it's like, oh great, you're gonna trinket, but you can't. Like, you don't have any heals, you don't have any damage reduction, you don't have anything to press with your trinket, so it's not gonna be enough. And YPPM, they reverse sweep it in the first match here in NA.
Man, dude, I'm just imagining these guys. They're like, yeah, we're playing for fun. And then on match point, they kind of all just sit up at the same time. They're like, all right, let me crack my neck real quick. Let me dust off the old sub-rogue. But the stuns coming out from Aiden, whenever they had those goes, the cross CC was for real. Like we were talking a little bit about like earlier that fear reduction tech from the warrior, but he was not able to get any of that off. I mean, a lot of the goes were in polymorphs. Don't get me wrong, but like there's a couple of fears that were in there for sure, and he was just always cross CC'd. The control when this team is like fully synergized is terrifying. Garbage was also playing very aggressively, positioning very aggressively. Rogue instead of Outlaw Rogue in the face of Fury Warrior Marksman Hunter. I mean, this team, they see some of the most like scariest like blast damage that are in the game, especially against these classes, and they're like, nah, we're gonna just continue to play as aggressively as humanly possible in spec and in playstyle. And hats off to them.
Can we look at the predictions one more? You guys were believers with me, right?
Yeah,
that's right. I never not believed. I was never scared once.
Amazing. I am.
Oh, you got a perfect prediction.
It's not a big deal, guys.
Yeah,
really.
You did. Yeah, see, the new prophet. It's we were passing me and Ven. We're passing the baton, the crown onto you. It's a lot of responsibility, though.
This
so
is first game of the day. Okay, like that's a lot of pressure.
Sorry. I think you can handle it. I believe in you. All right. Well, I mean, YPPM, you guys kind of already covered it all. The sky is truly the limit with this team. Unfortunately, Control, Alt, Delete. They are deleted from the tournament, unfortunately. But to make it into top 8 in and of itself is certainly an accomplishment. So I do hope we see that team return, because they did walk away with some points. But YPPM still in the running. They're going to be playing the loser of game number 3, which is either going to be Team Liquid or Left 4 Dead. This could certainly be a difficult team for them, either of those teams, no matter how you look at it. Team Liquid, we know Left 4 Dead, Tuna, Axe, Engage, and Clapper. So certainly some AWC veterans. Clapper, that is that warrior that everyone, that Fury warrior that everyone is so excited about. They've got a Shadow Priest, got a Pharaoh as well. So definitely a strong contender for sure. So excited for that series. But the next up one we've got is GUST Busters versus F Tier. GUST Busters, that's that team that Ven was particularly excited about with their composition that they're bringing out. F Tier, they've certainly made an impression as well in the AWC. Haven't really found their rhythm yet, though. This is kind of a team, Zigo, that I feel like we haven't quite seen their full potential be unlocked yet.
You're talking about the Busters?
F Tier, well, and Busters, frankly, but I was mentioning. Yes, I was referencing F Tier.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure. I do agree
good.
with that. And I feel like the meta hasn't been that helpful for F Tier. But this is a team that, they've gathered a lot of fans in the past. We've seen them rock it out with their patented kind of enhanced Shaman Windwalker comp, which used to be their bread and butter, but lately they've been playing a lot more LA Shaman and mixing in a little bit of Warrior, mixing in a little bit of Windwalker. So picking up a new healer as well in JT Heals. I feel like F Tier, this is a good opportunity for them to kind of show us that their roster has kind of adapted to what's going on and kind of figured out how they want to play it. I think if you have Saul in the game, good results are going to happen because, anytime I've watched his stream, anytime he's in the comms, it's always hype. It's always like constantly talking about, okay, what's our win condition? Okay, this is their win condition. So you always have a really vocal player like that who can kind of dictate the pace of the game. So that's always something they have in their back pocket.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we are going to head to a break. We've got another team elimination to do after. It is GUST Busters versus F Tier coming up next after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are on the second series of the day. We're in the lower bracket. It is Gustbusters versus F tier. Ven, I'm going to toss it to you first. Gustbusters, this is a team that you highlighted at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both these teams are solid, but Gustbusters, I like the new roster. You know, I feel like Chun-Li and Flop have been looking for a home for a while. They brought on Dippy, who is an excellent multi-classer. We kind of knew him as a Moonkin for a really long time, but he's taken on the role of just flex. He plays everything. Solid arms warrior even. We see Nazem playing Shadow Priest and Warlock. So this team has lots of different comp options. And stylistically, they're just very fun to watch. Chun-Li has always been a very flashy, fancy player. Flop's very the same thing on Resto Druid. He's a playmaker, so I'm curious to see what they do here, because I feel like F tier, they're going to be playing a solid defense, and it's going to be up to Gustbusters to kind of break through.
I am curious as well. F tier, we already talked about those guys leading into a break as well, so this could prove to be a very interesting series, especially this first blind pick. Curious as to sort of how these two compositions come out to play for that first game. If you're watching from home and you want to get your predictions in, get some points, definitely do that now. In the meantime, we can take a look at our predictions for this series. Zico, what is your take on this one?
I'm going with the Gusters. I think that the Gustbusters are going to take it. I think I put a 3-1 prediction. So I'm giving F tier at least one game out of respect. Honestly, I'm thinking about changing that to a 3-0. There's a part of me that wants to, but we'll just stick with the 3-1. I think the Gustbusters looked really good last week. I think they have a solid roster. I think meta-wise, it's not looking too bad. And if F tier doesn't have maybe some kind of spicy surprise for us, I feel like Gustbusters are kind of more favored in this matchup.
All right. Ven, what is your prediction?
I'm going with Gus. I've been hyping this team up and hyping Chun-Li and Flop up. I'm going with them 3-1 over F tier. F tier, they've had a slow start. I feel like last season was one of their best seasons ever, maybe their best season ever. So I kind of expected a lot for them. I feel like compositionally, it's been a little bit rough, but maybe this week they kind of hit their stride. With some of the nerfs to rogues and mages and priests, this is a team that really could excel this week.
Okay. I did actually the exact same prediction as you guys, and you kind of said exactly what I've been thinking as well. These players have all been in AWC for quite some time. It seems like they've kind of settled into the roster and really found something that has worked so far. F tier, they've been in here a while as well, but quite haven't found the same success, at least so far this season. Super T's 2-3. So that is definitely interesting. Looks like he is on the side of F tier, and I'm looking at chat, and it looks about even for the moment, but we'll definitely get that poll in when we can. So let us know. But Zico, you were mentioning that you want to see F tier bring out some kind of surprise. Do you have any idea of what that is, or are you just kind of hoping that they have some kind of composition that can work in that blind pick?
I mean, the perfect scenario would be if one of them, either Laros or Dorito, plays a Feral Druid. If they play that, then they got their bases covered at that point. So I would like to see that. But at the same time, Dorito on the Windwalker, he's always full sending it. And if somebody's going to make it work, it's going to be him, right? Obviously, Saul on the LA Shaman has been looking really solid. Maybe Thunder could work. We saw it in week number 1 in Europe. Looked okay. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, but I do feel like it's a bit of an uphill battle. Gustbusters just look like a really polished team right now. They have a lot of different tools at their disposal as well. We've seen Chun willing to flex on the Windwalker. From an entertainment perspective, seeing Dorito versus Chun on the Windwalker versus Windwalker, that would be sick. And then maybe having like Dippy on the Ellie versus Saul, that like from an entertainment perspective, that would be awesome to watch, but I don't think we're gonna see that.
Yeah, okay, well, here is a look at their social medias. Of course, if you want to go support them, definitely go check that out. But this could be an interesting blind pick. I'm kind of hoping for it as well. Speaking of Feral Druid, I feel like this is a spec that's been kind of trapped by jungle for so long. Then what is it about it this season that's kind of made it a little bit more of a stronger spec in sort of be able to flex into sort of some of these scenarios?
Feral Druid? Pardon?
Yep.
Yeah.
Some of these scenarios.
Feral Druid? Pardon?
Yep.
Yeah. Feral Druids, I feel like even since last season, it's a really good specialization on its own. It's very comparable to Rogue. You bring lots of stuns, lots of control with Cyclone. You also happen to be really durable, so it's a difficult target to take down. You bring that mortal wounds effect, so you have the healing reduction, and it just also, in particular, quite strong into mages because you are just immune to polymorph. You're literally just immune to polymorph, and you can shift out of roots. So when mages are powerful, I feel like Ferals are in a reasonable place just because they are kind of a soft counter on paper, at least. Like, you'd much rather have a warrior to deal with as a mage than like a feral druid who's just shifting everything and immune to your CC. So I think Ferals have kind of stepped up in that regard, and I think they're tuned quite powerfully right now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it, but I don't know if we'll see it for this series.
All right, well, we'll definitely keep our eyes peeled for the rest of the day if that does end up coming out. This is an elimination series as well. Both Gustbusters and F tier, they definitely need those points leading into the tournament. They were kind of in the middle. F tier at 10th leading into this weekend. Gustbusters at 6th, so we can certainly keep people updated as they go along. But both of these teams really don't want to be placed where they are at the moment. So they've got quite a lot to prove. We know how strong they are individually as rosters, but they've got to get into that top 3, which is looking to be very difficult so far considering how competitive this region has been. And if we look at the rest of the bracket as well, they've got kind of a long road ahead of them regardless of who does end up winning this series. The winner has to move on to face one of the here's the roster. So right now the lower bracket very, very competitive at the moment. We see that matchup that we just saw, YPPM. They are waiting for a competitor, and then Gustbusters or F tier will be moving on in this bracket, but looking to be a scary lower bracket so far, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they faced the loser of Tiger Toads and Welcome to the Jung. So I feel like for Gustbusters, though, that's a matchup that they took Welcome to the Jung to Game 5 last week. And I think against Tiger Toads, they wouldn't be that bad of a matchup either. So I do think that they have a shot to make a kind of deep lower bracket run. I wouldn't count them out completely. But for F tier and for Gustbusters, this has been a very important cup because Gustbusters, they're one of those teams that is trying maybe to get into that top 3 position in terms of standings. F tier, they just need as many points as possible. Last season, they said their goal was to make it into the gauntlet. They made it all the way to the grand finals tournament. So for F tier, they had a phenomenal season, like Van pointed out. Last week, though, they didn't even make it into the top 8. So this is our first time kind of seeing them in the top 8 this season. So they really got to make it count as well. So both of these teams definitely have a lot to play for here because we don't know what's going to happen next week. If one of them has an off week, it could have drastic ramifications for what happens later on. So for both of them, they're definitely looking to put their best foot forward here right now.
Certainly, especially considering, that we only have 3 cups. We have previously had 4, so there'd be 2 more cups after this normally for these teams to get into to get some standing. So I'm sure they're very aware of that. It feels like they kind of have to think super quickly also week to week. Then there was even a time previously where we would have a weekend in between cups. We'd switch off with MDI and there'd be a little bit more of a break between cups to sort of adjust to everything that happened that weekend. And now they just really have 3 cups and only that time between the week to sort of adapt and make those changes, and it's got to be kind of stressful for these players that do want to make a run for the top 3 or the top 4 in this season.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. I think for these players, they have to be kind of heads up. A lot of them do play lots of different classes, lots of different roles and specializations. So I think just preemptively kind of practicing on specs you think might be good. Maybe the augmentation is going to be good next week. It just got some buffs once again in the past shows. You never know. It just keeps getting buffed. I'm just saying we might see an aug next week, okay? Don't call me crazy until, what next week happens. So these kind of things, it can truly change up the meta. And I feel like these players, they just have to, there's 2 things they can do. They can kind of just, same old, stick to what they know and hope that it works out. Or you can kind of preemptively start working on these specs and these roles. And even though you have a short amount of time to practice it, if it does get buffed, then it can really be huge for your team.
Yeah, there's kind of like two categories of teams sort of that you see sometimes. It's the ones that are able to adapt week to week with the, the ebb and the flow of the changes that you do see within the game, Zico. And then there are teams that sort of stick with their bread and butter composition and it ends up being successful for them. But nonetheless, we are getting that game started. Sounds like there was a little bit of a delay. So thank you guys for being patient with us. But the gates have opened. It is GUST Busters versus F Tier. Game number 1. Ready to go.
All right, let's see it here. We are seeing the Windwalker versus Windwalker matchup. Dippy's going to be on that Frost Mage. Saul is going to be on the LA Shaman. So we'll see here. Flop obviously rocking the Resto Druid. And already an explosive opener here onto Windwalker versus Windwalker action actually in the midfield. Chun-Li taking a little bit of damage. They're looking to polymorph and crowd control Saul here. And so far, it's looking actually like a decent swap onto Dorito. But he's going to trinket and transcend behind that pillar. So actually forcing out that trinket kind of early on. Not a bad situation for GUST Busters, but I feel like compositionally, I would actually favor F Tier in this matchup.
Yeah, it is interesting. So I feel like for me, the only nice thing about Dippy on the Mage is with the Druid, you have that kind of Mage Druid controls. So not only do you have the Cyclones, you have options with lots of different routes, and of course you have Polymorph. So if Dorito overextends, he can get caught into Polymorphs and Cyclones, and that might be an opportunity for GUST Busters to really push through. In theory, I feel like Chun-Li should have a lot more damage here on Saul. He's actually playing Tempest. That's very interesting here. Saul's going to be casting out quite a bit of damage. I'm curious to look at his build after this. I think he's playing kind of a non-conventional build at this point. Dippy going for a Frostfire Bolt, and we talked about Icy Veins a lot here, Zico. I mean, for Dippy, it seems like when that Icy Veins is up, that's going to be the GUST Busters' opportunity to really just overwhelm F Tier in this match. And outside of that, I feel like Saul might have the advantage.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that GUST Busters definitely want to play a long, kind of slow game and maybe try to win in dampening and just try to do as much damage as possible overall. But I don't know. I feel like the LA Shaman into a Frost Mage is just such a solid matchup, but we'll see how things develop here. Dippy trinketing out of that leg sweep. Flop actually also trading out his trinket there, so could be a bit of an opening for F Tier to get aggressive. A lot of damage coming out onto Dorito here in that leg sweep. He might just go down. Big damage. Going to force out the Void Shift there from JT Heals, and GUST Busters definitely showing that these Windwalker swaps are going to be very, very potent.
So Saul is actually playing Stormkeeper, and I don't think we've seen that from any Elemental Shaman so far in this expansion. So he's going to be able to cast out those Tempests. When you see the Tempest, if they crit, you're dead. I mean, it is an unbelievable amount of burst that Saul's going to have available. His consistent throughput is going to be a little bit less in this match, but if he gets those casts off, he's one of the most threatening casters in the entire game. So really, really interesting choice here for Saul. I'm curious to see if it ends up working out, but these lightning bolts for Saul are going to pack quite a punch. If they crit, big Tempest once again is going to land here on Dippy. It's going to be tons of burst.
Yeah, let's see if he can burst him down, but I feel like that's kind of playing into their own win condition. They're probably not going to win the late game against the rest of Druid, so they're just trying to get a big one-shot before that, and if there's something that can one-shot a mage, especially pre-CDs... Oh my goodness, did they trigger the Guardian Spirit right there? I think they might have. We'll see after the buff fades there, but that was a tremendous amount of damage there coming in onto Saul. This Windwalker mage, rest of Druid actually looking real good. They did not trigger the Guardian right there, so the Guardian is still going to be on that 1-minute cooldown, but still an insane amount of damage onto Saul right now. There's no Guardian available. There's no Void Shift available. Saul with no shield wall either is just going to have to tank the damage here. JT Heals in the backline just spamming out the heals. Saul is looking for the Tempest, looking for the Stormkeeper. Here comes the damage, but at the same time, here is Chun-Li just doing tons and tons of pressure. The wall comes out. They actually polymorph Saul. Dippy is able to kind of maneuver around the map just away from Dorito, make sure that he doesn't connect with his damage at the same time as those Tempests, but it looks like Dippy is going to be able to stay alive, and when it's all said and done, Saul has no cooldowns left now for quite some time.
Yeah, Saul once again channeling out some Tempest here, trying to get the damage out. Flop's going to be looking for a Cyclone. Can he find it? Dippy's under fire, but he still has both Ice Blocks. I mean, he's not feeling too scared so far in the matchup. Mana lead in favor of GUST Busters. Chun-Li and Dippy taking up quite a bit of damage. Saul getting bursted down here. Lightning Lasso comes in. He's getting lower and lower. This could be dangerous for Saul here. JT has nothing. The leg sweep comes in, and that's going to be it. Nice leg sweep there by Chun-Li.
That was such a nice play there from Dippy as well. JT Heals was casting a flash, and he walled just a flash cast, and then he canceled his wall and sheeped him because he was trying to move in to get around the wall. and then he trinketed that sheep, and Chun-Li just leg swept his trinket. That was actually really nicely done there. I think we can see it here on the replay. So look at that ice wall right there, right before the flash, and then JT moves in, and then he just cancels the wall and just polys him, and then JT heals, just trinkets that. Chun-Li comes out of the stun right there, and then he's like, wait a second. Oh, I can just stun this guy. And he actually hits a double stun right there. I didn't even notice that, but Saul trinketed that. But he actually, dude, Chun-Li it's so fun to watch this guy on the Windwalker. Look at him. Look at him with the Ring of Peace combo here into the double sweep. And it's just like, it's pixel perfect every time. Like, look at the range right here. Right there. It's like, I swear, he's so good at that. But yeah, they proc the Guardian. They have the damage as well to back it up. And they take game number 1. Ghostbusters looking good here with the Windwalker Mage.
Yeah, I think so much of this matchup just comes down to uptime. Like, I feel like in the head-to-head, maybe the Elemental Shaman comes out ahead of the Mage, but when you factor in the fact that the Windwalker Monk's going to have way more uptime on the Elemental Shaman, I think it starts going in favor of Ghostbusters really, really quickly. But yeah, couldn't have said it better. Chun-Li, super fun to watch on the Windwalker Monk. Dorito, I feel like he has a little bit more of a difficult time in this matchup, having to deal with, like, I think on Windwalker Monk, one of the most frustrating things you can fight against is Frost Mage Resto Druid, because I mean, it's just so tough to stay on your target. When you do overextend on the mage, you're just getting cycloned and bashed and rake stunned, and it is really, really tough. So I feel for Dorito in this one, but ultimately it is going to be the Ghostbusters that win. I want to see Laros. Call me crazy. I swear. I was gonna say this earlier today. I feel like the only thing keeping Warriors in check right now is mages. Luckily for F tier, or I guess luckily for Ghostbusters, they have a mage in this matchup, and we will see the cleave. All right, there it is.
Oh, we are going to see Laros.
I genuinely think if there's no mage in the match, Warriors are super strong right now. Mages are just that kryptonite, but if you have a Warrior on your roster and you're fighting a non-mage team, I think that's a good spot to be.
Yeah, I mean, even in the previous series, we saw the Warrior able to, when they can connect, able to actually take down the mages. Ended up losing the series still, though, but definitely packs a pretty good punch, especially on smaller maps like Hook Point. So we'll see if Laros being tagged in is going to be the difference maker. But what do you think about Saul's build? Because I feel like the big thing that we saw when we were watching the Ellie Shamans in EU playing kind of the lava focused build, they were able to kind of stay toe-to-toe out in the open field and just kind of out-trade the mages. But now, in that last game, it felt like they had good burst, but it didn't feel like they were able to out-trade the mages. But maybe they can't do that anyway due to the Druid-Mage synergy. But how do you think the Tempest build worked out for Saul?
Not enough data. Not enough data yet. I feel like the nice thing about
the fifth.
No, the Tempest build, the nice thing about it is if you do get crits, you do crazy damage. If you don't get crits, it's not as wild. But you always have that win condition of just like critting a Tempest or a big lightning bolt. You know, you can get 3-4 million lightning bolts, no joke, as well as Tempest to follow it up. So it can be quite scary. This is the first time we're seeing it. I think if there's a reason it's the first time we're seeing it. I think Saul's just trying to figure out something here to pull off a win. And, you know, surprise Tempest, lightning bolt could be exactly what they need to win. Wasn't the worst game, but they are going to be subbing him out for this one and bringing in a more cleave style matchup.
Yeah. We'll see if that ends up working out. We actually all bet in favor of the Ghostbusters, so...
Even this, it's like... If I'm just thinking about...
wait, not
like,
Super Tees.
Oh, all of us. Oh, Super Tees. Oh, slightly different color. Wow. Look at the color variant there. Okay. It's hard to see. Colorblind, you're gonna miss that one, that's for sure. Ghostbusters versus F tier. I was gonna say, if I think about this matchup compositionally, like Windwalker Frostmage Resto Druid, don't care who it is, versus Warrior Windwalker Priest, I'm going in favor of the Mage Windwalker every single time. I mean, you know, like, I feel like Frostmage Windwalker, that is the anti-cleave setup. So I don't know if this is gonna work out for F tier here.
Yeah, we'll see. But we are going to see game number 2 here. Ghostbusters versus F tier. Spear of Bastion is going to connect here onto Dippy. And already a decent amount of damage coming out here. Big Celestials as well onto Dippy. But Flop is just going to deflect that with the Giga Tree and the Iron Bark. And nice disarm there coming out as well. So Chun is playing the disarm there as well. The grapple weapon. So going to be able to shut down a lot of that warrior damage with that. So Nice little talent adaptation, and like you mentioned, one of the most frustrating things for Windwalker is to go against that Mage Druid, and look what Flop is doing right now to Dorito, just making sure that he is not playing. Oh my goodness, that is so annoying to Dorito Pub. He just sat like 10 Cyclones into a Mass Root, into another Frost Nova Root, into a Knock, into a Swap. Like, he's just not playing the game whatsoever, and it's remarkable that he's still dealing that much damage, but now caught up in yet another. Oh my god, they might just kill him right here. Beautiful CC right there. They got a sheep onto the. Oh my god.
No, JT's dead!
He's just dead! What? This is insane. That was an insane counterspell. They got a sheep onto Dorito, counterspell JT heals. He swapped with the Void Shift, and then they just swapped him and killed him. That was insane.
Chun-Li, I could just imagine him in that situation. He's got such like a chill personality. Like, his comms are like, I'm just gonna go one shot this guy, just be right back. Like, rolls over, takes him down real quick. But all of that stemmed from the counter spell on JT heals. So his big counter spell forces out the Void Shift. Chun-Li just rolls over and kills him. I mean, that is not something you would really expect. You can see there's that snap CS, just immediate, force out the Void Shift. Chun-Li just rolls over immediately. He's like, I want more. And he literally just, well, I mean, what the? Okay. I think that was just a Strike of the Windlord. What was that?
I think, Strike of the Windlord.
Because it wasn't Touch of Death.
Yeah.
I don't think it was Touch of Death. Well, I mean, we're going to see it, but look. I think it's just the first hit of Strike of the Windlord, and then the second one lands, and he just dies. Watch. Express the Strike of the Windlord, and dead. I mean, does he Touch of Death? He might.
No.
I don't know.
I didn't see the red thing above his head. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to see that counterspell again. That was so fast, actually, I feel like.
Lightning fast.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That was a really good interrupt.
This is in slow motion. Motion. Like, this is in giga slow motion. That was really fast, yeah. I mean, when he got the Void Shift off, I thought he was fine, but he just died anyway.
That's the thing. He probably thought he was fine too, but Chun-Li had different plans for that one, and that was a punishing place. And I mean, this is why I like this team, right? I mean, that was just a really quick CS into a nice little swap. They're going to keep you guessing. They're going to go on to different targets, and Ghostbusters has a command. It was a Touch of Death, so Strike of the Windlord into a Touch of Death. Just a quick little win there. And that was a great swap. I feel like a lot of monks in that situation wouldn't even bother swapping. It's like, oh, nice, we got swapped. That's great. But being able to roll over and punish it more, good play.
Yeah, Chun is having a good series so far. Game number 1, he looked phenomenal. Game number 2, I will say though, to be honest, what Chun did is more like a game knowledge thing, right? Like, he knows, okay, I can swap over here, I can get more, maybe even win the game. But what Dippy did was more on the mechanical side. He just had a really good interrupt. He had a sheep as well. Like, that's the best. Like, when you play mage and you sheep somebody, and the healer casts something or tries to fake cast you at the same time, and you hit an interrupt, because that locks him out of dispelling him as well. So that just makes the game at 3v1. So it's such a nice situation when that happens, and Dippy fast enough, young enough to be able to pull that off. And yeah, I mean, during the game, I was just focusing on Dorito. I was like, yeah, Dorito is not having a good time right now. He's sitting through Cyclones, he's sitting through Mass Roots, he's getting knocked, he's getting swapped to, he's getting sheeped. And then they just snipe a counterspell and just end the match. And for F tier, that's not the position you want to be in, right? Because you didn't really get to feel out the matchup at all. So they're going to lock in the same thing here on the side of F tier. And this time around, they want to get away from Hook Point, and they want to go to Ashamane's Fall, which I feel like plays in the Ghostbusters' favor a little bit. I feel like having a large map is kind of more annoying, but I guess they just want that extra safety after how fast they died in that previous matchup.
All right, here we go. Another really difficult matchup here for F tier. I feel like locking in Warrior Windwalker Monk against Mage Windwalker, that's a really tough spot to be in. The only thing I can really think of is maybe you can win on mana. Maybe, but I think even that's a long shot. Like, if Dippy plays well and Chun-Li's there to peel, with good leg sweeps and good ring of pieces and flops us in the backline, the problem with F tier's composition is they have very limited crowd control, so their opportunities and their openings are going to be limited, whereas for JT heals, he's a lot more susceptible to getting polyed, to getting cyclone, to getting interrupted. I definitely feel for him here.
Yeah, they're going to need to be on point, trying to stop as much CC as possible. It is match point, Ghostbusters versus F tier, and this is a knockout round. Whoever loses will be out of the tournament. We are in the lower bracket. Only already taking a little bit of damage there. Ooh, Dippy looking for an ice wall. Dorito is going to be spending the... Oh my goodness, that sheep onto JT was beautiful there by JT. Oh my god, look at it, 3v1 already, forcing out the trinket, forcing out the die by the sword. Just already getting big cooldowns because of Dippy sniping that sheep and Dorito getting cyclone there. So good opener here for the Ghostbusters. Finding those CCs is really, really looking good for them in this position. Already, if they can get another CC like that, they could easily just force out JT Hill's trinket and potentially take down Laros.
Here it is. Dorito and Laros both getting cleaved down right now. Paralyzed onto Flop into a Stormal.
Whoa.
That's going to be a really nice ice wall. Dropping down there by Dippy. Flop is getting absolutely destroyed. He needs to be careful. Is it going to be enough to get away? It looks like it will. Big snares coming in from Chun-Li with that Fist of Fury. Maim stun onto Dorito. Flop mixing it up, but a big leg sweep on Dippy. And this is what you love to see. Okay, Dorito and Laros, they put the pressure onto Flop, make him turn his attention on himself. He has to keep the hots on himself, and that's when you make the big burst setups onto Dippy, and you can get those ice blocks out of the way. That was a great push by F tier.
Yeah, swapping to the Druid like that is kind of like a pseudo CC, but they got a full sheep onto JT. Big damage onto Laros. They want to get the trinket here from JT Hills, but no follow-up CC. Flop is looking for the Cyclone, but Laros immediately swapping to Flop when he pushes in like that. The Giga Tree is going to come out here, the Ancient of Lore, and Flop is going to be able to just keep his entire team alive here. Looking nice and healthy. Slicing Winds coming out for Dorito. Celestial Conduit, big damage potential here onto Dippy, trying to get some work done, but Flop is just in the back line, completely out of crowd control, able to easily heal through this situation, and the Iron Bark as well being committed there right before the Paralyze is going to help him out in that position. Dorito rolling back to his target, looking for the damage, but gets met with a Cyclone, and this could be an opportunity for Dippy to try to push in. I want to see them just continue to do what they're already doing. Anytime they get a Cyclone like that onto Dorito, try to push in, maybe look for a Dragon's Breath Sheep, maybe look for a Stun Sheep, even a Paralyze into a half Sheep. If they can get that chained with a Cyclone, that's how they can really find those big windows. But at the same time, I feel like Ghostbusters could also just play kind of a dampening strat and just play for the late game. They look for a sheep right there, not able to find it though. Dippy is kind of fishing here. He's going to go for it. There it is, paralyzed into a half sheep. Not able to force too much with that, but good pressure. Dorito has no touch of karma, so he's definitely a juicy target right now for the Busters.
Yeah, good damage here by Chun-Li. Anytime they swap on Chun, he's just porting out immediately Laros and Dorito, trying to get to their target. Icy Veins not available for quite some time, so they did weather that storm. And mana actually is going in favor of F tier, so that's one thing to keep in mind. They could have that late game advantage here. Big slicing wins there by Chun-Li. Going to be bursting down Dorito as well as Laros. And those Fist of Furies right now is one thing we don't talk about too much. Fist of Fury hits hard. The 4-step for Windwalker Monk and the builds they're playing. Every time you see those Fist of Fury channeled, that's going to be a ton of burst. Oh my goodness. I'm glad I was talking about it. Don't blink, you'll miss it. Chun-Li almost one-shotting Dorito there with that Fist of Fury. And they do manage to get the Guardian Spirit.
It's like he heard you right there. Oh, they missed the spear right there. Dippy actually pre-blinking right before he connects Celestial Conduit. He's going to do damage. Here's the Fist of Fury, but Dippy is going to be able to brush it off. Nice Iron Bar coming out from Flop. And like you mentioned, Flop's losing on mana, but Dorito is actually also taking a lot of damage. He had to trinket there out of a leg sweep, and now he's going to have to kite around a little bit. A lot of damage available here for Dippy with the Icy Veins coming up here in a couple of seconds. He's got Ice Wall as well. They could isolate somebody who's going to be, that's going to be the touch of karma being forced here from Dorito. They get the Paralyzed into a half sheep, and they're going after Laros here with this Icy Veins. A lot of damage coming out in that exchange, but JT Hills is able to sit through it here with his trinket in his pocket still. But Dippy now going to be forced to be maybe defend. Never mind here, huge damage still coming out here onto the Windwalker. Honestly, that next leg sweep that Chun-Li has in 10 seconds could be absolutely devastating if they can connect that onto Dorito. He's got no CDs whatsoever. If they can combo with an ice wall, I think they're fishing for it. If they can DB into an ice wall and kill Dorito, that might just be the game right now. Let's see if they can connect it. There's the double leg sweep. Here comes the damage onto Dorito. Huge ice wall there as well, but preemptive angel form Divine Hymn is going to save the day. Dorito manages to make it out of that situation. That was a great push though from Ghostbusters, but if F tier can keep playing like this, and they can win on mana.
Laros and Dorito going to be landing some damage here onto Chun-Li. He rolls away really quickly. Dippy moving forward, getting a really quick sheep. So anytime Dippy's open, I love the fact that he's willing to just push in, get that crowd control, and really punish Dorito and Laros for leaving him alone in the match. and it basically forces them to go after Dippy a significant amount of time. Interrupts out here onto Dippy, big setup here onto Flop, and honestly, this composition from F tier is looking better and better. Dippy's getting low, goes into the ice block at the same time the Nature Swiftness lands, so a bit of an overlap. Dippy, however, does have that cold snap coming on in about 50 seconds. Icy Veins is rotating back up. Gustbusters is going to have a huge play here if they can last. If they can last about another minute in the match, I feel like Gustbusters has a great opportunity to win with the Icy Veins, with more ice blocks, but F tier right now has a great play they can make.
Yeah, there is about a 20-second window right now where F tier could make something happen, but the spear is not going to connect here, and Flop is just going to sit through all of that damage. In bear form, here comes the damage, though. They get the touch of karma there from Chun-Li, and Dorito still has his in his back pocket, but Laros is going to be the one on the back foot. They get a full counterspell onto JT. This could be very, very dangerous. That is going to be the touch of karma from Dorito, and that is going to give them that opening. These counterspells from Dippy are absolutely deadly. He's got the Ice Events. He's pulled the trigger. Big damage here. You can see the Water Ellie is out there as well, adding a little bit of extra pump to the situation. Ice Wall gets dropped. Dorito's isolated. He ports away, but it's to the other side of the map. There's the Paralyze onto JT. They cancel the wall. They look for the sheep. Can they get it? Half sheep connecting there as well. They got the CC, but Dorito, great presence of mind, just kiting around. He's not out of the woods completely just yet. Still a lot of damage, damaging at 30%. This could be an opportunity as well for Flop maybe to look for a drink, but it doesn't look like they're going to allow it. Instead, they're going to swap to Chun here, forcing the last ice block out of Dippy there in that exchange too.
I can't believe this is working. F tier, they might do it. Windwalker Warrior. They're getting so many cooldowns out of the way. Flop's almost completely tapped on mana. They get that third ice block from Dippy. This is not looking too bad. Dorito, once again, with Laros, just pushing forward, trying to get damage. But I like the fact that they're really abusing the Resto Druid here. Like, they go after Dippy. If he has too many hots, they make a swap on Chun. If he gets hots, they go over to the Druid. And it's just a really important thing against Resto Druid to be switching your targeting. And I feel like Laros and Dorito, they're doing a great job, but I may have spoken too soon. Polymorph's going out onto JT. A full cyclone lands. Laros in so much trouble. That's going to be the trinket from JT Heals. Icy Veins in 40 seconds here for Dippy. Can he last that long? Shifting Power comes in. He's caught into a full stun. This could be the end of the game. Massive damage coming in from F tier. Dippy, though, blinks away. Massive heals there from Flop. That Tree of Life, that empowered Tree of Life is going to save the day. That Ancient of Lore, really important for the Resto Druid, and I think that might have been exactly what Gustbusters needed to survive this setup.
That was a great defensive play there from Flop, and they connected the counterspell onto JT. This could be it. This could be the Void Shift actually coming out there. Pre-Void Shift right before the Paralyze. Nicely played there by JT. Nice Ring of Peace coming out from Chun-Li. They got the Veins. They're taking down Laros in the backfield. Flop is looking for the Cyclone. I think that's it for Laros. What is he going to do? He leaps back. He tries to get away, but I'm not sure if he has enough defense in his back pocket. Chun-Li leaps over, but he gets clothesline with the Fear. Nice defensive Fear from Laros. JT's got a lot of healing to do, but Dorito now, in the meantime, is getting absolutely blasted. This could be an opportunity for Flop to sit down for a drink. He's trying to go for it. They're going after Laros. Big damage here. Chun-Li, though, gets caught up in the leg sweep. Dorito trying to turn it around back onto the enemy team, but can he do it? They get a full sheep there actually onto Laros to slow him down for just a second. Laros so low. They get the full Paralyze. Do they have any follow-up CC? They need a Dragon's Breath. They need something, but if Dippy pushes in, he's got no ice block. He can't do anything. He's got Ice Wall, though. Maybe he can find an Ice Wall with the last bit of this Icy Veins to try to isolate somebody and take him down.
Oh, mana is the biggest problem here for Gustbusters. They had so much pressure, but unfortunately, Flop just has no mana. They need to win now. They need to win now. Gustbusters, they got to make a push, but JT Heals blocks it. Spear of Bastion will drop down. Dippy is in a lot of trouble. Beautiful Blast Wave knocks him away and frees him from that burst. That Blast Wave was absolute money there by Dippy. Polymorph to follow up the paralysis on JT Heals. He uses his trinket, and I don't think there's healing left. Laros could easily fall. Big Fist of Fury from Chun-Li, almost in touch of death range. Can he connect? Flop moves in, gets the full bash. A beautiful counterspell from Dippy once again. Somehow, someway, Laros is still alive, but I do not know how for much longer. Laros dips behind the pillar, but it is not enough. Dippy is there. And Gustbusters, I mean, that was a great game. Honestly, F tier, they played this one really well. That was about as close as it can get from these two teams, but ultimately it will be Gustbusters winning 3-0.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. Really nicely played there by both teams, especially F tier, holding on for so long. But as soon as they managed to get that extra bit of pressure, I want to commend Flop especially for that one moment where he managed to out-heal the situation. But let's see what actually happened here. So Dippy snipes the counterspell. They connect with the leg sweep there from Dorito. The slicing wind comes in, and Chun-Li hits a double sweep. And then, wait, what was that orb right there? Can we see that again? I feel like Dippy might have sent... Yeah, we'll see. But really good play there with the counterspell. They get a sheep there, they get a counterspell, and they get the double leg sweep. And I think here is where he sends the orb, right? Ooh, there's the orb. All right, that is a classical Tsar orb right there. I think that orb actually just flew by my balcony. I just looked out here. Might just be the Swedish weather though, but yeah, really well played here in general from Ghostbusters and F tier. Unfortunately for F tier, I think they were a little bit outmatched in this one. Ghostbusters gonna keep trucking on here in the lower bracket.
Yep, really good game there by Ghostbusters. Let's see what they can do. And for F tier, at least they made the top 8 this week. I was gonna say at least they made the top 8. Made the top 8, but compositionally it's just so rough, right? Like it's basically you play Ellie Warrior, Ellie Windwalker. I kind of feel like Ellie Warrior would just be better than the Ellie Windwalker, but we'll see. They'll take those lessons and they'll apply them for next week.
Yeah, there's one more cup, and you know, like you guys said, they did make top 8, so they do have some points. They're not quite out of it just yet. They could potentially make that gauntlet, but Ghostbusters definitely going to be happy with that win. They're going to be playing the last series of the day, so like we said before, leading into this series, they're going to play either Welcome to the Jung or Tiger Toads, the loser of that series. So that is going to be probably a pretty difficult series. Zico, based on what we just saw, how do you think they're going to do against either of those teams?
I think that they have a pretty solid shot. I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I think in the past, Ghostbusters have done a great job against Welcome to the Jung, taking them to Game 5. And I think compositionally, they have a solid, shot against the Tiger Toads. So I think the Ghostbusters could make it all the way to Championship Sunday, but if you look at the power rankings also, those are some of the best teams in according to our rankings, right? Those are 2 teams in that top 3. So it's definitely going to be a tough one. It's going to be a really close one. You definitely want to stick around for it. And also our next series is going to be a really big one as well.
It definitely is. It is Team Liquid versus Left 4 Dead. Coming up next here, we are in the upper bracket. We can see Team Liquid, they are first right now, 160 points. Left 4 Dead kind of right on that cusp, so not safe by any means. They've got to get into that top 3. They don't want to be in that gauntlet. That is not a fun place to be, especially with how this North American region is shaping up so far. So we can talk about that series just a little bit later after we go to this break. Before we do go to a break, though, we're going to switch it up a little bit, and we're actually going to play our first round of King of the Jumble. You guys ready?
Ooh. Oh, this is the hard
really
one.
Good.
No.
Oh, I'm really good at this. This is my specialty.
Lock in.
We're locked in. Okay. Focus.
I'm gonna get the first one in 10 seconds.
Bring tremors.
We have to guess the theme also of why they are connected. Bring tremors.
Okay. This is
Anaheim non.
This is hard.
I've
like
literally never guessed a single one of these.
I'll say yourself short.
At the bottom one is Sentinel. I'm pretty sure. Isn't it?
Okay. I don't know. Sentinel? Is that how it's spelled?
Think so?
Snell.
Maybe it's wrong.
It has been 10 seconds, Van Rookie.
Did I get it right though? Yeah, maybe not.
I don't think so.
Holy crap.
Okay.
I don't think Sentinel has 2 ends in it.
My brain literally just doesn't connect the dots here.
You did.
Oh, you got it right.
It's Sentinel. All right.
Yeah.
Was it like esports orgs that aren't in WoW esports?
Okay, so what's the theme here?
I don't know.
I think that's a paladin ability, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, then what would the other ones be? That's a long word.
Yeah,
Rope.
Ring tremors. I don't
I'm
like
trying
how
to do the middle one. Bring tremors.
I have absolutely no idea. I'm just relying on you guys at this point. I've given up.
Yeah, this is can we get like a theme, like a little phone a friend
Can
here?
You give us
something?
A theme? We need some help.
Wait, is it Stormbringer?
Oh,
Storm.
probably.
I think that is. Yeah, Sentinel
That makes
Stormbringer.
sense.
Storm.
It's got to be right.
Okay, so what's the last one? What is this? What is the theme? If it's Sentinels and Stormbringers,
Because that's a shaman ability, isn't it? That's not paladin.
Sentinel.
are these?
Is Sentinel a
I think
Shaman
it's Paladin.
Wait. What's Stormbringer for Paladin?
Well, Stormbringer is not for Paladin. That's Ellie
Oh,
Shaman.
not for Paladin. Okay, that's what I
Wait,
okay.
isn't it Stormbringer and Farseer?
Huh?
Farseer.
Farseer?
No, I'm not saying that that's the word. Isn't that the
Oh.
name of the hero thing?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know. I don't play.
Yeah,
Shaman.
so the theme is the hero
Oh,
talents.
hero talents.
Yeah, the team is hero talents. So what is
Oh, okay.
what is that?
We ran out of time.
Mountain Thane? What is that? I was never gonna guess that, bro.
Come on.
What?
That's the Fury Warrior, man. Fury Warrior.
That's
We're
warrior?
getting we're getting
play
criticized
that.
a little bit because we've seen so few warriors. I guess we don't know much about them. The Berserker Shout and the Mountain Thing. But yeah.
I just know left or right hero talent. I'm bad. I'm bad at memorizing the names. Like I know the
play
color
that?
and I know the side that it's on.
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check the companion. People play that?
Probably not. It doesn't sound familiar. Maybe though. Yeah, go to Murloc.io. All right. Well, in the meantime, let us know how you guys did. Hopefully, it was better than us. But we're gonna head to a break. It is Team Liquid versus Left 4 Dead coming up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We have finished 2 series so far. They were both lower bracket rounds, so we have knocked 2 teams out. Now it is Team Liquid versus Left 4 Dead. We do have some predictions that we can talk about real quick before getting into this series. I'm going to rapid fire them also, Ven. What is your prediction on this series?
I'm going with Liquid once again. I think Trill on the Windwalker Monk looked really good, so if they end up running that again, the Windwalker Frostmage Priest, it didn't seem like Left 4 Dead had an answer, so that's kind of the direction I put my prediction.
All right, fair enough. Soup Tease, what you got?
I don't even want to talk about my predictions anymore because I feel like I'm wrong the entire day. I just want to forget about my predictions for this weekend. I'm making a pick that seems obvious, but at least you guys are making it with me. So if I go down again, you're going to come down with me. But I feel like I'm kind of like the cursed one this weekend. So if your prediction looks like mine, maybe you should actually be concerned.
Well, unfortunately, I am the only one that is on the side of Left 4 Dead. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's something there. You know, I like what I've seen from them so far. I hope that they keep it up. And I voted 2-3 in favor of Left 4 Dead. So maybe I'm right. I could potentially be wrong, especially looking at how everybody else is on the side of Team Liquid. But chat, let us know what you've got in terms of predictions for this series, and then we will definitely be getting into it. But Team Liquid, I mean, so far this year that they've been looking pretty strong, Ven.
Yeah, it's interesting, listening to some of their conversations on stream after they won last week. They talked about, Sam especially was like, C2 really didn't have faith in my mage. You didn't have faith in my mage. And C2 was like, oh yeah, thank God I had faith in his mage, Right. Yeah, so Sam on the mage is nice to see. I think he's probably going to play it this week too.
All right, well, we'll see. Is Left 4 Dead up for the challenge? Team Liquid currently the #1 seeded team in terms of points right now in this region, but they've had a pretty solid showing so far. They have not yet dropped a series in this bracket. They made it through the open bracket, offline games on Wednesday, all the way up here to face off against Team Liquid. They are #3 right now alongside Welcome to the Jung, so they're very close to solidifying their spot into the top 3 to make it into the grand finals at the end of these first 3 cups. It's game #1 here to Grand Arena. Team Liquid versus Left 4 Dead.
All right, running that double Druid composition that they've been running for a while here. But they did beat Iron Will, Left 4 Dead. So, and Liquid's playing similar compositions, but I think the Windwalker is kind of the X factor. If Gage can't deal with that type of pressure, he's going to get overwhelmed into the late game. It's going to be a bit rough for him. There were changes, hotfixes, I believe, yesterday actually for Resto Druid, so it's possible that their healing output's actually a little lower than the open bracket for Tuna on his side, which isn't looking too great. But let's see if Left 4 Dead have figured things out and can kind of mix things up, because in Europe, you couldn't predict that Echo would have been out of the tournament already on day 1. You couldn't predict that Liquid would be out of the tournament on day 1 either, possibly, but Left 4 Dead have definitely leveled up from last week.
Yeah, CD just going for a bunch of dispels here in the opener. So Gage trying to get up his damage over time effects. CD's just spam dispelling them, but that leaves Sam really vulnerable. He has to trade the overpowered barrier. He uses the Fireblood racial as well. So CD dispels dots. He dispels dots again. Sam dispels dots with the Fireblood racial. Liquid really trying to defuse this opener, but they're still so far on the back foot, really not getting any work done with this Icy Veins.
Yeah, Gage is doing a great job to reload dots. It's actually really difficult in this type of matchup with how many interrupts you're dealing with and dispels you're dealing with from C2 as the Shadow Priest. I feel like Gage is going to be the one that's tested. Can he be the MVP for the team? Tuna's jumping into the fight, and we just see these flying trees through the air like
that's
Superman, Groot, using Wild Charge to take advantage of the fact that your movement's limited while you can still fly through the air as a giant tree, so you can get back into the fight, not be in a bad position. You're immune to CC anyways. We see decent damage on Sam here from Gage and Axton, still doing a good job of actually doubling Sam IM's damage despite all this disruption. Trill is also running the Whirling Dragon Punch, so he can knock Gage up in the air. We just saw that a moment ago. Now they're getting double Dragon's Breath, double Fist, double Snowdrift, really putting some cleave damage down, which is the main advantage of the mage. If you can stack your opponents together, you're going to do way more damage.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Sam IM adapt some of that attack there on the mage. He's caught into a stun. He trinkets out immediately. And another thing to kind of mention about this matchup in particular was one of the reasons why I think Shadow Priest fell off so hard was how good Prayer of Mending was for the Holy Priest. Having double dispel and that really powerful Prayer of Mending kind of carried. Gage gets topped off there by Tuna. So we could see some of the rot damage from the Shadow Priest Pharaoh actually matter a lot more in a matchup like this, just with some of the tuning changes we got last week.
Oh, nice Cyclone on Sea-Doo here. Decent pressure on Sam. That forced Sea-Doo's Medallion. I will say Left 4 Dead are doing a good job so far in the early game, where I feel like they would be disadvantaged. That Windwalker pressure is going to be a bit higher. But this is a matchup that, you know, you're expecting with the skill level and the compositions that they have. That's likely going to go 5 minutes plus. So in the early game, it's about reserving your mana, you know, efficiently trading your cooldowns and not making any major mistakes. But I don't expect any kind of like flashy plays in this early stage of the match. They're just going to be ramping up. As I say that, Sea-Doo actually marches into the middle of the map as if he wants to make a big play, but he just donates himself into a Cyclone. That's going to be some trouble with no Medallion. Sam I Am is stunned up, Vortexed on his Blink. Really nice Vortex positioning, massive damage. He gets Vortexed on the Life Grip.
Oh, I love that.
Looks like they're going to get some decent cooldowns there, but honestly not as much as I think they were hoping to with that play. Now Axton on the back foot, Cage on the back foot, and Tuna is immediately going to use Medallion. This is the type of mistake I'm talking about. Tuna uses Medallion, which is a valuable cooldown, at the same time that Gage uses Dispersion. So this is an opening that Liquid can take advantage of before that 5-minute mark.
Yeah, definitely. Tuna's burning through his mana. I mean, I can't believe how efficient Sea-Doo is playing this match with the dispels. Oh, Sam, no, could be an ice block. Sea-Doo going to connect some big heals there, but there's been a few close calls here on a Sam I Am. Unfortunately, getting cycloned on that shifting power, so not going to be able to reset that Icy Veins as quickly as he may have wanted. Really important to shut down that shifting power against the mage if you can. Sea-Doo continuing to just spam Dispel out in this game, and he has basically 3 times the mana of Tuna, just 3 minutes elapsed in this game. Liquid definitely going to be winning that late game advantage. Axton, though, rotting down lower. Trill getting swapped to. Tuna's going to be going into that Ancient of Lore, trying to keep his team alive. But look at the rot pressure, finally. Sea-Doo connects to the Guardian Spirit and some massive heals incoming. So that was a bit of a scary moment, but Sea-Doo, he had the cooldowns to trade, tops off his team, and now it's going to be Liquid getting aggressive once again.
You know, in the early game, they're forcing cooldowns for Trill, but they haven't got any blocks. And Tuna's mana, I think, is the main issue for their team. Because, you know, once we get to the 5-minute mark, Dampenings gets really high. He's just not going to have any gas left in the tank to keep this game going. Icy Veins is rolling. Sam's got another one available. He's got Comet Storm up. Big cooldowns coming through for Trail. They're comboing them. This is a big hit. Is Gage ready? He void shifts right away. His Dispersion comes up in 4 seconds. Axton immediately uses Survival Instincts. That was a nice read by Axton, expecting the swap. Is he going to drop anyways with that Ice Wall? It looks like he will. Massive damage from Liquid in game 1.
Yeah, his composition is still looking really good. I mean, a little bit more sketchy. It seemed like some of that raw damage mattered, but I didn't really ever feel like Liquid was in that much trouble. Sea-Doo always had the cooldowns. He had a massive mana lead in this matchup. I feel like if we see this matchup play out, I'm heavily favoring Liquid for the rest of the series.
Yeah, the Shadow Priest and the Windwalker matchup seems so rough, and Axton had a great read there. He saw like the Void Shift, so his health switched positions with Gage's, and he immediately used the defensive cooldown, anticipating that. But even with that, even with the Bear form, even with the wall getting mass dispelled, like they removed the wall, he pre-walls it with Survival Instincts. You'll see that start glowing on his cooldown frame right here in a moment. When Axton gets low health here, you'll see an icon start glowing. That is the Survival Instincts, which reduces damage by a huge amount. And he's at about 60% health, so they 60-0 him through Survival Instincts. He even manages to get into Bear form for a global, but that Chastise on Tuna prevented him from getting Nature's Swiftness. I guess he didn't want to trinket that. It's like 1 second left on it. Your Pharaoh Druid just used Survival Instincts. You're really not expecting to die, but this is like the power of those Windwalker cooldowns. I mean, look at how many glowing icons there are on Trill right now, and the glowing icon on Sam. Those are all the biggest damage increasing effects for Liquid. They're all active at the same time. So even despite Axton's maneuver there, it just was not enough.
Yeah, Trill just doing devastating amounts of damage there. Sam I Am doing a great job with the crowd control as well. The ice walls really securing the win, and that's the thing. It's exactly as you highlighted. Windwalker Monks, when you have that conduit, you've got the Zwen, you've got the images, you're going to be putting out a lot of burst in a very short window. And you can see the deathlog here. An interesting deathlog because you have Gage actually contributing almost the most damage during that setup with that Void Shift. So you can see, kind of put him in a bad spot, but honestly, it was a good Void Shift. And I think Axton did everything he can to survive. I mean, the only thing he could have done was pre-Bear and pre-Survival Instincts. But I don't know about you, Super T's. I don't think I've ever killed a Druid through Survival Instincts before. Like, it's just a lot of damage reduction.
It was definitely a rare occasion here for Liquid. What I think is interesting between the regions is that now Liquid seems to be like a Windwalker region. Or NA seems to be a Windwalker region, and EU seems to be like a developing feral region. And we got changes coming in for next week, which are, I think, targeting Ret Paladins. I saw Waz on a Ret Paladin. So I really wonder where the competitive scene is going to move, because it seems like it's evolving even within this weekend, and then with the changes that come through next week, I feel like it's going to be entirely different. We're going to see a lot of experimentation for the teams. But right now in this matchup, Left 4 Dead, like, they have two comps. They've got Warrior and Feral, and they've got Shadow Priest and Feral, and both of those are not a good matchup into Liquid. The Warrior is weak to the Frost Mage. The Shadow Priest is weak to the Windwalker. Liquid just have kind of a kryptonite composition for Left 4 Dead and their options. So unless they have some really big surprise, I mean, you could try and bring Clapper in. Clapper has been able to get some wins. Or sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong team now. I'm mixing up the wrong teams. Cubsy's coming in. But wait, this is not
Clapper.
the right.
It's Clapper. You were right.
I got thrown off. You
second-guessed yourself, yeah.
I was like, wait, what team am I talking about here? Okay, so that's not Cubsy on Warrior. That's gonna be Clapper, and he's actually been a crowd favorite on the Fury Warrior. He's been taking some names here, even in a disadvantaged matchup like this. They still did manage to take maps off some of the biggest teams. I really feel like this is just like, they're just getting completely counter-comped in the matchup with what their main comps are, and the fact that they can even get games is really a testament to their team. So Left 4 Dead, I don't want to count them entirely out, and I really can't, because Aya's been kind of the prophet this weekend, so Aya being the only one leading in that direction makes me think if I'm going to be wrong again. I'm going to have like 2 right predictions so far on this weekend or something ridiculous. At this point, probably my lowest prediction rate of any weekend, but yeah, I don't want to count him out. Clapper has definitely made some moves. I think he's made some fans in the chats. If you're a Clapper fan, make sure you let him know, because he's been grinding this out this season so far. You know, they just formed their roster together, came off the ladder, and made it, and taking games off some of the best teams in the AWC.
All right, here we go. Clapper, can he strike back for his team? Like you said, he's been a crowd favorite. His Blade Storms are absolutely devastating. I still think it's hilarious. When we ask these teams, you know, if you could have any, we asked them some fun questions, and one of the questions we asked is, if you could have any ability from WoW in real life, what would you pick? And most people go like teleport or conjure food, you know, something that would be really useful. Clapper said Blade Storm. That's what he'd want in real life. So, I mean, this guy is full on Zug. Let's see what he can do here.
All right, 8 seconds left on Hook Point, game number 2. Left 4 Dead getting tragically destroyed in game 1. Really, honestly, not looking good at all. So Clapper's going to come in off the bench and try and get some work done for their team. Is he going to be able to get the uptime necessary? They got a good map. It's Hook Point, small location. But Axon actually gets popped out of stealth by a blizzard. Not the best start for him. He manages to get a rake stun, but he gets paralyzed on his incarnation. He's probably going to get leg swept here. Double leg sweep. Oh, but Clapper Blade Storm, Sid. Huge damage coming through from that. That was a nice play from Clapper to immune that stun. They kind of baited Trill. They're like, hey, we're all stacked up together. But it doesn't matter. You're just getting absolutely smoked. What is this pressure coming up from Samayam right there? This is the trouble of running a double melee cleave into a Frost Mage, is that you're kind of automatically standing on top of each other, which means you're going to take that 2-target cleave damage from the Monk and from the Mage, but they don't care. They're pushing through the pain. They want that block, and they are going to get it. Left 4 Dead fight in defiance in an uphill battle.
I love to see it. Clapper, Axton, Tuna doing a great job making that push, getting the first ice block out of the way. I'm looking for a snowdrift. Everyone's kind of ducking out of it. Looks like it might land on Clapper. No, it is not. A Cyclone lands here by Axton. Good Cyclones. Right now, Sea-Doo is off the frame. He actually gets caught into a Cyclone. Trill taking some pressure. Might have to trade out the Touch of Karma, but Clapper and Axton continuing the push here onto this Mage. I'm just trying to play on top of Tuna, but it might cost him another block. Oh. I mean, this damage is unreal. Clapper is an absolute machine on this Fury Warrior. Big Blade Storms coming in once again, but the double leg sweep lands. Trill trying to set up his team, and he take him down. Full Ring of Frost is going to land, but that roar, really good disoriented roar there from Axton. That CC has been really clutch to free Tuna and allow him to heal up his team.
Oh, Sam, I am in trouble again. Blinking with the shifting power, gets kicked on it into a stun. No life grip available. Sam's getting crushed under this damage. It is massive power right there from Left 4 Dead. Sea-Doo pauses the damage with Ray of Hope, and he should likely top Sam in a moment here. Actually didn't top him. I can't believe it. That Ray was barely neutral. Now they get a triple fear. Clapper is making plays right now. Can they connect? He leaps over. Sam blinks. Clapper's trying to reconnect, but he can't get there. He gets clashed by Trill, so he's just going to swap to Trill and chop him up. Blade Storm time. Touch of Karma is going to be forced from Trill. Anything that Clapper touches, he just absolutely bulldozes at the moment. Tuna's up into Giga Tree. He's going to have massive heals coming through. Sam is still on the back foot. He pops Invis. Sea-Doo panics. He void shifts on top of it. And honestly, Left 4 Dead looks so good on this composition right now.
Yeah, this cleave setup is actually a nightmare. However, they're getting swapped to Clapper. Once again, going to be taking some pressure. He still has the Frenzied Regen, though, not deciding to use it. very powerful defensive cooldowns. If we look at mana, Tuna's a little bit behind, but still much better than the last game. And I feel like this composition, even though you think it wouldn't work well, they do quite good. And this is one of the reasons why Trill is actually not even playing the Rogue, is because Left 4 Dead with this cleave was beating the Rogue Mage Priest quite convincingly. So they had to make the adaptation. Double stun's going to be coming in here from Sam. Miami lands it. There's the wall, but it's actually Sam that's just outright dead. Clapper doesn't care about your wall. He doesn't care about line of sight. He's just going to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, he's like an X-Men superhero right now, just breaking through walls, anything that gets thrown his way right now. Look at him right now. He's just absolutely smacking Sam around. Trill is desperate to try and peel with Fist of Fury, but he gets stunned up. Clapper's going to connect. Nice double leg sweep. But Sam, he's got the Ray. Is it going to be negative? Is he going to full? It's a gamble towards the end here. He gets a Fury. He's going back to full health for a moment, but Avatar just came off cooldown. Clapper is ready to go. He's popping those cooldowns. He's swapping to Trill. Another big swap on Trill. Is he going to survive the storm? But he will. Seedu's there and ready for it. They restabilize. Now they're getting back on Sam. Tuna's back into tree form, but they're running out of time. That mana bar on Tuna is not going to be infinite. They need to get that second block here on this push. They get a stun, but Seedu's just powering through it. Nice in-cap roar by Tuna. Sam trades up barrier. Disarm on Clapper. He can't connect. Tuna's getting good crowd control. He stuns Seadu. He jumps over. He stuns Trill. Tuna is having a great moment here, but it doesn't force anything, unfortunately. Seadu's got clutching at some big heals. They force Karma from Trill once again. They're trying to get back onto Sam. They need to race this second block, but Fist of Fury is just absolutely destroying Clapper. He pops his wall, but here comes the conduit. They're killing him through his wall. He's trying to intervene to reconnect. They lock out Sam for a moment, but this is the Windwalker cooldowns, and it could be lights out for Clapper. Tuna gets stunned on his trinket into another polymorph. Ice walled off by Sam. Trill has to solo Clapper right now. He's close to the kill. Sam's in line of sight, but he's in capped. He's going to go down. Liquid take it 2-0, and despite the early momentum, Left 4 Dead cannot finish the job.
Sam Miami, we got to highlight that. I mean, he had a great play there. He goes in, he gets the crowd control, he follows it up with the ice wall. As Tuna tries to get around the ice wall, Sam Miami blast waves them back out of line of sight, and at that point, there's just no way he could really recover. Liquid, they pull off victory. They're up 2-0 right now, but that looked a lot better for Left 4 Dead, but definitely excited to see these final moments here from Sam.
Okay, the blink in, the poly on the trinket, the chastise on his trinket, the wall that came through in those final seconds of the game. Like, Tuna had this great power play where he's getting a lot of crowd control onto the enemy team, and then he got caught. So it's a few moments from this point where Tuna's going to burn out on his medallion to escape crowd control. I'm curious to see the sequence of events there that occurred to Tuna, because you're thinking his team's in a good spot. I guess they overlapped Ironbark and Wall there as well, so a little bit of an overlap, and I don't know if this is the point in the game. I think this is just when Tuna got his pop-off moment. This isn't the end of the match, where he got that double stun on Seadu and Trill, and then later on they finally caught up to him. I guess we don't have it here. But yeah, another great game for Liquid. I think this is still easily an uphill battle for Left 4 Dead, but they're putting on a show. I feel like if Liquid, if they misstep, just for a moment there, Clapper is definitely going to take advantage of it, but it seems like it is going to be riding on the mistakes of Liquid in this series.
Here it is. The instant chastise. It was actually Seadu. He gets a fear into the instant chastise, into the polymorph. Here comes the ice wall. Kind of missing the angle here, but look at this. Samayam actually blast wave him back across the wall. So in terms of crowd control, Seadu and Samayam, they set that up really well. Trill can basically just sit on Clapper, take him down, but yeah, this is just, it's a heartbreaker here for the Warriors. I'm still saying it. These Fury Warriors, they would be crushing if it wasn't for those mages. And I think Warriors everywhere are just cheering on Clapper as he gets closer and closer, potentially taking down Samayam, the villainous Frost Mage. But unfortunately, it's just not enough in this one.
No, not enough for them. Clapper's going to... I think you don't put Clapper on the bench. It's just... This is, at least looks like there's possibility for victory, and I feel like this is a matchup as the Shadow Priest where you're just going to fatigue Gage. Like, you should just let him rest, and then if you go to the lower bracket and you need him, at least he's not going to be fatigued from getting interrupted the entire game and spam Dispelled on his dots. I feel like you just leave Clapper in, you try and roll him over, see if they die without blocking a couple times. If they do, great, you're through. If they don't, at least you've still got your Shadow Priest at full mental power moving into that lower bracket. Because I know that, like, as I'm playing my Shadow Priest, I get trained by a Windwalker, I start tilting. It's like, I'm leg swept, I'm knocked, I'm kicked, I got Dispelled, I can't, like, it requires a very high level of resolve to keep your mental health there good in that type of matchup. So I think keeping Gage on the bench here is probably better for their long-term strategy in the tournament.
Reserve the mental health at all costs. It's also, I will say this, like, as someone who plays a decent amount of Mage and also the other casters, one of the worst feelings is when you're playing kind of like a melee caster against a melee frost mage. Because you just know your melee can't hit the frost mage. You know, he's just being rooted and snared and has no uptime. Meanwhile, you're just getting beat up. And I think that's like one of the main reasons why we're not seeing a lot of warlocks. One of the reasons why we're not seeing like demonology, we're not seeing affliction, we're not seeing destro as an example is because any mage melee is just, you're dying. Like, you have a warrior sitting on you, you have a windwalker or a feral druid. As that warlock, you're just dying. Meanwhile, the mage is just blinking around, he's chilling. Multiple ice blocks, good kiting. You know, it's really difficult to actually land any kind of damage. So it's one of those things why I think the mage melee right now is so potent. We've seen a little bit of Ellie Shaman kind of be able to compete with that, a little bit of Hunter. But other than that, it's been really, really tough. Left 4 Dead, though, they're going to the small map. This could be, you know, it's a game 3 potential game point here, Sid.
Yeah, it's looking good for Liquid right now. Runes of Lordaeron, like you say, match point. It is a cemetery, indeed, in fact.
I didn't know that.
And it would be a fitting final resting place because of this knowledge that we have. Liquid versus Left 4 Dead. Is Clapper going to be buried beneath the plague-ridden
Look at that.
cemetery?
Did you trademark that, by the way? I didn't know that.
I trademarked that. Possibly. I mean, you might be able to spend channel points on it. But they're just immediately starting on Sam here with a rake stun. Clapper is going to be connecting here as well. Trill is trying to peel them away, but he gets stunned. And they're doing Windwalker swaps now pretty consistently. I don't know if it's going to work out for them. It seems like that when they're able to actually connect to Sam, that's where they're getting a lot of momentum. If they spend too much time on Trill, then Sam just starts cutting them. But oh my god, okay, he's dying. Cedar's just an angel right now, which means he's immune to crowd control. He can free cast, spam heal, and Sam is still dying. That's the amount of pressure that Clapper and Axton are putting onto the board. Sam blinks over, but he double blinks to get the polymorph. Nice move from Sam. Unfortunately, it just ended up breaking. It's really tragic. I feel like that could have got a medallion, or at least a major wall. Ironbark's going to trade. They try to swap to Trill again. They're not really getting anything from him. They're trying to get back on Sam now, but I feel like they're falling behind. It's not looking as good as far as early aggression, but maybe just a couple of crits could turn that tide.
Oh, big snowdrift there by Sam I Am. Trill connecting with the Fists of Fury, putting up massive pressure. Tuna gets feared away, and just CD being able to just run over Chastise Sphere. Beautiful ice wall, almost in touch of death range. Clapper trying to get in line of sight. Beautiful Ring of Peace there by Trill, trying to deny that wall, but it gets sniped off. And Clapper ultimately will survive. And Tuna didn't have to trade too much there. He held onto his trinket, just using the Ironbark, and I think it's a fair trade.
All right, they survived that, but you can tell that Sam really wants this, these snowdrifts, these ice walls that he's setting up for his team. Cedar's never going to doubt his mage ever again, I think, after this cup, if they keep having this level of success. Cedar gets stunned up. Sam I am into a Stormbolt. Big Star Surge from downtown from Tuna. And it looks like Cedar will trade here with Medallion and Ray of Hope. Can they make that Hope negative? No, they can't. Sam's back to full. Clapper's trying to intervene over to reconnect, but he's getting intercepted. Here comes a Snowdrift. Can Tuna get out of it? He doesn't manage to actually get out of it. He's stunned for a moment, but Sam's cloned, so they can't really punish. They stun Trill. Another swap on Trill. I feel like for him to go down, it had to be a major blunder right now. He's not going to make the mistake. They get a double fear, which is a nice play here. And now they're looking to reconnect onto Sam. He gets vortexed. Tries to blink again. Massive pressure on Clapper. It's match point. Left 4 Dead want to stay in that upper bracket for as long as possible. Get as many points as they can to qualify for the gauntlet. It's looking so grim for them. Can they pull off a miracle here against Liquid?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Trill getting lower and lower. He's got the Touch of Karma available. Axton gets caught in the leg sweep once again. Big damage here. The conduit of the Celestials. The full paralyze lands onto Tuna, but he preemptively Ironbarks Axton, which should be enough damage reduction for him to survive. But they make a swap on Clapper, and there's back and forth, touch of death range. Clapper leaps away in defiance, but is it going to be enough? Tuna has so many heal over time effects on Axton, and they just ignore Axton, going after Clapper, but with some beautiful kiting. Looks like Clapper will survive, and now they continue the push.
Uh-oh, another wall comes down. Axton in trouble, doesn't want to die like he did in game number 1. Trades out the wall, huge recovery. Tuna sustains him, but they still haven't gotten a block. They're so far behind in terms of offense. They need one right here. Can they manage to net it? Oh, Guardian Spirit comes through. A swap on Trill. Is he going to make a mistake? He gets stunned again. Doesn't look like he will. Sidu patiently keeping him alive here. Sam blinks in. Dragon's Breath. Polymorph. Nice leap pummel from Clapper. Good defense play here, but a ring now is likely going to connect. Nice in-cap roar to stop that. Into another in-cap roar. Sam's going to blink away from all of that disruption and try and get some distance, but Clapper's still getting uptime. Bladestorm comes through and he gets a block and overlapped. These are the types of mistakes that Left 4 Dead can take advantage of. This is a big opportunity for them here on Runes of Lordaeron.
Tuna gets feared away, but doesn't amount to too much. Trill has to actually trade out the Touch of Karma as well, so he's going to be continuing to play here onto Clapper. Sam kiting around, but this small map has really enabled kind of an explosive matchup for both of these teams. C2's always in range to easily get Fears on Tuna. At the same time, Clapper and Axton, they're going to have high uptime in this match. Nice Fear, though. Big setup on C2. This could be the game. They're doing it. He's getting lower and lower. The disorienting roar comes in, but it looks like C2 might be able to survive. I really like that swap, though. It was a great opportunity. Now turning their attention onto Sam.
All right, back onto the mage. Oh, he's just dead. How poor Clapper, man. Can we get F's in the chat for Clapper? Because what... This poor gnome, bro. This poor gnome. Oh my god. He's got his wall up. That's like, should be good, guys. Should be good. I got wall for this. I'll be good. Oh, never mind. We're out. We're toast. That's it. Left 4 Dead. I've been Left 4 Dead in Runes of Lordaeron, at least. It would be fitting for their name. And they're going to be going down to the lower bracket. Liquid looking as strong as ever here with the Windwalker Mage Priest. The swap to Sea-Doo, man, they almost clutched it out. They were just a couple seconds away from getting a kill on Sea-Doo, and little did they know that they were just seconds away from dying. Clapper's 100% health. He walls at 60%, just dead.
I mean, that's... What? That was a big Fist of Fury. I talked about the Fist of Fury. I think those are going to be... I think those are going to be in the millions. Over 1 million ticks of Fist of Fury. That's my guess. We'll wait and see. We'll see it. You know,
over 1 million Fist of Fury ticks?
Yeah. You ever seen that before?
No, I've never seen it. I mean, it's every cooldown all lined up at the same time, but was it even fit? He conduits after he's dead. It's like a BM conduit. Looks like he's already dead, Trill. He's just conduiting on his corpse.
I don't know how C2 survived this, too. That was such a clean setup, but he inevitably gets off the Desperate Prayer. And, yeah, you can see these final moments. Tuna, yeah, he just gets caught into the leg sweep. It's just such a crazy amount of damage incoming. And that's one of the strengths we talked about. We're seeing a lot more Windwalker monks in North America, and they pack quite a punch right now.
They certainly do. That is going to be a quick victory for Team Liquid. That is the first time I've been that wrong this weekend, so I'm a little bit, my ego's been killed a little bit after that series, but either way, they're going to walk away with a pretty solid victory there, and we will see Team Liquid on Championship Sunday. That was honestly, frankly, for me, quite surprising. I didn't expect Tiger Toads to, like, lose that badly. Go ahead, Ven.
Let's look at this. This is like, okay, you have to add up all the images, okay? So 420,000 plus 400,000 plus 400,000, over 1 million. That's a 1.2 million tick into a follow-up, 1.3 million tick, 1.2 million tick once again. Like, these are just absolutely destroying. He follows it up with a slicing wind. So just really, really quickly doing like 5+ million bursts. I mean, you see it in these final moments. Trill getting off 8.9 million damage. In the last 1.5 seconds, Trill did 7 million damage there.
I think I'm playing my monk tonight.
You should. Can't force that, though. Without force that, it's not the same.
You can't force that? Is that what you said?
No, I said without force set, don't bother. But once you have the force set, you're going to be having a good time.
Very true. Yeah, I mean, these guys are on the tournament realm, so they are able to, kind of get the ultimate, the BIS gear as they head into these matches. Here is the bracket where we currently are. Team Liquid in the semifinals. They are waiting for an opponent. So next time we see them, it will be on Championship Sunday. Very, very excited for that. It will be playing the winner of this next up series is going to be either Welcome to the JUNG versus Tiger Toads. I am just as excited, if not more excited, for this upcoming series, Super Tees. I feel like it'll be a little bit more of a bloodbath than what we just saw.
I'm curious to see what the Tiger Toads have brought, because they were actually looking decent with their Arcane. I think they started out with Frost, and they've been bouncing between whether they wanted to use Frost or they wanted to use Arcane. So I'm curious to see where they've decided to settle on that in this matchup. And what's nice about this weekend and also this year is, like, Echo is not just clearly the best team. Welcome to the JUNG is not just clearly the best team. They're not just dominating the whole way through the bracket. So you really can't underestimate anybody. Locked in Europe beat Echo, and they didn't make top 8 in the first week. So I don't want to call this one too close here before it's over, because it's felt like an opposite week or an opposite season or something like that. But a lot of the best teams, it's being equalized in terms of skill.
Yeah. Cannot agree more. It's just so competitive for both regions, and it's kind of been a while, I feel like, since we've had one of those seasons where a team is winning week after week, especially in North America. So we're going to find out next who that is going to be going up to Team Liquid in the upper finals on Championship Sunday. Is it going to be Welcome to the Jung, or is it going to be Tiger Toads? Find out next. We're going to head to a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the upper bracket, second of the day here in the upper bracket. If you're just now tuning in, you just missed a banger of a series. Team Liquid won 3-0, sending Left 4 Dead down to the lower bracket. And now it is Welcome to the Jung versus Tiger Toads, two teams that all of us expect to do very, very well, Zico. And this is also a rematch from last week from Cup number 1.
That is correct. Last time these two teams, it was the Tiger Toads that came out on top. So welcome to the Jung. Looking for a little bit of revenge. We saw the FMP come out from Welcome to the Jung. A little bit of Ellie Outlaw, a little bit of Ellie Feral as well. And the Ellie Outlaw is actually a composition that, the Ellie Outlaw is a composition that we saw utilized a little bit as well from Forged RMP. But we also seen the Ellie Feral do really well for Overload in Europe. So I feel like the meta right now, with Tiger Toads being kind of the one of the best RMPs in the game, I feel like the meta has not really been in their favor this weekend, and I feel like it favors a little bit more with Welcome to the Jung. Feral Druid seems to be really strong this weekend, and the Ellis stuff that they're running, I think if they practice it more, could be really tough actually for Tiger Toads.
All right, David, you were kind of alluding this to a little bit when we were in the break. If we do see these same compositions again with these teams, how do you think it's going to play out?
Well, from what we've seen from Tiger Toad so far, they really lean heavy on the Rogue Mage to confirm what Zico just said. I think Rogue Mage is kind of their bread and butter. I mean, Cubsy's on the roster as well, just to kind of shift up the Rogue Mage from Frost Mage to Arcade Mage even. And they also have different players playing Outlaw and Sub Rogue. So looking at like the classes that are available to them, it just seems like everything's kind of around the foundation of Rogue Mage. And if they're leaning on Rogue Mage that much going into this week, we saw in EU, FMP did really well into him. I think the presence of the prayer of mending, I should say, nerf has made it much harder for these holy priests to deal with that like spread pressure that feral druids are capable of doing so well right now. And so I think that this might mean that might be the difference in this matchup. They might not need to flex over onto some of these like alt elemental shamans, alt whatever, if the FMP versus the rogue main matchup occurs. But Cubsy does have Warlock, Elemental Shaman. He's got some stuff listed, so who knows? They might go for the main team, back and forth, but there is always potential for both of these rosters. They're good enough. They got the alts, they got the flexibility to switch those compositions if need be. They're both top-tier competitors. I mean, Welcome to the Jung, arguably one of, if not one of the best teams in North America. Yeah, it's going to be explosive no matter what, I think.
All right, well, given that, what is your prediction, D-Machine, for this series?
I still gave it to Welcome to the Jung. I think I did it pretty close. Yeah, I did. I did 3-2 in favor of Welcome to the Jungle. I think Welcome to the Jungle's FMP is going to be the deciding factor. I know Tiger Toads did win last time, but I think that this is their time. Welcome to the Jung.
Okay, Zico.
I also went with D-Machine's prediction here. I went Welcome to the Jung, but I went a little bit more aggressive with my pick. I'm going for a straight 3-0. I think they're going to bounce back hard from last weekend. I think the meta has shifted slightly in their favor, and I believe that they have been practicing the right comps to take down this team. So I believe in them 100%.
Okay, I am also with you guys, not quite as far in that direction with Zico. I also think that Jung could pull off this win, and it looks like Ven and Suki as well. So this might be, I think, the first series today that we're all in agreement in terms of prediction, at least for who wins. So who knows? Maybe Tiger Toads ends up proving us wrong. I always certainly hope that there's an upset. We love a good upset. We love an underdog story, and it looks like that is where they are, at least in terms of our prediction. So we will certainly find out. I'm sure that they know what they are up against and that they may be considered the underdogs. So they've got a lot to prove here. There's a lot on the table for both of these teams. It is the upper quarters. Winner moves on to face Team Liquid on Championship Sunday. It's game number 1 starting off.
All right, what do we get here? We get the Ella Feral from Welcome to the Jung, and we get Cubsy tagged in on the Arcane Mage. We get Calvish on the Sub Rogue, and Kearney on the Resto Druid. So Arcane RMD coming in from the Toads, and we'll see how well that fares into what Welcome to the Jung is running. And immediately we see actually a pretty bad opener for the RMP here. Drake kind of finding Calvish there and getting a little bit of bleed pressure right off the bat.
Zhang already holy warding. He's like, nah, no CC chaining coming. I'm going to heal through this. A-okay. Him of hoping on Prev. That was a bunch of damage from Cubsy. Completely respected. Calvish, though, just constantly getting lit up by this Elemental Shaman, as well as the Feral Druid. Cyclone goes out from Kearney, actually defensively, out onto Drake. But the mind games in these blind picks is pretty crazy. Sub-Rogue, we were like kind of gushing about it with Aiden a little bit earlier. Lots of control. Arcane Mages, super slippery. I love to see the composition choices coming out from both of these teams. Honestly, don't know which way is going to take advantage. We talked about in the EU region how disruptive these Elemental Shamans can be, but he's taking so much damage constantly. Cubsy's damage is ridiculous, but Prev and Drake are the ones who are currently pumping.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the Resto Druid pick as well is kind of throwing me off a little bit. See if that is going to end up working for the side of Tiger Toads, because having that late game kind of mana advantage that the Resto Druid typically gets is really nice. But here's a big setup actually onto Prev. He gets gripped to safety. Drake gets counterspelled on his attempt to crowd control Kearney there with the Cyclone, and it's all going to come down to Prev versus Cubsy. If Prev can hit a lot of interrupts onto Cubsy, yeah, and exactly, and do what he's doing right now, just keep bullying Cubsy. Don't let him cast Arcane Missiles. Don't let him cast Arcane Surge. Just keep shutting it down. Line of sight, Grounding Totem, Wind Shears, things like that, and really stall Cubsy's damage. That is when Prev is going to be able to pull ahead. And I do believe Prev is playing that kind of standard Ellie Shaman build, Lava Burst based with Farseer. So we'll see if Prev can actually pull ahead, because he should be able to outdamage Cubsy in a long matchup here, even though Cubsy being backed up with the Sub-Rogue is going to be able to help him out to get some more casts off.
Totally agree. And you know, looking at Welcome to the Jung's playstyle so far, I really do give them the edge. Prev is super low, still holding on to this wall. Going to be cloned up DR at low health, trying to prevent that health bar from going back up. But Zhang never overcommitting just yet, rotating through those holy wards. But here's the kidney shot. If Cubsy can get the follow, he gets the wall. This could be it for Prev right here, right now. It goes through! It goes through. I believe he got the burrow off, but it didn't matter. Tiger Toads, are you kidding me? They see an opening and they take it. Oh my gosh, do you want to interrupt this? That's fine. You want to interrupt that? That's okay. But this one go, and I will take you out the map on 2 minutes and 47 seconds. And Welcome to the Jungle falls against the Rogue Mage. Against a composition on Paper Z that I feel like should be capable of stopping this damage.
Yeah, but they caught Prev at the perfect time there, and that was the touch of the Magi exploding there in the burrow. So you can see right here, Cubsy goes for the Ice Wall, he gets the touch of the Magi, and then he gets those Giga Missiles, he gets the Arcane Barrage off as well. Actually, I think the touch of the Magi didn't even explode there. It was something else that killed him. I actually don't know what they actually ended up getting that last hit, but the 4-set for Arcane Mage is so nice, because when you activate the touch, you also get the cleave missile that you can see here, and that also is just amped up and does extra damage. Dang. And yeah, he just goes down like that. Just a good ice wall play from Cubsy. He's coming off the bench hot, and he's always going to be one of those really scary players that can just kind of turn the match up like that. Really, really cool to see.
And Zhang knows it, man. I mean, this dude was preemptively using Angel in Holy Ward the entire time. He sees Cubsy on this mage. He sees these players. He's played against them before, and he's respecting every single potential go. Not even go. He's like, yeah, this might be a go. Holy Ward, just in case. I might just get Magi'd. But holy crow. Game number 1 is going to go to this RMD, not a P. Really, really impressive gameplay coming out from the Arcane Mage. That touch of the Magi, I was listening to comms during practice when people faced Arcane Mages. I think it was Cubsy on the ladder, and it's one of those things where every single player on the team is just screaming it as soon as they see it. It's like, this touch of Magi, this is touch, just a heads up, everyone, trade, please, you're gonna need to, because the damage is ridiculous. But the channeled pressure as well is an interesting mechanic that happened. Like, he burrowed, but I think a lot of the damage still went through because it was preemptively channeled. And then looks like at the very end there, Arcane Splinter? I don't even know what that is.
Yep, that is the hero talent. So when you activate touch, you also get some splinters, and when you have multiple splinters on one target, you proc a splinter storm. So it's like basically passive. It's kind of like a dot. Yeah, it's it's just passive damage that you proc, and then when you get enough procs, it triggers like a bigger burst of damage, and you can kind of proc the damage on, like, you can force it to proc, like you can proc a Splinter Storm. If you Arcane Surge, for example, you automatically proc one. So there is a couple of ways it interacts with your spells that you can kind of control it. But yeah, Arcane Barrage right there for Cubsy as well. And there's so many things.
Yeah.
Yeah. We didn't talk at all about Calvish, but the secret tech as well coming in. You know, popping that Deathstalker's mark, and also the elemental focusing lens is always nice. Getting a little bit extra proc damage there as well from the embellishment, and I feel like literally everybody's running that embellishment. I'm running it too. Just double elemental focusing lens is just free damage. Seems so good, and yeah, you can see here. Whenever an embedded arcane splinter is removed, it explodes, dealing 10% of spell damage, arcane damage to nearby enemies. Got the volatile magic.
That's all, and that's all they needed. You know what I mean? They got the damage off before the burrow, or channeled even past the burrow, and then just a little bit of damage at the very end is all they needed to get that kill. But can we just take a quick second to appreciate how freaking sweet this staff is? Good lord, that's awesome.
Yeah, Cubs is always rocking that staff. That is the Aluneth legendary from Legion, right?
Just the most arcane ever, bro. Cubsy's just he's just built different.
Yeah, you know, it looks different when you don't polymorph. When you polymorph somebody, it like puffs up like that. So,
wait, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, that's sick.
It becomes big when you land a sheep with it. So it's pretty cool. It's one of my favorite weapons too. But it's hard to find a good Mog that kind of works with it. Cubsy's really got a good one though.
Yeah, I mean, he's just mage. He's just a Magus. He's a different flavor of Magus for this game. He did lock in the Elemental Shaman. So, you know, going into the blind pick, he knows that the opposing team is going to be seeing what he chooses. And instead of being able to, like, maybe hard counter the RMD, he switches to that Elemental Shaman. Yeah. To me, because of this preemptive like blind pick that they're doing here in the next game, it makes me feel like they won the blind pick, like they won the mind game in their head.
Yeah, 100%. Like locking in the Frostmage Windwalker kind of shows that, okay, if we're facing their Frostmage, because that's the tricky thing about the Toads, right? They have the Frostmage with Calvish and Dazed on the rogue, and they play Frostmage Outlaw like that. But then they also have Calvish on the sub-rogue and Cubsy on the Arcane Mage. So it's like almost like they have two rogues and two mages on their team in a way. And it is a little bit different, right? Because you don't know exactly what you're going up against. And if you're going up against the Arcane sub-version, that is a bit of a different playstyle. And if you're going up against the Frost Outlaw, then that is a different playstyle as well. So welcome to the Jung. I don't know if I necessarily like this pick though, but we have seen a lot of success for Windwalker Mage. So we'll see. We'll see how good it is. And I mean, it's got to be a good day for you, David. You love Windwalkers. You main Windwalker, and that's basically all we've been seeing today.
Dude, I'm having so much fun. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm like looking at everyone's talents. I'm writing down notes. I'm ready to cue some solo shuffle after this broadcast. We'll just leave it at that. The Windwalkers are having a lot of fun and punching the heck out of everyone. But Cubsy flexing over onto the Elemental Shaman's going to be a bit more disruptive. Nick's going to have his work cut out for him, having to get through, you know, Giga Tree Immune CC, the shape shifting and whatnot. They're going to need some of that cross CC that, you know, Windwalkers don't have like Feral or Rogues do. You know what I mean? Sap goes out in the net, Calvish getting active. Who's going to be the kill target? Sap gets swapped over onto Zhang. Looks like Drake is going to be the main kill target. Instantly incaps the Rogue and is across the map onto Cubsy.
Yeah, and let's see it here onto Cubsy doing a decent amount of damage, and we've actually gotten to see. Wait, 1 second. There's a smoke bomb right now onto Drake. He's taking a lot of damage. Kearney is in that Giga Tree. Oh my God, Drake up to 20% HP right there, but Kearney is able to pick him back up. I was gonna say we've seen Drake and we've seen Chun and we've seen Dorito all on the Windwalker, and that was Drake's initial main. So it's really cool to see that he's still been keeping up on it, and we're getting to see all the best Windwalkers in the game. A big attempt here again onto Drake, but he is going to be able to get away from that situation here. So far, I don't think it's looking that good for Welcome to the Jung. I feel like they haven't really been able to get any big pressure just yet.
Just throughput trading, man. They need the big defense. They need the iron barks. They need the trinkets. And with all those cooldowns, they got nothing but Giga Tree. And they were going to use it anyway to stop the CC. Cubsy down to half. He gets locked on that stun. The setup onto Drake is going to force the Guardian Spirit. Preemptive Holy Ward from Zhang. He knows that he's vulnerable for a setup right here. Drake holding on to that Karma. But the Guardian Spirit's going to get cloned up. That's a big deal. I just feel like Tiger Toads, they have control of this game so far. They're doing a good job. They're not overreacting. They're just trading as efficiently as humanly possible. Nick just getting unloaded on by Cubsy's Gatling gun of procs, dipping down to half here, but it should be okay. There's no CC to follow it up onto Zhang, but the Holy Ward is now finally down. Cross CC clone, and that's Drake. He's going to use the incap, and this is Karma. He sees the damage, but it gets cloned again, man. Tiger Toads has just complete control of game 2.
Yeah, that low clone on the Karma is really nice. And now they have an opportunity to maybe chain that as well with some more pressure. Ooh, the kidney shot is unfortunately DR. Zhang actually avoiding the CC chain right there. I think he avoided the blind there. It looked like Zhang actually like deffed it or something. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but Drake manages to recover in the midst of those things, and he's going after Cubsy here once again. Celestial Conduit doing a decent amount of damage, and it is those 4 sets for the Windwalker. Those Fists of Fury can really hurt, so pay attention to those. If he gets his images, he gets his Fist of Fury, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage onto Cubsy right here. Slicing Winds.
Yes.
He's going for the combo. Do they have the damage? They get the nice ice wall there, but the ice wall is not going to be enough here, it looks like, and it is going to be actually, once again, Drake maybe taking the brunt of that exchange. Nick is going to polymorph Calvish there, trying to slow him down a little bit, but now they finally get a little bit of uptime. 1 Fist of Fury right there onto Cubsy, doing tons of work. Zhang in the back line, spamming out the smites as well, just trying to add a little bit of extra pressure for his team. And Kearney actually looks like he wants to reposition. It looks like he actually went into stealth there to try to avoid crowd control. It looks like Zhang wants to push in for a chastise sphere, and Kearney is very aware of it, just continuously outranging and just repositioning away from that priest.
Yeah, they're just rotating around the map, slowly forcing Drake into a weird position, and they're not even Cubsy doesn't even need a wall. Ironbark just chilling. They got every defensive cooldown they could ever want. Drake is hurting Cubsy and getting him lower and lower. I mean, the strike of the Windlord. Okay, here we go. There's some images. It's gonna get gouged up. Oh my God, this team is doing such a good job just shutting down this Windwalker whenever he wants to have fun. I feel for him, man. But here's strike of the Windlord. This is Tiger. This is lots of magic damage, and Kearney's gonna respect it with the Giga Tree. This is Blade's kidney shot. The followed up. Nick just might go down. Huge damage onto him. No block going to be committed just yet. Drake cloned up on his cooldowns. Celestial Conduit's going to be used as well to try to get offensive. Cubsy dipping down to half health. Still no wall available, or not trading the wall at all. He has complete faith in Kearney from keeping him up through all of that, and it's scary for both sides, but the defensive cooldowns are being rotated like crazy for Welcome to the Jung. Oh, and here we go. The bomb, the cheap shots, the double cheap shot. Zhang has to push in, but he gets cheap shotted. If that gets followed up, it could just be over for Drake. Karma's gonna be committed. He also has diffuse magic. Holy Ward from Zhang gonna prevent the follow-up CC. Now Cubsy finally needs to use the wall as the polymorphs connect onto Kearney.
Oh, and they have an ice wall here. This could be dicey for Cubsy here. Definitely doesn't want to be on the receiving end of what happened last match. Gonna go ahead and trinket and respect it with the burrow, but that was a great push. They got Cubsy's trinket, they got the astral shift, and they got the burrow, so doesn't really have any more big cooldowns like that to work with. Drake, though, with no karma, is getting absolutely blasted right now, getting zapped here by Cubsy and Calvish, but it looks like he is going to be able to stay alive for now with the Guardian Angel. Pushes in, gets disorienting roar. Ooh, nice kick there by Drake on the Cyclone. Does not get Cyclone there as a result. Now going back over onto Cubsy. Slicing Winds coming out. Big damage onto Cubsy. He's got no defensive cooldowns. Kearney, though, with the Iron Bark and the Giga Tree, should be able to keep him alive. But here's a big Fist of Fury connecting once again onto Cubsy. What are they going to do? If they have a paralyze onto Kearney, that could be just his trinket right there. But instead, they're going to kidney shot Drake and actually manage to get him into a Cyclone. And now they're trying to turn the pressure back onto Nick here on the side of the Tigers. But it doesn't look like Nick is taking too much damage just yet, and it looks like Cubsy actually is still trying to push for that ice block, but instead he's just going to get that greater invis.
Yep, looks like, oh, the no karma for 5 more seconds, the double cheap shot. He's going to go ahead and disarm this rogue and chill him out for a second on that go. Diffuse magic as well for Cubsy. Drake's going to live another day. Karma finally back up here, but Kearney's trinket was forced there with a chastised fear. So there is an opening here to kill Cubsy, or perhaps even make a swap over onto Kearney. I saw Drake, you know, priming him up with a couple Fist of Furies there a second ago. Could be a potential kill target. Chastise swap onto Calvish. The wall to follow it up. Kidney shot used defensively. Now swapped offensively into the cheap shot. Drake not able to use that touch of karma when he's in stun, but he's out of stuns finally, and Guardian Spirit is up. He's going to be A-OK. Zhang in the Holy Ward once again, ready to keep his team offensive. Kearney sees it. He's in Heart of the Wild. He's in Giga Tree. He's immune to CC for the time being. Both teams trading blow for blow. This is a lot closer than the opener I thought it was going to be. I see the win condition now for the Windwalker Monk. Hopefully that's not pure bias or copium, because Cubsy, you know, he has the wall. We have the Iron Perk that he has to get through, but it just seems like one good go, and they get everything, including an ice block. Holy crow, Cubsy, chill. That freaking thing is crazy.
I love that. Just so much excitement from you, D-Machine. I love to see it. And Nick is definitely pretty fast on that ice block finger as well. Manages to pull that off before he goes down. We've seen it in the past, but look at Drake. He gets stunned on Drake and see the smoke bomb. He might just go down. Oh my goodness. Finally, the touch of karma comes out there for Drake. That was an extremely close attempt here. And Tiger Toads, man, they have been practicing some secret techs of their own. Cubsy on the LA show has been absolutely pumping this game. Look at his damage, just leading by miles on the damage done here. This guy is an absolute damage lord on any class he plays, and right now he is making them feel it on the side of Welcome to the Jung. Drake once again not feeling too confident here, staying out in the open field, getting absolutely zapped here by Cubsy, but he's making his way over there. Can he get some pressure? He gets gouged on his way over by Calvish. Calvish now chaining it with the kidney shot. Do they have any crowd control? Nick fake casts his GC. He gets the premonition, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get too much work done. Zhang pushes in. He gets a full fear here, potentially. Cubsy, does he have the tremor totem? He pre-tremors. They get a full sheep on the Kearney. He's going to trinket out. They get the astral shift there from Cubsy and Kearney's trinket. Another great push coming out here, but Nick needs to be careful now. He's very, very low. He wants to get that ice wall, but dampening is high. Could be forced into the ice block. He gets the ice wall off, actually, but it's not going to do too much work in that position. Kearney is in correct position here to get the heals out.
I can't believe this. 16 seconds back on Touch of Karma for Drake, and he desperately is going to need that. The next dance from Calvish could be just the end of the game here. Zhang sees it. He's getting the Holy Ward. He's in the Apotheosis. He wants to get aggressive. Incap goes out onto Kearney with the Iron Bark, though. Preemptively, evasion from Calvish. Any win condition that Drake might have saw is gone. There we go. Touch of Karma is back available for him, though. He has the Guardian Spirit, though. He should be A-OK, and the Strike of the World will be committed, making that Slicing Winds nature damage significantly higher. It gets a big chunk off of Cubsy, but they do such a good job slowing him down. It makes all these like multiplier setups that Drake is going for just completely nullified. And Calvish, he's on a sub rogue, but he's on second on the meters, man. You're supposed to trade the control for the damage, and Calvish is like, nah, I want both, bro. Cheap shot, cheap shot, cheap shot. Give me your karma, dude. Yet again, just rotating through every defensive cooldowns. Welcome to the Jung has got to be running on fumes very soon. Kearney's mana is not far behind, though. Drake somehow not living through that touch of karma, going to force the diffuse follow-up as well. Fist of Fury going out onto Kearney into the leg sweep. Maybe this could be a swap. Doesn't look like it. He gets knocked away on it. Drake getting lit up. This is the smoke bomb. Cheap shots. Zhang, you got to get in there, but he's roared. Any follow-up CC on his A. Cheap shot. Disarm from Drake. He's trying to get this rogue off him. In-cap polymorph on the Cubsy. It will be broken, though. But Cubsy still has that wall. He's dipping down lower than half. This is Giga Tree. It should be enough throughput to deal with this. And it looks like Tiger Toads is completely okay. Drake is going to go down, surely. Big heal from Zhang, but they just knock it right back down yet again. Drake is on the run. Kidney shot. Do they have the Guardian Spirit? They do. Now Nick getting swapped too. That might be another block out of nowhere. Tiger Toads, they smell blood in the water. They have all the momentum on their side.
Yeah, but here comes another counter push onto Cubsy. They're standing on their last leg on the side of Welcome to the Jung. Can they finish it? Can they do it? They get a paralyze onto Kearney. He's got trinket, but he's being greedy. He trinkets the leg sweep, gets a huge heal there onto Cubsy. Kearney playing that very patiently. Now, what are you going to do, Drake? No touch of karma for another 15 seconds. The ice wall connects, though. Could take down Cubsy in game number 2. Cubsy will fall, but they're still going to play this out. This could be a cross kill potentially. Calvish activating the evasion here, looking for the kill, but he gets stunned on it. Nick is going to be able to take him down, and Cubsy gets a taste of his own medicine here in game number 2. He wins game number 1 based off of a wall, but then he falls to the wall of Welcome to the Jung. What an insane game, though. That was so back and forth. That could have easily gone either way. I'm not convinced that this is like a solid comp here for Welcome to the Jung.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Okay, so listen. Elemental Shamans, we're a fan. We're definitely a fan. We talk about how disruptive they are. We talk about all of that stuff. But they lack a little bit of control that a mage kind of brings. Not to mention the crazy mobility that the Arcane Mage brings. I don't know. I feel like an Arcane Mage in this matchup might have been a better pick than the Elemental Shaman. But it was a blind pick, right? It was the loser advantage pick. So they had to choose something that, you know, they don't perceive as a possible hard, counter, if you will. But there's so many times I thought Drake was just dead. I mean, Zhang, he's doing a good job. He's rotating through the Guardian Spirit. He's preemptively using the Angels that he needs to. But just look at the defensive cooldowns at the end of the game here for Zhang. No Guardian Spirit, no health swap, Apotheosis. I guess you can get a couple Serenities with no mana. Yeah, like look at the incaps, the desperation incap, the desperation polymorphs. They're trying to peel and kill at the same time. These are really, really two heavyweight teams just kind of like going at it. Sometimes you see in boxing, you know, two guys, they just decide never to dodge and they just kind of all in on each other's face. That's what I feel like I'm watching right now. Both teams are just going face.
I don't know. They went 15 rounds. They got some tanky faces. If that's what happened in this game, they went to 55% dampening, going face the entire time. No, but that was beautiful. And for Kearney as well, at the end right there, even though it didn't work out for him, the patience, you got to commend the patience. I don't know that many healers who would sit that incap right there, because he's like, I could get leg swept off of this, and then it's definitely GG. But if I sit this, it might just be GG. But he saved it for the perfect time, got that last big heal off, and then after that, he's like, well, you're on your own. Like, what can we do? Nick gets a great ice wall, and that's all you can do in that position. So both teams really stepping up, man. I feel like the top teams in North America in general, like this level of play is not something that I feel like it just keeps getting better, you know, like at the highest level.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
There's more and more top teams. It seems really competitive at the top, so it's cool to see. I expected Welcome to the Jung to just grab a quick 3-0 here. Obviously, I was wrong. Tiger Toads showing that even when they lose, it is going to go the distance. And now we are going to Tiger's Peak, which is that home advantage for Drake because he plays Monk, or is that home advantage for Tiger Toads because it's Tiger Toads?
Dude, now you're asking the real questions, bro. I don't know. I don't know. I
think the fried questions.
There's definitely some role-playing bonus points that are going on right now for the Windwalker Monk, but maybe we won't see one. Drake swapping over to the Feral Druid. We're going to see what Tiger Toads locks in here. Maybe a Rogue Mage against the FMP Mirror once again. Maybe they're like, yeah, we're going to go Arcane Sub again. Because apparently Sub Rogues can do just as much damage as everybody else. I didn't know that. I didn't get the memo. Did you get the memo? That's crazy. I thought Sub Rogues had all the control and lacked the damage, but getting proven wrong here in game number 2. I don't know. But you mentioned something really important about Windwalker Monks, and I think that's like a pro tip that I should just call out. Don't just incap as soon as you open. Wait until someone's dipping low, and then incap. Yes, you might DR with your mage or whatever, but that instant incap you can take advantage of, and Drake is just a masterclass at doing that.
Yeah. Anytime you have like all your modifiers stacked, you have all your damage rolling, that is when we're going to see the big value come out, because that's like any kind of CC there, like in those moments, if you have like an incap plus like a bash or a chastise or just like anything like that, it is enough to force major cooldowns, because in those moments the damage is so high, especially if there's no kind of damage reductions. Nah, it's all good. Bless you.
Dude, this comp is taking forever actually to choose, which leads me to believe that they're like a little stumped here. I do think the FMP have the advantage against the Rogue Mage matchup.
You think the FMP has the advantage? I mean, that's what we saw with Dobob in Europe, right?
Yeah. Primal Wrath spread those rips around. And they're doing it, though. They are sticking with the Outlaw, though. So this is the same matchup that we saw Tiger Toads win with Rogue Mage.
Yeah, but that was last week. And this week, we have seen this matchup win on the other side. So, welcome to the JUNG. I like their blind pick here. I feel like this is a matchup that can go either side. And that's really the best thing you can do when you're on the blind, right? If you lock in the Windwalker, you might just get hard countered right off the bat. If you lock... What are you sipping on there? Is that some tea or what was that?
Green tea, baby. You know? I mean, we are at Tiger's Peak after all, and I am a monk main. I'm sticking to the brand, you know?
Yeah. That
I feel like people still hold on to the Ret main with me, and I'm just like, I've ascended, guys. You know, I am on the peaks. We didn't see any Ret. Okay, we thought we had a Ret team in the final 8, and then we just got KFC every time, which is pretty incredible.
We got baited. We got baited in that matchup, but we won on our predictions. So
that's right.
You know
that's
what?
all that matters.
That's fine. Yeah,
that's right.
We
and I can still get the perfect score in this prediction too. Like I'm not out of it just yet. Though
I'm out of it.
I respect the bold. I respect the bold 3-0. I mean, honestly, I thought it was going to be the FMP RMP mirror to death, and then FMP was just going to kind of dampen. I was hard wrong. I mean, I see the rosters, and I saw what they played last week, and you know. Credit where credit's due. Both of these teams showing that they are extremely flexible, and that I mean, as I say that, we're back to their bread and butter here in this matchup.
Both teams are extremely flexible. RMP versus FMP. No, but it's true though. It is true. Both teams have been preparing some stuff. I didn't expect to see Cubsy on an LA shot. So that was very surprising to see, and to see how much damage he was able to do, how much pressure and what it took to actually kill him. I was very impressed with that, and that's just something more now that we're adding into the arsenal here of the Tiger Toads. So it is 1-1 apiece right now, and this is the swing match. If Welcome to the JUNG can win this one, it is going to look great for all of our predictions. But of course, Tiger Toads, they have something to say about that. Already, we're seeing double angels popped in the opener.
Yeah, respecting the icy veins from both the mages. I mean, that's a scary button, as Venruki primely educated us. Incarnation from Drake as he dips down. Maim onto Kearney. Where's the follow-up, CC? It gets knocked out. I believe it gets counterspelled as well. Oh, the first ice block of the game will be forced as a polymorph lands out onto Zhang. And all of a sudden, the Rogue Mage are still showing that they got it. They beat this FMP with Rogue Mage last cup. Can they do it again? Calvish getting locked out here. He's taking a bit of damage. He's going to get gripped back in. Calvish just getting a huge bite from Drake, however. Drake's like, you might have gotten an ice block, but I want one myself. The Heart of the Wild also coming out. Maybe get some off heals out onto Nick. It doesn't look like it. Counterspell into the cheap shot, into the double fear. This is it for Nick. He's on hypo. Tiger Toads, what the heck? This Rogue Mage is unstoppable, taking game number 3.
What insanely dominating match here from the Tiger Toads. That, like, it's crazy because last match, 55% dampening. This match, 1 minute.
Yo,
like it's just, and they forced everything, right? So it's crazy. They get that beautiful opener. They get Kearney's trinket and the ice block. And at that point, if you can chain that together, you have a small window, right, where the hypothermia is going to be active, and that is where you can make it happen. So let's see what actually happened here. So Calvish goes behind the pillar. He recovers from this setup, and then they get a counterspell, a blink counterspell onto JUNG, into a cheap shot, into a polymorph, and that is a DR cheap shot. That is so nasty, actually, right there. Can we just see that one more time? Like, look at that. So Zhang is going for the holy fire right here. His whole team is like looking pretty healthy. Is completely fine. Calvish hits him with the blink counterspell, and then look at Dazed here. This cheap shot is coming out, and it's a half cheap shot, but the thing is, JUNG is feeling confident here because he's already been stunned. So he's like, okay, they've already stunned me. They're not going to do a go. It's our turn to get aggressive. I'm going to help my team get aggressive. So it's not necessarily a mistake from JUNG there. It's just a good outplay that comes out from the Tiger Toads here. And they immediately make that work. And Nick, unfortunately, he's on hypo. Like, you can't really do much here when you get surprise attacked like that. Tiger Toads take a quick one.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. I don't know. So when it comes to quick losses like that, especially coming off of the toes of like a dampener, I don't know. Like, think we talk a lot about like the composition strategies and like what's going on in these players' heads. But for me, my problem is tilting. I feel like if I die from having like on hypo in the opener, basically, I'm sad. And that really does like hurt my confidence a lot, especially in a matchup that we saw FMP beating some of the best rogue mages in the game yesterday. So it's definitely possible to go the distance, but to lose a game like that, it really is going to be a test to see if they can continue to keep their heads and to stay focused in this matchup. Both teams, I mean, I feel like every freaking pick, every draft is a crazy mind game with both of these teams. Because yeah, sure, you got the FMP. Yeah, sure, you got the RMP. But you also have Arcane Mage RMD and RMP. And then you have Elemental Shamans on both sides that seem to be able to hang.
It is really crazy because, like, when I see Calvish on the Outlaw Rogue, I'm like, wow, this guy's really good on the Outlaw Rogue. But then I see him on the Sub Rogue, I'm like, huh, this guy's really good on the Sub Rogue. But then I see him on the Mage, and I'm like, huh, maybe Rogue is his alt. So it's like you don't really know what's going on with this team. And same thing with Cubsy as well. Like you see Cubsy on the Arcane Mage, you're like, yeah, that's it. Lock that in. Keep locking that in. And then you see him on the Elisha and you're like, huh, okay, yeah, that works. And then he plays the Warlock, and it's just the same thing, right? So it's not just about being flexible. It's also just how good they are when they are flexible, and then they just have Dazed as well in their back pocket. And it's crazy to see how much this team has evolved, and it is kind of a fusion, right, from two different teams in a way from last season. So it's really cool to see, the Silk Tigers and the I forget which toads are we on, the Super Toads or the Power Toads or we've gone through so many iterations of that roster, but the fusion of those two rosters has been really beautiful to see. And once again, it's going to be Calvish on the Sub Rogue, Cubsy back on the Ellie. So this is their blind pick. They like this in the blind.
Yeah.
Dalaran Sewers, though.
Yep. Dalaran Sewers is a spooky space. It's like, I mean, you have the waterfall that comes down that kind of like really cuts the space in half. It can create like line of sight that can really, not work in your favor depending on when it lands. It's a map that requires a lot of flexibility. It has those boxes though if you do need to pull back and get defensive. It's well balanced in that regard, but it's tight. It's a tight fit. It's hard to get away. If one team is having momentum in their favor on this map, I feel like it's easier to capitalize on. And we're going to see an Elemental Shaman Feral Druid come out from Welcome to the Jung. All right. So we saw them lose in this composition because of the crazy burrow, right, in game number 1. I think I like this choice. Like, I wouldn't take that loss and be like, yeah, I mean, this is it. Like, the priest in that matchup, he decided to run around. Maybe if he mass dispelled instead of just immediately went for that button, he would have time to get a Serenity off to heal Prev in time. I'm not sure, but we do have a battle of the Elemental Shamans going on here in game number 4.
We absolutely do. And I think this is a pretty smart pick from Welcome to the Jung. I feel like this comp that they're running can beat everything that the Tiger Toads have. It's just going to be a tough road to get there. And the Windwalker that we saw last time, like we said, on Asha mains, where there's tons of space and you can kite around and Drake can kind of do whatever he wants. Even on that map, it was looking sketchy. Like, there was a couple of smoke bombs there where I wasn't sure if Drake was coming out of that alive. There was a couple of moments like that where, even late in the game, where I was like, I think Drake is maybe just dead right here. So I think it's smart, even on the Feral Druid, and we'll see here.
Cubsy's Ellie. I forget. He was an Arcane Mage in game 1, so... So I think that touch of the Magi is crazy. It might not have happened in the kill window of game number 1, but just the threat of it forced cooldowns. It had to act like, using holy wards like off cooldown, just spooked by any potential go. So looking at this matchup, I feel like the Feral has like more attrition opportunities, and both these healers seem to be like kind of head-to-head, Resto Druid and Holy Priest when it comes to mana. It can go back and forth, and then both Elemental Shamans being very disruptive, meaning that maybe we could go the distance, but Feral Druids I feel like can die in stuns like a monk. Is that true? Am I pulling that out? They
can. It's all about the pre-bear forms, right? As long as you get into that bear form before you get stunned, and you're kind of reading, what's going to happen before it happens, you kind of have a lot of defense like that. But if you ever get caught outside of that bear form, especially at a time where you don't have trinket or maybe even just bark skin and you get stunned on your trinket, you can absolutely disappear or in, you know, Dalaran Sewer's case, evaporate. So let's see what they can do here.
Toilet. Yeah.
Yeah,
sent down
it's
the
match
pipes,
point.
Here we go. They do get the
How much
sap on
fiber
the
do they
Zang.
have in the diet?
That's the question that we should definitely be asking. Calvish is going to get lassoed up into a fear, so that Go is going to be negated in the opener. So even though he got that sap onto the priest, it really didn't get you know, anything out of it. Big damage going out into Prev, but even when Zang's caught into a stun, he can still use that Guardian Spirit through. Not that it might have mattered there for a second. That's also the wall. Tiger Toads forcing a lot of defensive cooldowns out the gate. Chastise stun on the Calvish, potential swap onto him. He's just going to trade the cloak. He's going to respect the damage for now. But I thought Prev was dead. I'm not going to lie. I thought the game was over.
Yeah, it almost was. Prev can thank his lucky star that he actually survived that setup right there. Calvish actually going after Drake here. Big swap onto Drake, but looks like they're ready to deflect the situation here. Drake's going to have to use his Heart of the Wild and Barkskin right there, though. So Drake definitely feeling the pressure here on the next swap. He's not going to have that Barkskin. He could easily go down. He needs to pre-bear form these setups. Drake actually looking for a bash into a Cyclone onto Kearney there in the backline. No, they're swapping to Kearney actually. Big swap. Stun into stun. It's going to force out the Barkskin. Kearney is going to duck into bear form. He has Heart of the Wild. Should be able to recover there without spending too much mana. Now Jung gets caught up in a kidney shot. It looks like they are going after Prev here on the Ellie Shaman. Cubsy doing a decent amount of damage here on the Ellie Shaman. Keeping up with Prev so far in the matchup. Prev actually forced to trade out the Burrow here. And Prev already with no cooldowns left. He just has his trinket. Look at Drake as well, taking a tremendous amount of damage, but at the same time, Welcome to the Jung is striking back. Prev coming out of that Burrow and equalizing the damage there, getting a little bit of pressure for his team.
Both of these teams just have the utmost respect for each other's damage. There's a smoke bomb, and it's going to get cloned up by Drake within it. Because both teams are just kind of, you know, finding openers and immediately getting shut down constantly. Another swap on the Kearney. He did bear form this, though. Maybe it's not enough because he doesn't have Barkskin. That's the renewal follow-up. He's taking huge damage. He's trying to get the heals off, but he has to come into out of form to get those heals off. Whoa! He gets sucked back out into the open, but Drake finally caught into a Cyclone, and Kearney's going to have to keep those hots up on himself throughout the game to make these swaps less potent as we get deeper into dampening. That's going to be a lot of mana cost to try to preemptively keep those up. Prev getting ping-ponged is going to be forced to use his wall on the back end. Zang, no Guardian Spirit for quite a little while now. He does have the health swap if he absolutely needs it, but he's going to help his team get aggressive. Calvish now committing the kidney shot onto Drake. Looks like he's not even trying to really get too much damage out of it just yet. It's just trying to stop the consistent pressure from the team. Incarnation in 2 short seconds. If Prev can survive this go, there's the stun into the full blind. Prev has no wall available to him. Looks like he's catching a bit of heals from his teammates. Zang out of CC yet again. It looks like he's going to heal to live another day, and this is the Incarnation. Huge damage coming out from Drake, and it's going to be counteracted by the Giga Tree on the side of Kearney. Kearney now, he still has that Iron Bark. He's trying to save it. There's the Maim. Calvish uses the kidney shot onto Prev. The Holy Ward out onto Zang. He's trying to keep Prev aggressive as well. Preemptive Angel keeping himself completely in the game, but is it enough to keep Prev alive? Calvish also getting topped off through all that. And both teams, oh my gosh, trading blow for blow. As I say that, Prev's health bar just keeps like disappearing.
Yeah, Prev has actually managed to almost stall back his defensive cooldowns here. So if they can play this kind of defensive game, it's going to be good for them. Calvish, though, gets stunned into a Typhoon. Beautifully done. They chain it with the Lightning Lasso as well. They root him up there at the bottom side there. So generating decent pressure there back on to Calvish, forcing Kearney to kind of leave that pillar as well. Cubsy now is going to take a little bit of damage, but here comes the Smoke Bomb. Prev, what are you going to do? He trinkets, trades out the Stone Bulwark Totem and the Astral Shift here. So a lot of defensive cooldowns being used. He only has the Burrow left. Look at that beautiful pre-bear form there coming out from Kearney as well, right before that stun, reading the situation, gonna be ducking back to the pillar. Still had to use his bark skin though, but that could have been his trinket as well. Calvish still getting swapped to, taking a lot of damage there as well, but the Iron Bark is good for Kearney. He's gonna keep himself and his rogue both in that scenario alive, but now they're swapping to Cubsy, and they're doing such a great job on the side of Welcome to the Jung, just swapping Kearney, make sure that he's hotting himself. Now we're swapping to Calvish. He's hotting Calvish. Now we're swapping to Cubsy, and it's really taxing his mana, and JUNG has actually a big lead because of that. But at the same time, Prev is not feeling too hot. These CC chains, especially if they can chain them with a Cyclone, could just be the end of the game here with Prev going down.
I agree. The awareness of where they should be positioning, when Calvis should be pushing in for the kill, when not to, when they need a cross CC to stop the go. Man, these guys are just so good. I wish my DPS and Soul Shuffle were this good. They're always just running behind the pillar, man. These guys are trading offensive CDs, offensive CC, just to stop a potential win condition go. Their awareness of the game is just next level on both sides, and you can really tell Kearney now getting dipped down, as well as top of Cubsy having to take up 2 people's healings. There's the maim on the Cubsy. This could just be it. Kearney doesn't have the throughput, and welcome to the jungle's raw damage is able to overwhelm Kearney here at 5 minutes into the game.
Beautiful stuff there, and that was the thing, right, that Welcome to the Jungle was doing really well, just swapping around, making sure that they're continuously pressuring everybody, making it really difficult for Kearney to kind of keep up with the damage. They got a really solid setup onto Calvish prior to this, where they were able to force his trinket, and he had to shadow step back out and catch some heals, and this was that moment, right, where Calvish was getting topped. And then after that, they just swapped over to Cubsy, and they just kept the pressure going like that, back and forth, swapping around constantly. And then they get a stun here onto Cubsy, just an overwhelming amount of damage. Kearney, not in crowd control, but in this position, he's got no nature swiftness, he's got no iron bark, he doesn't really have anything, he doesn't have the Giga Tree, doesn't have anything to really like get a big heal out with. So just great pressure, kind of leading up to this point, and he had to use a lot of his globals onto Calvish to stabilize Calvish, but then again that leaves Cubsy exposed.
Earlier, you're totally right. I totally forgot about that swap Iron Bark onto Calvish, and he didn't have anything for it. I mean, he had Vanish, I think, and that was like it. And like Vanish doesn't do a whole lot when you have a whole bunch of bleeds on you. I mean, it helps. It definitely helps. There's like that damage reduction, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that Iron Bark was good. It's hard, man. Like this Giga Tree, you can often see it used as like a preemptive, like don't CC me as you're about to go. But because of that, you lose a lot of throughput in those key moments like that. It was a lot of back and forths, and they were able to find an opening and nail them down. There we go. It is game 5. We did go the distance, and I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm pretty sure that's what I predicted. It's no big deal, really.
I'm not gonna say anything, David, but last time we cast it together at the very beginning of the day, there was a team that we both voted for that would win it, and they were under, and then they managed to kind of get that reversal. I don't know. Could this be history repeating itself? Welcome to the JUNG. They're feeling confident. They're locking it in. I think Cubsy's coming in on the Arcane Mage. I think we're seeing so match number 1 here. I think it's Arcane sub Resto Druid. Let's go Tiger Toads. Lock it in. Let's go. We all know it's coming.
I hope so, man. I mean, that comp looked extremely strong. It was tough to say for just like one game of data, but they just had the momentum from start to finish on the Grand Arena. It was like really, really, really good cross CC. Really good, just constantly looking for openers on either side. I personally would love to see the Arcane Mage sub-rogue in particular. I just think both of those specializations have so much room for creativity, so much flexibility to just make crazy plays out of nowhere, and that seems to be the name of the game when you're going up against such evenly matched teams here. This isn't even the finals, bro. This is crazy. Like this could easily be the finals of the entire tournament, or maybe even like the lower, I don't know, the lower finals of last tournament. And you're right, you nailed it, dude.
Hey.
Rogue Mage Druid out from Tiger.
All right. Let's see if Cubsy gets enabled like that again. If he can get a big ice wall, he can get his damage off at the right time, he can definitely take somebody down. I mean, Arcane Mage right now, there is a lot of RNG involved in the spec, but you can hit upwards of 4 million non-crit with your Arcane Barrage.
Yeah.
Like, it is crazy the amount of damage that you can do, because you have all of these different modifiers that can all just kind of proc at the same time while you're going for your Arcane Surge. And if that happens, you just immediately delete somebody. So it is really cool. Also with the new 4 set, we mentioned it earlier, but the Touch of the Magi, the way it works, when you pop your Touch of the Magi, you get a free Arcane Missile. You get the jackpot. So you get a free Arcane Missile proc, which also does extra damage. I think it's like 5%. And you also proc the Ether Attunement, which makes your missiles cleave everybody and do, I think, like 50% extra damage. and your missile, when you missile somebody, it puts a debuff on them, which makes them take more damage as well from direct damage sources. So if you have like 2 missiles stacked, and then you already have other attunement pre-stacked, and you touch of the Magi, you can back-to-back multi-missile cleave and just kill the whole team. And also, your barrage is going to be really fat because that's going to give you nether position, which buffs your barrage. And then if you get an intuition proc at the same time, that buffs your barrage by like 50% as well. And if you have arcane surge, when all of that is happening, you're just going to immediately send somebody for like 4 million. It's happened a couple of times to me when I'm playing my arcane mage. It's really fun. And having something like a sub-rogue, especially somebody as good as Calvish, to kind of enable that, with just stunning everyone and locking them down and forcing their cooldowns as well on his own with Shadow Blades and with smoke bombs. That is just a recipe for success. So let's see what happens. Welcome to the Jung Tiger Toads. We're going to distance. Game number 5. Loser will drop down to the lower bracket. Winner will advance to Championship Sunday right now.
I hope all those mages got all of that, because it's for free here on AWC Broadcast. Don't forget that, y'all. That's crazy advice coming out from Zico. Basically a guide. Holy Ward already eaten from Zhang. Prep taking a bit of damage. He's going to preemptively use that Angel. He sees the go, but no offensive cooldowns. We're committed, Zico. Nothing. If they can get CC follow-up on Zhang, this could be at least trinkets here in the opener. Guardian Spirit on the kidney shot. Prep is taking a huge bit of damage into the full blind. Is it going to be enough? This is Blades. This is big damage onto Prev. He's dipping down to half. Guardian Spirit doing a huge amount of work. Looks like it's going to be enough from now, but buttons are being forced. Incarnation now coming out onto Calvish and Cubsy. Huge pressure that all of a sudden Kearney is going to need to deal with, and he's going to deal with it with the Giga Tree. Calvish dipping really low in that
my
stun.
God.
He's going to gouge the Feral off of him. Both teams trading blow for blow. The preemptive burrow from Prev, though. The preemptive, he sees the cheap shot onto Zhang. If there's follow-up, this could be it. The Cyclone comes out onto Prev just to slow some things down. Tiger Toads see that they're, kind of losing control, and they're just going to hunt and slow the game down. Wait for the DRs.
Cubsy!
Cubsy's health bar just keeps getting lower and lower. He seems to be okay for now, but Kearney caught into a bash. Drake looking to get some damage out onto him, but he preemptively bear forms. Cyclone onto Drake. This could be a huge setup onto Prev, and Zhang knows it. There's the Holy Ward preventing, but it gets eaten up. Cheap shot goes, it lands. Can they get the Ring of Frost? They don't. Can they get the Polymorph? They don't. Another Polymorph, and Zhang fades. It gets around the pillar. Prev has that wall if he needs it. Cubsy and Calvish looking for the go, while this Feral Druid is just chewing them apart.
Yeah, Cubsy actually has his Arcane Surge active right now, so he could potentially hit some big damage. You look at him, he's just proccing Arcane Orb after Arcane Orb, and it looks like he's got a decent amount of damage. There's a missile as well coming in on to Prev. Do they have any follow-up CCs? Going for the Ring of Frost. The Ring of Frost connects. Prev could be in big trouble here. Is he going to trade anything? He's got the Guardian still ticking on him, but I don't know if he can rely on it. He is going to trade the Stone Bulwark Totem, at least trading out something, respecting the damage that is coming in, and Cubsy not going to have Arcane Surge, not going to have Touch of the Magi here for a little bit, so his damage is going to be somewhat limited. It's going to be mostly about just spell steals, proccing some missiles. If they can get some interrupts on these missiles, that could be big, but here comes Welcome to the Jung. They get Calvish pretty low. Stun into a full Cyclone here onto Kearney. Who are they going to go after? They're going after Cubsy. Shifting power coming out. He's got the Touch of the Magi. He's going to activate it. There's the touch. There's the Cleave missile coming out with the touch. And he's doing a lot of damage here, just proccing multiple Arcane Orbs, which gives him more barrages as well. He's looking for the Ring of Frost as well. Out of the blind, he doesn't get it, but he does get the full sheep. Prev could be in big trouble here. He gets gouged just so they can reach him. Prev, super low. There's the Smoke Bomb. No, he blast waved him out of the Smoke Bomb right there. That was a little bit of a misplay right there, but Zhang is going to be able to get there. He had to trade out his Trinket and his Void Shift in that exchange. Tiger Toads are still looking very good.
They survive a go, and now they have to survive Incarnation coming back out from from Drake, getting aggressive onto Cubsy. Calvish getting rooted up as well. A lot of control coming out. If Drake can connect a lot more of this damage, it could be a lot of mana or even defensive cooldowns, but the kidney shot onto Prev, the preemptive Guardian Spirit from Zhang is going to top him off A-OK from now. Drake also using the bark skin there, just, in anticipation of a potential swap, it would seem. But Prev seems to be okay, I say that. He has no wall, no Guardian Spirit available to him. Zhang has no outs for... A mage died. The mage died.
Whoa.
What
You blink and you just miss it immediately. What just happened?
Oh my gosh, I'm staring at Prev's health bar. There's nothing left on the other side. DRs are coming off of cooldown, and welcome to the Jung show that they can do the burst just as easily as Tiger Toads, apparently. Touch of the Magi, how about a proc, brother? Here we go. They take it. 3-2. Unreal. Dude, I need to see the replay. What happened to Cubsy?
We need to see this on the replay. That was a tremendous amount of damage. But that is one of the scariest things, right? When you play Arcade Mage and you go up against LA Shaman, they are so disruptive. They have so many different ways to kind of shut down your damage. They have Lightning Lasso and Wind Shears and all that crazy burst as well. But let's see what actually happened here to Cubsy.
Okay, so he has a full health bar, man. What's going on, dude? One Wind Shear?
Does he actually die in one win? There's no way.
Into a full maim.
No.
Trinkets.
What?
Stun. Peace.
This is in giga slow motion. He actually just got instantly erased. Wait, can we see it in normal speed? That was like a bite normal. Plus. So this is in normal speed. This is how it happened live. So he gets wind shear, they proc some lava bursts, and then look at here. Drake just boop, boop.
He bit his
How much was that
off,
bite?
Man.
That
That's
bite was
crazy.
Must have been a massive bite, right? It was like 40%
Okay, so
of his health or
Arcade
something.
Mages might have a lot of ability, but they also can get their face bitten off, apparently, man. That's crazy.
Hey, D-Machine with another perfect prediction here. Coming through.
So proud of you. See, you're all nervous. You had this the whole time, bud.
You're right. You're right. I dedicate this W to you. You're always gassing me up.
Thanks. Yeah, we like having you here on the desk here at AWC, and your predictions are great. Welcome to the Jung. Well done. And now they're off to face Team Liquid. I am excited for this. I feel like this is a match we've seen.
2.8.
Vote. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, let's look at this. Go ahead.
Look at the cliff of a line graph, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, 1 million bite. That's no big deal. Big winner, 500K. Yeah, we'll follow it up with a million Earth Shock or so. Yes, no big deal. Holy crow, dude. It was definitely a team effort. Both classes are in on that. They're like, who needs CC, man? When we could just make. I guess he wasn't CC'd, actually, technically. You know, I'm gonna eat my words a little bit on that. He wasn't a little bit of CC. No. Pretty sure he got wind sheared, so that's all. That's what you need.
Yeah, I think my favorite quote of the weekend is gonna be "A mage died. A mage just died." Just all this hype and just the stun lock, bro.
Man. Dude, I'm a Windwalker brain. Okay, I see Arcane Mage. They don't die. You don't touch them, man. You leave them alone.
I was looking at a ping from production, and I looked away for literally 1 second, and he was just dead instantly. He actually just got insta-gibbed.
I just heard David stop talking all of a sudden and locked in.
52 to... Oh. You take it.
Brother.
You definitely do.
If I stop yapping, you know something crazy's going on, dude. That's a rare situation for my yaps to stop.
All right, well, like I was saying, welcome to the Jung. They are off to face against Team Liquid. But that did not look very secure for welcome to the Jung. I mean, obviously they were able to get that win in the end and kind of figure it out towards the end there, but it definitely wasn't an easy win for them. And I do have to wonder, like, are they going to have that same kind of challenge, D-Machine, against Liquid?
It's possible. I mean, I don't know if Liquid has the same flexibility in compositions as we're seeing between those two teams. We've seen Liquid bust out the Rogue Mage. We've seen the Windwalker Mage as well. But these other guys, they're bringing in an Elemental Shaman out of nowhere. Oh, you didn't like that flavor of Rogue Mage? Don't worry. We have a more scary version with Sub-Rogue Arcane Mage. And you know what I mean? It's interesting. There's a lot of like stuff going on between those two teams that I haven't seen the same sort of level of flexibility, for lack of a better word, but just like a well-roundedness out of Liquid. You know what I want to see? I want to see Lord Mez come out one of these days. I know Death Knights, might not be in the best spot. Lord Mez looking to try to find some value for his team. I saw some Hunter practice coming out from him. Maybe that's the ticket that they need. But Welcome to the Jungle in this current iteration of the meta after the latest changes are currently my favorites of the tournament, even though that series against Tiger Toads was so close and ended on basically a gib with an ice block available.
Yeah, no, could not agree more. So definitely excited. Be sure you guys are tuning in for Championship Sunday, because this is about to be very interesting, Sunday indeed, especially with the games that we had on Europe for sure. So we're not quite done with the day yet, though. We do have Left 4 Dead versus YPPM coming up next. Zico, what is your take on this series? Not to spoil it too much.
I was just thinking right now in my head, I was like, I wonder who I'm going to predict for. I was like, on one end, YPPMs, their RMP's been looking solid, but Left 4 Dead, they were able to get to Championship Sunday last time around. They were able to, bring in the Clapper. Their Shadow Priest looked really solid as well with Gage. So I don't know. I'm having a hard time kind of seeing how it's going to play out, but it's going to be a banger, I think. I think we're going to get to see some more solid Rogue Mage from YPPM. I hope we get to see Aiden sit on the sub-rogue again, because he looked really solid. Even though Outlaw has been, more meta, we've started to see some sub-rogues here in NA, and I'm here for it. It's super entertaining to watch, so I want to see more sub-rogue RMP from them, and from YPPM. Bring in the Clapper. It's probably not the best choice, but bring him in anyway. He got you Championship Sunday last time. Bring him in and just watch the Clapper do his thing,
Could not agree more. All right, well, before we do head to a break, we have a game. You guys ready?
Oh, I haven't got one yet.
Oh, well,
Yes.
congratulations. It's your lucky day. We're going to be
Ooh.
playing Picture This. We will analyze the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message. If you're in the chat right now, play along with us. And I feel like this game is I'm better at it than the scramble, the word
I'm
scramble.
like
So
90% sure I'm dyslexic, so the words they don't work for me. I just don't know how to read.
it's just a kick.
Kicked him?
Kick ball, but this soccer ball has some significance, right? Like, I guess it's just a foot,
Like-
so they're like, this is what's happening when you kick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
PvP
I think it's just like
terminology,
interrupted, like
Oh,
kicked him.
okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I thought it was going to be a deep cut. That's my fault. Maybe they're starting
No,
off
that's-
small. Maybe they're starting off easy for us to warm us up. Okay?
Yeah. They don't want us to overthink it,
What?
Get it?
AWC personalities, just an X?
It's ironic. Wait, AWC.
An
Sorry, I was
X.
thinking WoW Esports.
No, that's valid. That's valid with
Yeah.
the X. They just hate this person. They just don't like him.
Who's an X?
Who is
I
the
don't know.
machine for 400? I don't know, man. This is crazy. AWC personality for 400. I don't know, man. This is crazy. AWC personality.
Is it
Did we get a
just Chan?
clue? Is there like a clue?
Control effing X or okay.
Wait.
No ice block. Venruki.
Oh.
Yo,
Jesus.
Yo,
Jesus.
Insta.
It was like a decade ago at this point, man.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I never forget.
Just an X
ever.
and an ice cube. Yeah.
Okay. We don't get to know what is even the theme of this. This should be enough. It's like 18 emojis, man. This should be enough context, right?
What is
This
this?
is a bunch of soccer, right?
Wait, what's
and
the
then
category
trees.
Stadium goal, handsome fella, soccer trees.
Handsome fella soccer trees.
Z, you gotta carry
Arena
in here,
World
man.
Championship. Is it?
What's the
What are
trees?
the trees then?
I don't know, Cubsy? Lop?
You can't have AWC with a little bit of Cubsy, bro. That's right.
I mean, you're not wrong.
He is synonymous now, dude.
Oh man, this is a
Bro,
biblically
give me-
accurate AWC championship.
Okay, let's decipher the emojis.
Oh, it's a
It's
hero.
a hero challenge.
Oh, that's so much more helpful. I have no idea, bro. What are you saying? Okay.
Okay,
Chat
it's a
was
hero
flaming
talent.
us last time, by the way, with the hero talent thing.
Yeah,
so we
chat,
gotta
where you at?
we gotta
That was
lock
Getting
hard.
this
in.
right in chat. Right? Anyone getting
That
this
was
right in chat
hard.
right now?
That was hard.
Not yet. Not yet. I just pulled it up. There was a delay, but we'll give him a chance.
Okay. So there's a brother
Okay, so
googling here.
what does the football and the person mean?
Are you asking me?
I have no idea.
Okay, what does the trees represent? There's 3 of the trees. Why is there 3? Like,
I wish we
Maybe it's
had like
'cause
a multiple
Oh
choice.
my god, I got it. Wait,
Is it-
no,
is
it
I
end
actually
of
have
lore?
it. I have it 100%, but I want to know if you guys should get it. Should I milk this production?
no, give
No,
us,
just
give
tell
us to
us.
it.
Just tell us, man.
I have no idea.
Keeper. That's my hint, bro.
Keeper
Oh.
of the trees.
Keeper of the Grove?
Keeper of
Yes,
the grove.
sir. That's my guess. I mean, it's gotta be right. Let's
Yeah.
Oh, that
go.
makes sense because the
Okay,
goalie.
okay.
What's up, chat?
Yeah, what's up,
Oh,
chat?
that's good.
Yeah, take that,
That's
chat.
good.
Haha. We
That's
all
good,
got that
that's
at the same
good.
time, not just one of us. Right?
Freaking on-site
guys?
chat. Got your number, bro.
David gave us the keeper, so
Yeah,
that makes sense
That was
because like the
good,
guy in the
yeah.
football, so he's a goalkeeper.
Hey,
Yeah.
No,
listen.
it makes sense.
Then
When
trees,
Aiden
yeah, that
kidney
makes
shots the
sense.
whole team and gets the W, it's still everyone on the team's W. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like we got that W.
Hey.
Thank you.
We
Thank you
love
for the
to see it.
inclusion. All right,
My,
well,
favorite, my favorite was the Van Rookie one. That one was like, yeah, I thought
that was
Dude,
good.
yeah,
that was
no,
good. I
my
like
speed.
that they revealed it one emoji at a time. Otherwise, it would have been too easy.
yeah, they
I
confused
agree.
us. Yeah, shout out to
Yeah.
whoever
Is it-
came up with that one.
That was good. It was a nice
Was it
delay.
you?
Yeah, it was.
Was you?
I knew what it was when it wasn't there.
Wait, what?
Right, a little cheeky grin. Oh man.
Whoever came up with
Okay.
that one
That's what
was
I
just
got.
so handsome and was
Okay.
like really good
Before-
at the game.
So
It's
smart
crazy.
and good. Yeah,
We got to go to a break before Zico's ego gets even bigger. All right, we're gonna head out for just a bit. It's Left 4 Dead versus YPPM coming up next after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the lower bracket now. Both of these teams facing elimination. It's either going to be Left 4 Dead sent down here from Team Liquid or YPPM. They were able to eliminate a team earlier today, Control-Alt-Defeat, and now they're clashing here in the lower bracket. Both of them could be going home after this series, Super Tees.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous position to be for both of these teams. Left 4 Dead, I feel like there's maybe a little bit more stakes on the line for them because they've been having, a decent run in the cup number 1, so they have a really good chance of getting towards the top end of the top 8 and maybe even possibly the top 3 with some of the names they've been able to take out. In this matchup, I think that they might stand a better chance. I don't expect a Windwalker Monk from YPPM, which seems to be the main kryptonite for Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, certainly. Let's take a look at the predictions. If you are in chat, get your predictions in for this series. Get some of those points. Then, what is your take on this series? What did you predict?
I'm going to be going with Left 4 Dead on this one. I think it's something Super T's touched on a little bit. If they go with the RMP, that's something Left 4 Dead has been very good into. So I feel like for YPPM, they're going to have to play something different. If they leave with the RMP, I'd be very surprised if they win. Maybe we see some Thugonomics. Maybe we see some Mage Lock. I'm always a fan of the Mage Lock, so I hope we do see that. But if we don't, I think Left 4 Dead's got this.
All right, Sid, I know you kind of already gave us your thoughts on this, but what is your prediction for this series? Okay, 3-1.
I'm more concerned with
Crunch time,
what
game's
Zico's
ready.
prediction is because I feel like Zico's been climbing that leaderboard. So if we're not in alignment here, I feel like Zico and even yours, I always get nervous if they're not in oh no.
Uh-oh.
Not in
Oh,
alignment. No. It's not. I'm going even deeper than the bottom of the. I'm pretty sure I'm on the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Is Zico going in opposition here, 3-2 for the side of YPPM? Maybe he believes in the Subtlety Rogue. I feel like the Subtlety Rogue is a curveball that Aiden has been bringing, and now we see Calvish playing, and maybe more rogues are going to be playing Subtlety. It's just been kind of slept on. Everybody's just been, yeah, we're going to stick with Outlaw because we know it works, but Subtlety has been getting a lot of games, and he is starting out as Subtlety.
All right, here we go. Subtlety Rogue here, but it is going to be the cleave for Left 4 Dead. We got Clapper looking to clap back here in the lower bracket. One of our favorite warriors. He drops the spear, and Abreu is going to be pinned here for a moment, but the alter time should be enough. Abreu getting kind of smacked around here right now. Big burst incoming. Tuna's going to leap in over the ice wall. I love that utility there from the tree, getting right in on the action, immune to crowd control, massive heal. Somehow Clapper's still dying, but I don't know. They make a swap on Tuna. Can they drop him? The intervene comes in. I think that should be enough. This damage is absolutely insane from Aiden and Abreu.
Well, let's see if they can keep it going. Another polymorph. Clapper may need to use the wall to get stuns here onto the Mage and Rogue, slowing down their assault. And he's holding on, being greedy in this position, but I feel like as the Resto Druid, when you use your Trinket against the Subtlety Rogue, you just know what's going to come next. You know you're going to be the target, so I'm curious to see how Tuna is going to position here. Smoke Bomb not getting huge value, unfortunately, there for Aiden, and that is actually a big moment in the game. They could have got a medallion there for one of the damage dealers, so no value found. They Stormbolt Aiden, they're making a swap to the Rogue, it looks. They're just trying to cleave 2 targets at the moment. Dismantle onto Clapper's Recklessness, slowing down his assault, but now Abreu gets cloned during that dismantle. Aiden's running on the outside of the map. I think he wants to set up on Tuna. Abreu blinks over. I think it's just going to be a Dragon's Breath Sheep, but he gets shut down on it. He's not able to find the polymorph, so maybe they do go for Tuna now. Kidney Shot. He's in bear form, so Tuna knew he could be a target here. He's in bear form. He's tanky. He gets intervened. They're going to have to go on somebody else. It looks like it's going to be Axton, but the crowd control was dropped. Tuna's free. He's back into tree. He's got hots rolling, and honestly, Tuna is playing this expertly. He knew where the weakness was for his team, where the checkmate could be found, and he positioned himself accordingly.
Really nicely done. Axton right now still continuing to chase down Abreu. Gets back into cat form. He's in caster form for quite some time there. I was getting concerned that he might just get stunned and dropped, but now into bear. Big damage incoming, just trying to avoid the setup. Garbage moving forward. Mana lead here for Left 4 Dead, but a big kidney shot will land. Cheap shot on Clapper. A beautiful 3-2-1 setup there on the Clapper. It's a full fear. That's the wall. I don't know if Clapper's going to be able to survive. It looks like he will. The Enraged Regeneration, is it enough? Tuna connects the Iron Bar. Good peels there from Axton.
These mind controls from Garbage have been a bit annoying, just at low health, denying Tuna of a couple of globals. Axton is still kind of low at this point, but should recover. Is this a swap to Garbage? It looks like it is. They're going on to the Holy Priest. Aiden needs to get there, but he's disarmed. He already got a gouge on Axton, and there's a ring on Tuna. So it seems like that swap to Garbage has been totally diffused. Now Clapper the target once again. Axton actually walling here as well, anticipating, but it doesn't matter. He's just getting absolutely annihilated. Tuna's feared up. Clappers goes down, and God, Zico is just getting more and more points, isn't he? It's going to be Zico's weekend. I think it's just Zico's weekend on predictions here. I don't know, man. Aiden switched to Subtlety, and they look like a completely different team. I feel like they were kind of getting bullied around on Outlaw, and now he's Subtlety, and I don't know, maybe Waz is going to go Subtlety, like Halvish is playing Subtlety, like, is Subtlety now suddenly taking the top spot?
I actually, Aiden messaged me, he's like, yo, why didn't you believe? And I was like, listen, man, you know, sometimes I just have to make predictions, you know, got to make it interesting, excuse. But I asked him, like, the games weren't looking good as Outlaw. He's like, yeah, I kind of tilted playing Outlaw. I told him I'm going to carry them going on Sub Rogue. So he's been going on the Sub Rogue, and it's been looking a lot better. I mean, it's a lot more concentrated damage. The burst is nice. Their setups have been clean. And that's the thing about the Subtlety Rogue. The nice thing about it is you have more damage during that small window. So if you get a clean setup, the chances you're going to win are a lot higher than Outlaw, which is a little bit more consistent damage. You know, you're more of like a brawler than like a burst DPS like Subtlety Rogue, and it seems like that burst is quite significant. This wasn't even the Shadow Blades, but every single time you have a Shadow Dance available, you're going to be able to put out quite a bit of pressure there on that Rogue.
Yeah. How did we use medallions here? Because they're sitting with 3 medallions, so you're thinking they're in a good spot. He trinketed nothing. I think his sap broke. He trinketed nothing and then just into a full fear. And we're zooming in on Clapper, bro. This is BL. This is like zooming in on me at the bottom of the leaderboard. We can't do this to Clapper, man. We can't do this. It was a very heroic leap, okay? Very heroic leap into the graveyard for Clapper. And Clapper's going to the bench. He's going to the bench. He's had enough. These mages have bullied him too much. He's like, I'm not playing no more. Mages have been bullying me. Gage, I need you. Big brother, I need you to beat up all these mages. They've been rooting me, swapping me, killing me behind walls. And so Big Brother Gage is going to come in here for Left 4 Dead. And I think this is the matchup that they do more commonly play. And I do think the Shadow Priest actually makes this even better into Subtlety. Because you're very durable. It could be very difficult to get cooldowns for a Shadow Priest as a Subtlety Rogue.
Yeah, that's the thing. Against the Shadow Priest, you kind of want to have that consistent damage because Shadow Priest always has good trades, right? You're going to have that low cooldown on the Fade. You're going to have your Trinket. You're going to have Dispersion. You can rotate through to survive these setups. Whereas against an Outlaw Rogue, the precise setups aren't nearly as impactful. So I feel like this is actually not going to be too bad of a matchup here for Left 4 Dead, but we've seen the lethality of the Subtlety Rogue Frost Mage. Garbage doing a great job backing them up, getting that cross crowd control, getting in the damage when he needs. So this really is still anyone's game. My prediction already completely wrong. Zico not looking too bad, but we'll have to see what happens. You know, this series is just heating up.
Yeah, I think this is the right move here. I think that this is going to be a lot more difficult of a matchup. But I am glad that Aiden's sticking to the Subtlety Rogue. I feel like that's working out really well for their team, playing around the goes, and setting up these big burst moments and just getting kills out of nowhere with that Subtlety Rogue. Gage on Shadow Priest is going to provide a lot of disruption. There's a lot of team healing that the Shadow Priest brings with Vampiric Embrace, Void Shift to be able to get an extra cooldown for your teammates, and they're just innately durable themselves with Void Leech from their hero talent tree with the Void Weaver. So this is a great specialization to bring in a matchup like this. And Gage has been performing, on the top end of the Shadow Priest, and he's trying to take that spot from WizK, who's been like the #1 Shadow Priest for so long. Icewall comes down, big setup on Axton. Bomb out of the wall as well. They're all inning on Axton here. I don't think he's going to go down. Maybe, possibly with that double fear. Nice positioning from Garbage. Axton's holding strong here with Heart of the Wild and Bear Form, but they chained it into a polymorph. The crowd control is endless at the moment as Axton is praying that Tuna can finally connect some healing onto him. He shadow melts. He tries to get a rake stun. It looks like it didn't land, unfortunately, for him. They survived the chain without using Medallion. That was pretty impressive. Like, that was an all-in from YPPM. They don't get a single Medallion from Left 4 Dead.
Nice massive spell there by Garbage, just keeping up the pressure. And Aiden is just all over the map. Honestly, YPPM, they're looking like a completely different team here with this Rogue Mage setup. Let's see where they decide to go. They get a Polymorph onto Gage. They need to try to find some CC onto Tuna and Axton at the same time. They do not have Smoke Bomb. They do not have Ice Wall just yet. So they're not going to have that kind of win condition available with just line of sight. And with Tuna's positioning, they're making it very difficult. Brua moves forward, looking for a Dispel on himself, using that Fireblood Racial on some of that incoming damage. Full kidney shot. Axton pre-bears it, and now it's going to be a Brua in trouble. So Ring of Frost lands, though. Gage at the same time. This could easily be the Dispersion. He's getting low. Does not want to greet it. Going down to about 15% health. Double Fear comes in once again. A beautiful setup there by YPPM.
Yeah, this go after go right now from YPPM. There's big openings, no survival instincts on the Pharaoh Druid, no dispersion on the Shadow Priest. You know, and a medallion in this position with no Void Shift is kind of useless for Gage here on the Shadow Priest. It's actually not looking good for them at all. They've got no momentum going for their team. Gage gets shut down on the Void Torrent with a gouge from Aiden, and Aiden switching over to Subtlety has just become an entirely different team. I feel like they're playing 3 times as good with him on Subtlety Rogue now. So let's see how Left 4 Dead are going to fight back in this. Axton's in bear form. Tuna's in tree. Anticipating the attacks here. They stun Aiden. They're switching to the Rogue, but they're not finding any openings here. Garbage fades across the map looking for crowd control. Tuna's on the run away from him. He's going to Tranquility away. Garbage races in. Gets the Chastise, and his Gage just going to go down. Tuna gets fair to trinkets, but he's walled out of line of sight by a Brua, and he's holding on by a thread, but he does get restabilized as Tuna gets into line of sight, but they got the Resto Druid trinket. They will have to exchange an Ice Block for it. They do Mass Dispel it, but I don't think they're going to get too much momentum off that. It still is actually maybe Incarnation for a few more seconds here. Barrier for a Brua. Axton really needs to get uptime, but he's dragging his breath. He can't get there. Now he's in a cheap shot, but he grips the bomb. Nice play from Gage in this position. Axton would have been out of line of sight. Likely would have had to trinket that smoke bomb. Now they switch to Tuna, but a Brua is still rotting, and it seems like Gage is starting to get his footing in this game with the health bars of YPPM dipping lower and lower.
I think Tuna had a little bit of a panic bark skin there. That I don't feel like YPPM actually had the damage to take him down, but he bark skinned at like 90% health, even though Brew wasn't able to take him down. But this means that Tuna is quite vulnerable. He's got no trinket, no bark skin. Here's the setup. Tuna is getting absolutely deleted. Is he going to be able to hold on? He's so low on health. No way. He does go down, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. That was such a clean setup there at the end, but the setup that he bark skinned was not clean. It was Aiden got his setup a little bit botched, so he just threw a stun on Tuna, hoping maybe he'll use something, and he ended up trading out the bark skin way too preemptively, and I think that's the reason he went down in that setup.
I mean, as a Resto Druid, I feel for him because it can be a very traumatizing experience against a Subtlety Rogue, because sometimes you can pre-bear their go, skin, and still die. So if you get caught and you're just like, I'll just skin, I'm stunned, I don't want to throw the game, you know, like I don't have a trinket, I don't want to get one shot, I'm just going to trade. But then he ultimately gets caught. He has no medallion, which is that number 37 next to his health bar right there. That's tracking his ability to escape from crowd control. And healers can do that every minute and a half now. So you can see it at 49 seconds, 48 seconds. And because he doesn't have that for another 40 seconds or so, he gets caught in polymorph, which sets him up for Aiden to move over to stun him. He can't escape this, and his teammates are not in a position to really help him. There's basically no abilities they have that are going to do anything to change the outcome in this position. And they're able to clobber him, basically all 3 players dogpiling on top of him. I'm honestly surprised he even survived that long. I would have expected him to get completely erased in that position. So whenever Tuna doesn't have the medallion, the tracker right there with 45, 44, 43, that's a big opening for YPPM as a Subtlety Rogue.
Yeah. Tuna gets canned here. Told that joke 1 or 2 times in the past, but am I crazy? Or does this Subtlety Rogue variant of Rogue Mage seem even better than like the Windwalker Mage? Like, Windwalker Mage look good, but this is looking like even better. This is just so clean. YPPM is looking like they might just 3-0 Left 4 Dead in a super quick series.
I feel like we're bouncing around like what the best comp is a little bit now, which is nice. I think that's good that we can't like 100% discernibly say, because that means that it's going to be really close competition. I would love to see a Rogue in EU on Sunday or something like that, pick up Subtlety and see how it performs on the other region, because it looks way more threatening for a lot of classes. Like even the Shadow Priest, I wasn't expecting Gage to have to even use a Disperse for quite some time in the game, but it was like 3rd setup of the game. He's already down Trinket, Void Shift, and Dispersion. So that was very unexpected for myself personally, and given that momentum that YPPM have, I do think they are going to be running away with this. We're zooming in again on these predictions. Zico's on top. He's skyrocketing on the leaderboard here. I just feel like it's like this entire weekend, maybe this entire season is like completely unexpected results, which is awesome. This is probably one of the best AWCs to tune into if you've been tuning into them regularly, because this one is just so wacky. It makes no sense what's going on, and it's absolutely amazing because of that.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I did not expect this one. I've been wrong a few times today, but I'm hoping that, you know, my week 1 predictions are going to carry me on the leaderboards, honestly, because it's not been looking good for me in Cup number 2, honestly. But yeah, YPPM, they're looking good. I'm not going to lie. When they were playing the Outlaw variant of this composition, I was like, all right, these guys, this is a little sloppy. This is a little messy. But, you know, YPPM locked in on the Subtlety Rogue, they're looking very good. Like, their crowd control is precise. Their setups are great. Their burst damage is high. You'll love to see it.
All right, they're starting on Shadow Priest. Axton is going to be able to intervene by stunning Abrua, denying some damage. Gage is just going for it, but Aiden is just saving Gouge. A Shadow Priest will normally stop their Void Torrent instantly, and they'll get precognition. So Aiden is using Gouge instead of Kick to stop Void Torrent, so he doesn't fall for that typical trap that a Shadow Priest will lay. This is big damage coming out from Gage, though, in this position, and it looks like he's playing an interesting talent here. He's playing Thought Steal, so he can steal Polymorph.
Tuna!
It doesn't matter. Tuna's just getting swapped to and absolutely destroyed. This is what I mean as a Resto Druid. It's traumatizing against a Salty Rogue. Like, he bark skins it, and it's like, oh, that's not enough. I have to Trinket too. But now you're down Trinket and bark skin, which means you're just auto dead if they get a good connect to you on a swap in the future. So Gage is flipping his talents around to try and get an advantage here. He's playing Thought Steal, so he can steal Polymorph from a Brua and Polymorph the healer. And that can actually be a really clutch talent build against a mage. When you're fighting a healer, you can use Polymorph on. But unfortunately, they just said, okay, I don't have Polymorph. I'm just going to kill your Druid. They blind Tuna. They could set Tuna up for a swap, but he's in Bear, so I don't imagine they're going to. Yeah, they actually can't chain the CC, so really good job by Tuna's team to prevent them from getting to him. And Tuna's playing max range. He basically needs to try and re-stealth and avoid engagement at all costs in this current position for like at least another 12 seconds. And he's buying time with Heart of the Wild. So is Axton. They're buying time in this window by playing max range, using Heart of the Wild to deter. I'm stuttering on that. Oh, but Axton gets walled off into a bomb possibly as well, and he's actually just surviving it. The tree form behind the pillar, and with that full row of hots, I can't believe that he walks away from that.
Yeah, but the Omega Go is almost ready here for Aiden. If they can hold on, he's got the Shadow Blades coming up in a few short seconds. One of the most powerful burst cooldowns in all of World of Warcraft. That Shadow Blades is active, or not active, but available here for Aiden. Might pull the trigger with it soon. They've got the Icy Veins. They have overwhelming damage, but where's the opening? Tuna has Trinket and Barkskin rotating back up. Axton, I think, is going to be the most vulnerable in this situation. They go for a Dragon's Breath. Let's see what they decide to do here. This is the Icy Veins. Maybe they try to bait out the Barkskin. Maybe they try to bait out the Trinket. We'll have to wait and see. They're still waiting. They're biding their time. Full stun goes out onto Axton. Tuna's there. He gets chastised. Can they fear him up? He gets gripped away. Beautiful double fear. Now Axton is all alone. Double Ring of Frost. A great setup here by YPPM.
Oh, Axton's running a Battle Master trinket. That's a really good PvP trinket to play against a Subtlety Rogue. It basically will act as like a secondary bark skin or guarantee that you won't die through bark skin with an extra boost of health. So I would imagine most of the players here on Left 4 Dead are running that trinket and enabled Axton to survive that without his team having to panic or use major cooldowns. He's bear forming stuns really effectively here.
Well,
and he's trying to tank it, but that polymorph is so long. He's going to pop Survival Instincts and pop out the Adaptive Swarm defensively on himself, which is going to buff his Frenzied Regeneration. He's going to heal to full. Nice plays from Axton. He's setting up a stun on Aiden. Tuna's trying to add some damage in onto Aiden as well. Now Aiden Shadow steps over to the Priest, but unfortunately going to break the Polymorph. Void Torrent, big pressure, no cloak for 5 seconds. Garbage is gambling on those Dispels, hitting that Vampiric Touch and horrifying himself for the time being. A lot of the time, actually. Abreu is now in trouble. It looks like Gage, is he going to be the target? Axton's in Bear. They're playing max range, good triangle positioning from the team of Left 4 Dead. They're going to engage on the Shadow Priest. Pre-Ironbark, but the wall is down. Ironbark may not be enough. We've seen DPS die through even more damage reduction than an Ironbark in the past, but they get rid of the wall. Tree forms up. Tuna should recover, and now with that tree form, they need to start looking for their target. Garbage is dispelling a lot. They could punish that with the Psychic Horror that's available here. You could chain a Dispel into a stun on Garbage and possibly force a block from a Brua or a Cloak of Shadows from Aiden.
Now, one crazy thing about this matchup is Garbage is way ahead on mana. I mean, right now, YPPM, they have the mana advantage. Looking for a Smoke Bomb play here. Chastise on Tuna. Do they have the Double Fear? No. Great disruption there by Gage. Gets this Psychic Horror into a silence on Garbage and really denies any additional crowd control. Garbage is there, though. Can he get the Double Fear? He gets the Fear out of the Kidney Shot. Where are they going? It seems like Gage is going to be that main pressure point. He's got Dispersion. He needs to be really careful. He doesn't get interrupted on Shadow here during these moments. It's very scary. Tuna moves forward. He gets a Maim Stun onto Aiden. So just trying to bring in that control. But inevitably, if YPPM can just keep up these setups, they can survive. Mana, like I said, going in their favor. This could be a big troubling situation here for Left 4 Dead.
As the RMP, you're keeping up on overall damage, you're winning on mana. This is not looking good for Left 4 Dead. A Chastise on Tuna into a Kidney Shot. I think they're going to keep on Gage here. He's got Dispersion. He's trying to be greedy. Incarnation is up. Axton's getting some free reign. They might have to stun Axton. He knows that, so he charges in Bear to make sure if he gets stunned on his way over, he'll get some damage mitigation. Vortex is down. He's hunting down a Brua, trying to reconnect, but Aiden's right there at his side, and they catch him out of Bear form in a cheap shot. Ice Wall comes down. Is this going to be it for Axton? Left 4 Dead, match point. Ice Wall gets mass dispelled, and now Brua is still taking some hits. He blinks away from the collapsing void right before it explodes, avoiding a huge hit, and now Axton actually catches Aiden in a stun, but Garbage is in a good position to avoid crowd control, keep his this team stable with the Guardian Spirit, and they need to stop Tuna. Abrua blinks around the corner, stops Tuna from drinking with that Blizzard. Aiden steps over to the Shadow Priest to keep pressure going. They need to keep doing damage to keep Tuna from drinking at this point. Tuna's just going to go into tree form, get that mana cost reduction on his HOTS, get some CC immunity during this big burst window, but he has tree formed before Icy Veins. So if Abrua has shifting power here, if he can reset that, he's only about 20 seconds away, and I think that Icy Veins might be able to power through a Barkskin for the win, especially if they bait a Barkskin here by swapping to Tuna. Tuna's doing a good job. He knows that's a bait. Veins is coming up in 10 seconds. If he skins there, he's going to automatically die in 10 seconds. Veins gets procced here for Abrua. Big cleave damage onto Axton and Engage. This is going to be the rest of Tuna's mana bar pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, this is looking really tough, but Aiden gets caught into a stun. Oh no, that's a Void Shift. Garbage. He makes the trade, keeps Aiden alive, but really no defensive cooldowns. Here comes the Smoke Bomb. Stun lock on Axton. Swap over on Engage. Both of them are getting absolutely destroyed, and Tuna gets put into a cheap shot. Aiden just really doing a good job for his team. They forced out the dispersion with that Smoke Bomb cheap shot. Now continuing the damage here onto Axton. Garbage mana is massively ahead here for their team. YPPM looking to 3-0 Left 4 Dead, sending them out of the tournament. Can they do it? Left 4 Dead, they need to try to find a win condition here. It seems like Aiden is going to be that main pressure point.
Tuna still can't drink. Axton's tanking in bear form with Heart of the Wild. Has survival instincts, but they need to get Tuna mana. He's actually got tree form again. He can heal for a little bit with that mana reduction during its form. He's just going to activate it right away here on the cheap shots. He's looking for some Cyclones, trying to get something for his team. They get a stun, silence. Can they 100-0 Aiden here? Doesn't look like it. He's got evasion, double fear onto the damage dealers, slowing down their attack. They're just trying to power him down. Maybe with dampening this high, maybe Garbage will struggle, but no, he's in angel form. He's chilling. He's got the Divine Hymn rolling.
Blades
Everybody's
too.
got boosted healing, and now Shadow Blade's available, Ice Wall available, Kidney Shot comes down. Are they going to connect the wall? Tuna gets a stun on Garbage, but Aiden intercepts with a blind. He grips him into the Frozen Orb to break the blind. That was clutch from Gage. He's making moves and plays, but the damage isn't there for them to overwhelm. Maybe it is now, actually. They stun Aiden. A huge opportunity for Left 4 Dead. I can't believe it if they pull this off. They're so far behind, and they've been so far behind for like the past 2 minutes, but Garbage denies the kill. He's holding on, but he's not fully recovering. Abrua is still at 50% at this point. Any crowd control on Garbage could be devastating. He gets stunned. Is he going to trinket correctly? He doesn't have anything to trade. Aiden uses Cloak. Garbage is just dispelling dots, trying to stay ahead and make it difficult for Gage. Dispersion comes up in 1 second. Gage presses that right away. Tuna managed to squeeze in a little bit of mana, a little bit of life for his team.
Nice
It's an
wall,
elimination
nice wall.
round, but the wall comes down. They mass dispel the wall. They connect the heals, and I can't believe it. Left 4 Dead pull off another miracle. Tree form is coming up soon. They might still have a chance. They need it right now. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? Gage is holding on at 1%, surviving in the meteor. He lands a double fear. He steals polymorph. He's trying to spam it. He baits the kick with it. Smoke bomb comes down. That's not going to do anything. Gage has void torrent rolling. Dots are up. Tuna has done it. He's got his team back to full health. They somehow survive. Abrua gets kicked. Garbage is still dispelling, but here comes an apotheosis. Garbage resets Chastise with that, and he's likely going to be able to engage, but he's in a silence. Gage is carrying into the maim stun. Aiden is rotting down. Just a couple more points of damage. It's not there. Aiden holds on at 50%. Gage has nothing. Tuna has nature swiftness. He needs to avoid crowd control at all costs right now. Gage is just trying to do damage. He gets a nice double fear. I can't believe it. I can't believe it right now. Left 4 Dead are so close to actually pulling this off, but Garbage keeps denying them time and time again.
Yeah, pre-bear form here by Axton. They're going after Gage now. He's got no dispersion, no void shift. This could be the lethal blow, but Aiden is just so low on health. Garbage is keeping him alive despite the odds. We have a big heals coming in from Garbage here. He's got a lot of free healing available. Gage is still on the back foot. Tuna really has nothing left. He goes for the Iron Bark. A massive bite onto Aiden, taking him down to 10% health. He gets topped off once again. These two teams going back and forth. Left 4 Dead. They want to stay alive in this tournament. They do not want to go down. They do not want to be eliminated, but YPPM at the same time, they'd love a 3-0. This is really coming down to the wire.
Oh, Aiden gets a re-stealth. Cheap shot on the Shadow Priest, but Tuna's a giant tree and says, CC me, I dare you. You can't. Ice Wall comes down. That's not going to do anything. Cheap shot on Axton. They're trying to get some value, some pressure. There's a silence on Garbage. How are these healers still going, man? This is almost a 10-minute game. They're still going with like 5% mana remaining at this point. Dampening's almost 50% healing reduction. Tuna gets put into a polymorph. If he trinkets, he's going to get feared on his trinket. Tuna's in a checkmate position. He gets feared. He has to trinket immediately. Do they have follow-up for him? It doesn't look like it, but the damage is so high. Aiden gets a cheap shot. Icy Veins is up. That surely should be it for Axton. He's trying to recover. He jumps in possibly to try and go for the killing blow, but they have nothing. It's so much damage. Meteor comes in, and YPPM take it 3-0.
Wow, what a well-fought game by both of these teams. 10 minutes long, 52% dampening to close it out. completely back and forth. Both healers out of mana, but ultimately it is going to be YPPM led by Aiden on that subtlety rogue, doing a great job here. And most of us counted them out except Zico. Zico said he was going to go for a crazy pick, and it ended up paying off. A great performance for YPPM.
I told you, man, like we cannot be betting against Zico. It was like you on week 1. We needed to be in comms together, and then it was like Aya yesterday. Now it's Zico for the weekend. The world is upside down, man. The way that you would expect anything to go is not going to go that way. So this was a crazy game. I thought Left 4 Dead were going to actually manage to claw it back. It's almost kind of tragic that they didn't at least get this game. I feel like they put everything they had into trying to win this, but ultimately, at this deep and dampening against an Icy Veins mage, like you're just getting shatter comboed. Like Axon's just slowly marching to the mage, but he's just marching to his own death. He can't even get back to him. Bear form's not enough. Even if Tuna's not cheap shot right now, I don't think he could heal this. It was literally 0% mana, and he put everything he had into this. Left 4 Dead put everything on the table. They didn't leave anything behind, which is great. And moving into week 3, they still have decent placings from week 1 and week 2, and we don't know where the meta is going to go. If there's going to be any other additional changes or not, that might assist them, because it seems like they've got a couple of comps that are difficult, especially the Windwalkers. If they could figure out something for the Windwalkers, they could definitely have a deep run moving into next week. So if I was them, I wouldn't be holding my head down too low. They put on some great games. Feels like the compositions are not really set for them at the moment, but they're very entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
Could not
One
agree
nice thing.
more. Go ahead.
I was going to say, one nice thing, Ret Paladins are getting some love, and Axton also, he's a very good Feral Druid, but he's also a really good Ret, so might see the revenge of the Rets in week 3. It's a possibility.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about to David with that one, because yeah, you never know. There's only one cup left also, so if they do want to make that comeback that you were mentioning, they're definitely kind of running out of time, but definitely want to see them come back for cup number 3. Quick series, especially if you compare it to the series that was prior, that Welcome to the Jung Tiger Toad series. That was a very, very swift 3-0, and now we are moving on to the last series of the day. It's yet another elimination round. Tiger Toads and GUST Busters, Super T's, 2 teams that kind of don't feel like they should be in the lower bracket, yet here they are facing off against one another.
I mean, every series, even when the scores are 3-0, I feel like they could be a little bit closer than that. They feel like they could almost be a grand final quality match. So you really can't ask for a better tournament when literally every game is a grand final quality match, because usually the first rounds usually end up being a little bit more of a blowout, but we're seeing these big curveballs, newcomers come in and randomly mix things up. I think especially with like Locked In yesterday for Europe, knocking out Echo, like who could have seen that coming? So you really can't bet against anybody. It's been very entertaining, very exciting, amazing storyline so far for this season, and it's really going to be building up for that finals now, because there's only one more cup after this. So things are coming to an end quickly, and the teams need to be prepared.
They certainly do. So hopefully they are prepared for this next up series, because it's a big one for both of these teams. They really need to secure that spot as high as they possibly can in the standings for North America. So find out next who's going home and who will make it to Championship Sunday. Is it going to be Tiger Toads or GUST Busters? We're going to head to a break, and we will be right back. Welcome back. We are in the last series of the day. Two teams facing elimination once again. They are in a familiar spot, unfortunately, D-Machine.
They are. They were actually in the same exact position in Cup number 1 in the lower bracket where Gustbusters and Tiger Toads fought. And in that situation, Tiger Toads actually took the series. It seems like their Arcane Mage and Subtlety Rogue was just something that Gustbusters didn't have an answer for. I'm curious about going into Cup number 2 with the changes, if that's going to be any different. I'm not too sure. They tried this Jungle Cleave. So the Jungle Cleave, BM Jungle specifically, won in the blind pick against the Outlaw Rogue Frost Mage. But then they swapped Cubsy over onto that Arcane Mage, Calvish onto the Sub Rogue, and some main specs on that composition, and they just didn't have an answer. They just fell to him 3 games in a row. They swapped their comp to Elemental Hunter. They tried the BM Hunter against BM Jungle Cleave against that as well, and they just weren't able to take them down, and they lost the series going 3-1. I know Tiger Toads, they're coming off of a pretty brutal loss. I mean, Cubsy was he had Ice Block. It was game 5, match point in a best of 5. That hurts, especially considering Welcome to the Jung. They're doing so good. They were so close. You want to be in that upper bracket and just get that instant, sub-finals in the upper bracket. It's like the place to be. Having to grind through the lower bracket is not only taxing on your confidence, your ego, but also straight up your stamina. That extra series that you have to play is a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially knowing kind of, there's not so much time left to get those points. You are facing elimination. You're facing elimination against teams that could very well get you knocked out of the tournament. So couldn't agree more. I'm sure these teams are very cognizant of that fact also. Super Tees, we've been doing predictions all day. What is your prediction on Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters? Don't doubt yourself either. I'm tired of you.
Can we show Zico's
not believing
first?
In yourself.
Can we show Zico's first?
Yeah.
We need to show Zico's first.
Okay, 3-2. So we're all 3-2, right?
I think I'm pretty close. I think I'm pretty close. We're gonna see.
I did do 3-2. I did do 3-2. Yep.
Did we not ironically all do 3-2? Okay, almost. What is Ven's prediction? Is his weird? They're doing his last. Oh, okay. You know what? He's been a Ghostbusters fan all day, which I respect. He highlighted them this morning: Dippy Flop, Chun-Li, and Nazem. I see the vision here. I feel like this is a team that they're strong players. They're coming together. They've made it work. They've clearly found some comps that have worked so far for them. They are facing elimination. They are facing a team that could very well get them knocked out. So I see the vision, but it seems like D-Machine, Super Tees, we're all kind of rooting for Tiger Toads, or at least predicting Tiger Toads for this series.
I think if history repeats itself, right? Past performance is not indicative of future results, so maybe there's some switch-ups there for the Gustbusters, but based off that Cup 1, Cubsy just looks so good. Calvish looks so good. They just look untouchable when they're able to be paired together on those classes, so I imagine they're going to start with that, but at the same time, maybe Flop's team has prepared something different. Maybe they can break out that Feral Ellie that we've seen that has given the Tiger Toads a little bit of struggle, because they tried the jungle, so do they have the Feral Ellie polished to that same level? I mean, maybe one limitation is that Flop's been a phenomenal Resto Druid, but we haven't seen him branch out onto any other healers, like possibly a Holy Priest, which could be critical in a matchup like this.
Why do you think that is? Is it a... Go ahead.
I was gonna. Sorry to interrupt you. I was trying to toot my own horn real quick at the top of the show. I'm like, I don't trust the double druid. I know Cyclone. It's super valid. You can cross CC with it and whatnot. But the Holy Priest, it's got so much util. The Chastise to stop the goes, or even to get the kills, and just the crazy burst healing. It's my vibes, Aya. It's my vibes.
No, I get it. I see it. Okay, well, game is starting in this rematch here. Both of these teams have been here before. One of them doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes. It is Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters. Game number 1, last series of the day. Someone else is going to get knocked out by the end of this series.
Windwalker Monk, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going mains, I guess, here at least with Chun-Li. Dippy, I don't even know what to say Dippy's main is anymore. He's just everything main. They're opening up on Chun-Li, and Cubsy just going to be wrapping around that pillar with missiles. Kleptomania out of range of interrupts, and Cubsy is the most annoying player to attack in Arena, just bar none. I think Chanimal I would have previously given that title, but now Cubsy, I think. He is the most annoying player to try and attack. You will just never touch him. Just what? He knocks Chun-Li away. He's going to blink away from Chun-Li. He's just going to make the entire game about, you can't touch me, Chun-Li. You can't touch me. No. That's a theme song for Cubsy. Nobody touches him. It's so annoying.
Dude, I know. As a Windwalker monk who chases mages all the time, I totally get it. But did you see how much CC went into Calvish? It was like in cap into like Cyclone. Like this Gustbusters is spooked by this Arcane Mage sub rogue. And who wouldn't be? Churney looks like he could be a nice swap target there, and he saw it. He's not getting away. He's in that bear form. He could easily be caught out in a stun here. Chun-Li just trying to light Dippy up. Ooh, here we go. The smoke bomb does get used, but the Ring of Peace to knock Calvish off of Dippy. Nice job by Chun. Nice awareness by Chun. Both teams are just looking for opportunities and peeling one another immediately. The stun immediately gets counterspelled onto Dippy, and Calvish is looking for an opening. As soon as he gets back onto a target, immediately disarmed. But here we go. This is big damage coming out from Chun-Li, getting cycloned up on it. Both teams are just putting a stop completely to every go.
Yep, they're just shutting each other down, and it's that type of Miyagi-Do defense that you're going to expect from rosters like this, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to penetrate through that. They do connect some damage, but Cubsy just immediately blinks. Kleptomania. Cubsy basically just has 2 full rows of hots in a matchup like this with double Resto Druid. He's trying to fish for interrupts here with the Arcane Surge. It's really important that he can get this off in the Arcane Missiles immediately after, so he's going to cast it during the cheap shot. He gets the combo, and he's got Touch of the Magi. He could ship that, but he's just baiting Wall. So he baits Astral Shift from Dippy, overlapped with Iron Bark, but he holds Touch of the Magi in his back pocket. So Cubsy has a really big hit of damage available. He's just got to get Chun-Li either in a polymorph out of range so he can cast freely, and right now Chun-Li's still all over him. They stack him up for a double Dragon's Breath, double Frost Nova. He gets it on the images in this win. There's the cheap shot, setting up the missiles. That is the Touch of the Magi, but we're not seeing a huge amount of damage because Cubsy has to run away. Chun-Li's doing a good job of pressuring Cubsy during this time. He can't attack successfully.
I think he should have held it a little bit for the next dance even. They had no wall, no bark skin. That could have at least been a trinket. But still good, decent pressure for now. But it looks like Flop is able to deal with it no problem here. This is both mana on these Resto Druids on either side seems pretty even so far. But as we get deeper into dampening, I really think it's going to go in favor of the Windwalker Monk. Double leg sweep. Do they have follow-up damage? Cubsy getting away for now. Kidney shot going to go ahead and be committed onto Chun-Li. Cheap shot onto Dippy. He's dipping down. He gets a huge heal from Flop through that cheap shot. Doesn't look like there's any CC available for Flop just yet. Calvish not able to get those initiating stuns as he's getting Cyclone and cross CC'd like crazy. Both teams just trying to grasp control of each other, it would seem. Dippy now caught into a clone of his own, and whenever these Resto Druids seem to have a breath, they're looking to give their team the edge.
There's a Fury swap on the Rogue here, but he's looking quite durable. Getting shot on Dippy. Chun-Li is actually playing Chi Torpedo in this matchup on the Windwalker, so he's getting a little bit of extra distance on his mobility with that selection. Curious to see if it actually does help him get uptime on Cubsy, because he just really hasn't been able to touch him. It's just Cubsy is so untouchable when he wants to play defensive like this. Kearney's in tree form. This is giving Tiger Toads good positioning to get aggressive, but Cubsy still doesn't want to get connected. He blinks into a lasso. Nice catch from Dippy, pinning Cubsy for a moment into a double leg sweep. This is a really nice combo. They can't, unfortunately, force anything, though. He blinks away from the conduit. Nice kick. Dippy's doing a really good job here. That forces a block. That was a nice setup. The lasso into the double sweep, into the shear, forcing the first block of the game. And now Cubsy will have to be even more on his toes in this matchup.
Yeah, unlike Frost, he only has one of those blocks. He might be really slippery, but another go like that could easily be the game. Calvish getting swapped to, taking a huge amount of damage as well. Cubsy in the middle of the map. He's going to get Ring of Peace back onto Chun-Li just to get another opportunity of mobility back onto his kill target. I love to see plays like that, but Flop getting into the mix as well. Looks like they're trying to swap the damage over onto Calvish, into the maim, into the bash. So he's going to be DR to stuns for now, but he's just going to get in-capped up. Cubsy a little bit alone here, taking huge amounts of pressure. No Iron Bark unit. He's got to commit the Iron Bark, but the swap pressure over onto Dippy. Can Flop deal with this right now? He has no Iron Bark for 10 more seconds. Dippy has the wall. He looks like he's okay. No CC to follow it up onto Flop. Kearney, though, that Iron Bark is on cooldown as well as the Ice Block on Cubsy.
Oh, a nice double again from Chun-Li, getting some big value out of those leg sweeps. It got Cubsy's medallion, so it's a 2-minute timer right there. You can see with the 2M, he can't escape crowd control, but he fakes a kick. Arcane Surge going to connect on the cheap shot into the smoke bomb. Kleptoed off all of the hots. Excellent setup by the Tiger Toads here on their last leg, but it's only going to get the Astral Shift. It's not going to net a kill. They are still pretty significantly behind on cooldowns, at least tied on mana. Can Kearney keep up Cubsy? It looks like with that tree form, he will be able to. But it is a lot of damage from Chun. He switches over to Calvish. He evasions right away. That's a good reaction to the Windwalker cooldowns. Cubsy tries to line of sight. It's a lot of damage from Dippy. He alters back to Kearney's side. And now he fakes a kick. He's free casting missiles. But the Windwalker's still on him. He's got to get some distance. That Blast Wave does not connect. Chun-Li's going to get uptime here. He gets cheap shot on his fist. Nice cheap shot. But now Bash on Calvish. Just stuns, trading back and forth. Ring of Frost defensively down. As Cubsy's trying to get into a better position. He's next to Kearney. Kearney line is siding with Heart of the Wall, but they stack up another double leg sweep. Chun-Li's getting big double value in this game. He uses Paralysis onto Kearney now as well. Big damage with that Primordial Wave slicing winds, and Cubsy's in trouble. When those two spells connect at the same time, it is a scary moment for the Tiger Toads.
The Yulsol's, the Vortex on top of it all. It's just like, this mage is having a huge problem getting away, which I can't believe I'm saying as an arcade mage. Nonetheless, Cubsy on arcade mage, but Chun-Li has been doing a good job getting uptime. Mana is becoming relatively still close, regardless of how much uptime Chun-Li has been having. Look at the damage. Cubsy is the one who's taking the brunt of the pressure. This could easily just go down here. Defensive cheap shots. Cheap shot, it's on the Dippy. The full kidney shot onto Flop. If there's any follow-up CC, it could be spooky for Dippy, but his wall is back. Chun has Karma. Trinket for Flop. Cubsy's gonna go down. Kearney's got the Iron Bark, but it's the images, they still do tons of pressure, and they basically mirror what Chun-Li's going to do, and that's all they needed to take out Cubsy as they were putting Kearney through the CC chain. And there you have it. Game number 1 goes to Gustbusters. I mean, that's not what I expected. A Windwalker Monk takes a W, so it's still a W in my book.
What is going on, man? We don't know what's meta anymore. Outlaw Rogues are out, apparently. All the Outlaw Rogues are losing. And then we see Subtlety Rogue come in, but now Subtlety Rogue is losing, but Windwalkers are winning, so maybe Windwalker is the move. Who really knows? I will say that Chun-Li had amazing double leg sweeps throughout this entire game, and Flop got a really important clone towards the end of the game, which can be difficult, fighting against an RMP. Like, you open yourself up to a swap, but he gets a clone on Cubsy. I think it was just after that at low health. Unfortunately, I don't think we caught it in the clip. It's a really nice Cyclone Chain, or maybe this is it in the clip. No, then he swaps it to Kearney, and he gets 2 clones on Kearney. This is the low clone. He gets 2 clones on Kearney, then he clones Cubsy, and Flop is just carrying right at that moment in time. It holds Cubsy's health at a low margin. Hots fall off. That sets up Dippy and Chun-Li, and they connect at the same time, so Kearney has to play catch-up from losing his Hots to the clone, and he doesn't have enough time. The image is sniping him from range, because that was a new change on Windwalker Monk. Your images can't be rooted anymore by mages, so you can kind of just send those guys after the mage and then attack the rogue, and you're basically hitting 2 targets at the same time. And it was just perfect storm for Gustbusters, and a beautiful setup from them here in Game 1 to be able to execute for the kill, overcome adversity. This is the comp that they were struggling with last week, and they are looking really good.
I love the playstyle that Chun-Li's going for here. Like, he knows he has the advantage of, like, throughput, so he's just constantly swapping. Like, how many times did he just, like, look at Calvish and just, like, take his health bar down? Same with Kearney. He was always keeping him. There was a couple of times where he just, like, leg sweeped him and, like, didn't force Barkskin, but forced him to constantly spread those hots all around. And it's really hard to keep up with all that, especially on top of an Elemental Shaman who's purging, who's interrupting, and being disruptive as well. I think that pressure is difficult for a Resto Druid to deal with, trying to basically look for any sort of kinks in the armor of this rogue mage. But dude, Arcane Mage, Subtlety Rogue, Restoration Druid, on paper to me, just feels like they would have control from start to finish. But against this team, against Chun-Li, Flop, and Dippy, I don't know. This team has so much pressure, so much control. It seems like a very viable answer to any Rogue Mage.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is. I think we're also just seeing Ellie Shaman become more prominent between Europe and North America. With JT's team in Europe running that Elemental Shaman, even though they won as Rogue Mage Priest, they were the first team to switch compositions entirely and make a pivot, and we're just seeing that kind of uprising now, challenging the Rogue Mage Priests, and we're seeing a couple of other specializations, wildcard specializations pop in every now and then as well. I feel like Fury Warrior maybe is getting close to possibly having some competitive options as well. in the current meta. But now, where do the Tiger Toads go? Do they just swap back onto Frost, get Calvish on Frost, and try and play a more standard matchup? Because I think they were expecting that to go their way. It went long enough.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think they're probably gonna go back to Frost.
I know Frost is going to slow the game down. It's also going to give him another block to rotate through, which could be a big deal. It's really interesting to note. We were just talking about this before the game too. Is like when Tiger Toad swaps mage specialization, it changes it changes players. Cubsy now going onto the bench to let Calvish jump in on that Frost Mage, and Dazed will be joining the Outlaw Rogue. So, you know, the bread and butter RMP that we saw in Cup #1, Outlaw, if you don't know, is kind of perceived to be a bit tankier. They got the cooldown reduction. They can rotate through their defensive cooldowns more. Frost Mages, they have the slows, but also the 2 ice blocks. Kearney on the Priest getting off of the Restoration Druid. Yeah, I mean, this team on paper looks a lot more tanky. Looks like they're going to be able to maybe go the distance a little bit further, but maybe trading a little bit of that, I don't know, setup potential, perhaps. I see Sub-Rogue, I see Arcane Mage, and I just see unlimited potential. I look at this composition, and I see a bit more safety.
Comfort. It's comfort for the RMP in the WoW esports. Like, you got to be feeling pretty good when it's like, yeah, we get to lock in RMP. That's great. Yeah, we're going to be in a good spot here. And Dazed has been an insane player, I feel like. He's just been grinding on Rogue, and he looks so good on Rogue. And whenever I see him at Solo Shuffle, I know he's going 6-0, and I just have to accept my 2 and 4. Like, I don't
it's
like
one of those.
It's just like, yeah, this is this is a Dazed lobby. It doesn't even matter what the classes are. I'm just like, this is a Dazed lobby. It's over. So I feel like he has been grinding really hard on the come up for years, and I feel like he's in a position where, you know, on this roster that he's fully enabled, and they could be a real threat. So this is not over by any means. I think the Gustbusters still have their work cut out for them in this series.
Yo, my hat's off to Gustbusters, though, for real. They lost to that composition, to Sub-Rogue Arcane Mage. They knew they needed to figure out an answer to that, and they found it. Then they took the game off of Tiger Toads. That was a big deal. That was the comp that took them out. I guess it was with the Holy Priest, so it is a bit different, but that's gotta. If I was on that team or I was coaching that team and they beat that team's Arcane Mage Sub-Rogue, I would be celebrating a little bit in my head. But the match is by far over. This is an elimination match. Chun-Li trying to get in combat immediately, but it looks like Daze is going to go ahead and open up on the Dippy. Chun-Li going to stop that with an in-cap into the full clone. Looks like they are going to be going after the Frost Mage. They just have the number of every single mage in this team. They want to get aggressive too with the Adrenaline Rush Icy Veins as well. Ray of Hope from Kearney is going to stop Calvish's health bar from moving. A huge positive heal to follow it up. Now Chun-Li forced to use Touch of Karma from the offensive pressure of Tiger Toads. Both teams trading blow for blow so far. Flop not investing just about anything yet, including positioning.
All right, let's see if they can capitalize on this. Chun-Li is playing a really good game. They popped Daze out of stealth. They took his opener away. He got a ton of burst, but unfortunately only forced the Angel, which is kind of the standard trade at the start of a match. You'd really want to get an ice block for the momentum that they had, and maybe they're going to be able to grab it. Dazed into a Cyclone. Flop is getting a lot of really effective Cyclones in this matchup. Calvish is going to have to be on point, and he actually catches a Polymorph on his Trinket. Can they capitalize on this? Smoke Bomb comes down. Big hits onto Chun. He ports out of that Smoke Bomb. I love that he put his port. He knew that he would be pushing out of range to chase, so he preemptively put his port. Even though it wasn't behind the pillar, he just relayed it on his way over so he could still use it. And he's going to be able to escape from that smoke bomb easily, setting up the Slicing Winds Lasso. That seems to be a good combination. Look at that damage. And he manages to recover with the Guardian Spirit. But I feel like Dippy and Chun-Li are more synergized. And that's the thing that they need to work on from week 1 to week 2. They're all phenomenal individual players, but it's a new roster. So if they can sync up, synergize their abilities better, like with these Lasso Slicing Winds combos, that's when they're going to be really lethal.
Oh, full poly kidney shot onto Chun-Li. Another go. No port available this time around. And no trinket on to Flop. And Tiger Toads, they found an opportunity and they nail it. Unreal. Rogue Mage is by far and away not dead. You heard it here first. We're tied up in this elimination match between these two heavyweight teams. Tiger Toads swapping over. You're like, yeah. Outlaw Rogue and Frost Mage, they might not have the same killing potential. I think I might eat my words on that. That's crazy, dude.
I was already just talking up the Gustbusters, and then they get erased 5 milliseconds after I start hyping them up here. So, yeah, you do not underestimate RMP. The setup from Daze. Does he just die? No, he gets a Polymorph. Yeah, he gets the Polymorph.
Yeah, cheap shot in the poly. Nice. I mean, the ability to use those grapples, you know, those things are on relatively short cooldown with that CDR. Great mobility from Daze, taking advantage of his class's strengths. Leg sweep onto Daze, and Daze immediately trinkets out of that leg sweep and just gets his go going right away. Dippy caught in the cross CC fear. He trinkets out of it, but what can he do? What can he do? The damage is crazy. He tries to start getting a hex off, and it's too little too late. It's over. Unreal, man. Chun-Li, you know, what makes a good Windwalker Monk is definitely those presence of mind moments where you drop, like he already has a new portal. You know, he might not have the trinket, he might be off DR, but he already is anticipating having to use that gateway and or that port, but it was just too little too late. No trinket, they're kind of like a demon hunter or a feral druid in that regard. If you catch one of them out in a bunch of stuns, they can just flop. That's exactly what you see here.
Rough run here, but I think they're going to go jungle. And we've seen what can happen with jungle versus RMP in Europe, right? Echo got eliminated by locked in with jungle. So Tiger Toads might blind lock Arcane if they're seriously concerned about jungle. They might blind lock Arcane.
Is this one of those situations where this is just going to go back and forth over and over to the slight composition advantages that these guys are going to lock in? I mean, we're 1-1 already. We're going back and forth.
I definitely think so. I think that there's a very strong possibility that this just goes to game 5 based on comps, unless one of the teams finds like that kind of miracle blind pick that we don't expect, and their opponents obviously don't expect. Because maybe the Tiger Toads do have a better blind pick. Maybe they don't even have to do the Arcane. Like, what else could they really do though? Oh, okay, so
sticking with it.
Ghostbusters should do jungle. I'm imagining here.
Yep, and that's what they beat them with in the blind pick in the last cup, right? The same composition, Outlaw, Frostmage, Holy Priest, got beaten by Chun-Li's BM Hunter, Dippy's Feral Druid, and Flop on Resto. So, theoretically, they have an answer for this, but they're going to stick with the Windwalker Monk. Interesting.
Okay.
I mean, so, no jungle. You have the Windwalker Monk, you have the disruption of Dippy. We've been talking up Elemental Shamans all tournament long, but, I don't know. I mean, the same composition over again. Maybe they were thinking, you know, man, I saw the go happening. I put my port down. I should have just disarmed. Or I saw the go happening, or disarmed the trinket even, right? I saw the go happening. I should have just karma'd. You know what I mean? Maybe Chun-Li is chalking that up to just, you know, a misplay. He's like, we can't judge the matchup right away. I mean, we've seen Feral Ellie do good against Rogue Mage, right?
I think Ghostbusters rotated pretty effectively. I think it was Dippy's medallion on the last go. So he needed to be the one that would like trinket sheared or trinket grounded and stop the sheep. And I think that stop just didn't connect. So they were going to get Polly and it was checkmate. Because I feel like Chun-Li and Flop rotated through pretty much every option they had at that point. So Dippy was the only one that could do it. And the Shaman stop is not 100% reliable. Like if you shear the Polly, then you can't ground the ring. So you kind of need to ground the sheep. Hope he doesn't kill it fast enough to cast sheep again. So otherwise he'll get a Ring of Frost. So the Shaman stop is easily the scariest for the Ghostbusters when it's the Shaman that has the medallion remaining, which was the case in that last setup. Maybe it was a positional thing. Maybe Flop could have played further away. You know, they were kind of aggressive when they had no medallions. They're kind of standing on top of them. They could have been positioned a little more defensively or conservatively. It seemed like they were kind of gas pedaling their momentum, likely feeling more confident with the game 1 win and with the stopping of the opener that they had got. So they probably wanted to play more aggressively, but that just was not the time, I think, for them in that moment.
No, yeah, totally. And that's the mistake threshold that these guys are kind of competing at. You know what I mean? Like, just little things like that can really be just an opportunity for a solid rogue mage to capitalize on. But right before that, we were kind of talking about how the Windwalker and the Elemental Shaman had those, like, more synergistic opportunities. Like, you see the end caps going out straight into a Cyclone. I thought that was pretty cool. But, like, here we go. They're going to stay with the same composition, even though that they do have that composition advantage. And I do commend them a bit on that, because for me, I definitely can see myself in a tournament environment overthinking the composition draft part of the matchup. You know,
Dace got hit.
He knocked him out again, bro. That's crazy. Sick play from Chun-Li. He's caught in a bunch of polymorphs, but the setup that you want for the Rogue Mage side just completely botched yet again.
Oh, and Chun pre-ports the go. avoiding, and now he's pre-grapples the rogue. They're really making this annoying for Dazed. It's just take Dazed out of the game. They know he's an important player. He's a playmaker.
Conduit
So
to follow it up.
now
No
Lex
stunts
with
here.
big damage on Calvish, but Kearney's an angel. They're going to be recovering. They get the kidney shot, but now Flop's a tree. It's like, yeah, you got the stun on the monk. So what? I'm a tree. I can just heal through this really easily. So they just delayed the stun for so long, like 40 seconds, and then when they finally connected, they're met with a tree. So if the Gustbusters can keep up this defense, keep up this deflection on Daze, then they're going to be able to win in the late game, where I think that Ellie Shaman is likely to be more favored. Now, this Ray of Hope is positive at the moment. Will it remain positive? It will. He is back to full health quite easily. Nice clones from Flop onto Daze. Nice Vortex on Daze. They're really just containing the Rogue. They're really taking Dazed out of the game. He triggers the Vortex, and then he gets rooted at the end of it. He's just going to send it. Smoke Bomb. He's given up on trying to crowd control. Flop tries to reposition. Chun-Li trinkets, and look at that. He has port in the middle of the map, knowing that he was going to be overextending so he could port back to Flop. Now a kidney shot on Dippy, but it got the one medallion. So that was one of the main goals here for Tiger Toad. So Chun-Li's trinkets out of the way. They're setting up damage, and Chun-Li is still just reckless abandon. He's going to try and pre-karma, I think, here on one of these next setups, or a pre-grapple pretty soon.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, with no trinket, yeah, you really need to kind of rely on preemptive trades like that. But they also really think that they need to get onto Calvish, and Calvish is forcing them in a position that's like not ideal. Like they're like, okay, if you're gonna hit me, Chun-Li, you're gonna have to come across the map and maybe get your, your druid inside of a full Ring of Frost. Who knows? Into a kidney shot. Chun-Li is still not trading his defensive cooldowns. He's just gonna go ahead and get that disarm up. Swap goes out onto Flop. It's gonna be respected by the Bark Skin. And huge damage coming out from that Zwen. Big damage from Chun-Li as well with the images as well. The damage is not over just yet. Is this going to be a block? It's the Guardian Spirit, and it seems like it's going to be enough for now, but Chun is still connecting. Yet again, Dippy catching a bit of pressure from Daze in the back foot, but there's no CC onto Flop. Not yet. Preemptive Iron Bark goes out onto Chun-Li before this go even happens. The wall drops down onto Flop, but like that preemptive Iron Bark, I think, negates that wall quite effectively. Dippy also committing his wall, though, and so this Rogue Mage is still getting buttons regardless.
Oh my god, I can't believe Couch didn't need to block earlier. It seems like a robbery, and now Dippy's in trouble. They overlap Iron Bark and the Astral Shift, so Flop's trying to compensate in tree form, so Calvish says, okay, you're a tree, I'm out of there, bro. I'm not going to be standing next to that. He's just positioning to bait Chun-Li behind the pillar here. Chun-Li's kind of falling for it if he gets Dragon's Breath. He's not going completely behind it. Repositions. Flop jumps into the mix. He stuns Daze. Big hit of damage once again onto Calvish. The Ray of Hope is going to block the kill, though, and as long as Kearney gets some flash heals into this with Serenity, he should likely go back to full health, and he will. Ring of Frost around the corner. Oh my god, Calvish snipes that one. And now Dippy with no wall. Big meteor comes in. Chun-Li is in a cheap shot. Dippy's alone. He's going to likely have to burrow here. He's greedy. Burrows. We've seen what happens sometimes when you burrow that late. He'll survive. Full heal over time effects. Flop's got Nature Swiftness. He could Tranquility behind the pillar here too. He's going to go for the Tranquility play, top off both of his teammates and keep them moving. And now Dazed has no Trinket. Leg Sweep is off cooldown. A swap to Rogue could be insane, but they don't see it. They bash Dazed, and they're going after the Mage still. They get a triple stun. They're going to get a block. At least they get a block. And they get Medallion. This is a big overlap on the Tiger Toads. I think with that play that the Gustbusters might be back in this.
I can't believe Flop didn't overreact right there with like the mass polymorph and everything, and now they have the win condition. They have one ice block to get through. I do agree with you though. Daze could be a very serious kill swap target, and Calvish is making Chun-Li's positioning so hard, but Flop doing a good job rotating around the map and trying to get in position to keep his Windwalker Monk aggressive, and he's even going in to get a maim stun out for him. It's going to get gripped, however, and it looks like Chun-Li is still able to connect, but Dippy on the back foot is taking a huge amount of pressure. Polymorph goes out, kidney onto Flop, and the ice wall does land right between them. Is this going to be it for Dippy? He's not able to get that wall up, but Flop gets in the line of sight. Big heal, but gets caught into a full fear, into a full polymorph. Is this going to be Trinket? Dippy uses the wall. Disarm goes out onto Rogue, stopping a bit of his damage. Icy Vein still for Calvish, but Chun-Li still wants to get the pressure going, wants us to continue to stay aggressive. Kearney sees it. He's going to use the Angel preemptively. Calvish, though, his healer can't come with him. He can't kite with him. He's stationary when he's in that CC immune Angel. Chun-Li continuing the pressure onto Calvish, non-stop, relentless pressure. Kidney shot. Full Ring of Frost is immediately going to be trinketed out of Flop, but he's in a bomb. This is Gigatree. His Nature Swiftness, can it be enough to heal Chun-Li through this? And he's not going to use the Touch of Karma. He's going to clash back onto this mage and reconnect yet again. Incapacitate goes out, trying to stop Dazed for just a brief moment. Huge damage onto Calvish from Dippy as well. Celestial Conduit from Chun-Li. He's not going to get peeled as he reconnects onto this mage, but he doesn't want to overextend. He has no trinket, Sid.
Okay, Calvish still has 1 block remaining, Void Shift remaining. They get a full blind with no trinket, but Chun-Li pre-karma the kidney shot. That was a nice read. They actually break the karma. Is he going to die through it? He's trying to cheat torpedo. He gets Nova'd on his torpedo. Now Calvish on the back foot. Double leg sweep. Big turnaround. Huge pressure. Kearney responds. Chun-Li is still low. He's on the run. Dazed is in hot pursuit. And this is a swing match. It's very important for the Gustbusters to maintain their advantage in this series, given how the compositions can counter each other. And Chun-Li is just throwing a Hail Mary at Kearney, swapping to the healer for a moment. He's able to deflect that. Dippy's rotting. Nice counter spell here from Calvish onto Flop, putting his team even further behind. Ironbark available. Where is he going to allocate it? 2 targets are low at the moment. It's not obvious who's going to be the kill target just yet. Chun-Li uses Fist of Fury to parry the incoming stun for a few more moments. He's rooting Dazed with that disable as well. He sets them up into a grapple weapon. Chun-Li is stalling this go so effectively, but that grapple will inevitably end. Kidney shot comes through, but Dippy pre-walls it. Nice read from Dippy. Crazy plays from Chun-Li, and now Flop can extend that into his tree form. So I think Chun-Li and Dippy need to play aggressively here.
Look at the mana, dude. This is such a close game. The back and forth is crazy. Calvish all the way in the back line. He's making sure if this Windwalker wants to hit him, he needs to go really far, just constantly rotating him, constantly forcing Flop into changing positions and maybe a possible vulnerable CC chain. Chun-Li continuing to connect. He actually kicks him on that polymorph and is able to reconnect. And there is the Angel Form and Divine Hymn. Isn't going to be enough through the onslaught of the Celestial Conduit. It looks like a maim stun also on the back line from Flop to stop this rogue into the full cyclone. Calvish is a bit alone on the side of the DPS. Dippy is in an aggressive position to stop some of the... Ray of Hope is going to pause a bit of the damage, but it has to be positive. If Chun-Li connects right there, he gets knocked back, so it looks like it will be positive nonetheless. A kick onto Kearney, but Chun-Li's caught into lots of CC. They can't follow up any sort of CC chain onto Kearney just yet, and it looks like a breath is finally able to happen for Kearney. Throughout all that, kidney shot goes out onto Chun-Li. It looks like it's not enough because the Keeper of the, or the Ancient is there. Big swap on the Kearney is going to force the Guardian Spirit.
All right, they got good momentum here, but Icy Veins is up now for Calvish. If he can get stable, it's going to be scary, but they have medallions. They should just push the gas pedal down. They have a huge amount of options. They should have a win condition. Just push forward, but the polymorphs are deflecting. Ice Wall with the cheap shot, isolating Chun-Li. He trinkets right away, and it looks like he's going to stay aggressive with that. Try and connect onto Calvish. The spinning crane kick, having a tough time. Nice cap totem stun on Calvish into a leg sweep. He trinkets it right away, but he may still need to block. He gets a Frost Nova, blinks around the corner during the paralyze, shifting power to reset some shimmers, get into a better position, but Dippy's on the left side, tossing in some lava burst. Chun-Li on the right, slicing winds comes through. He barriers it to soak the hit. He's looking for polymorphs. He gets interrupted, looks for a defensive Ring of Frost. He goes for Dragon's Breath. He's desperate. Calvish is desperate to try and recover here without using a block. Flop shrinks out of the blind, gets the Iron Bark preemptively on the smoke bomb, and he tranks around the corner, but Calvish blink counterspells him, and Chun-Li is dying through Iron Bark. I can't believe it. He trades out Karma. Calvish might block off the Karma during the leg sweep. He's going to block off the Karma. And he does trade it with the Conduit, but Chun-Li recovers. Now Dazed is getting rotted down. He's got evasion. He gets stunned on his evasion. Insane bash from Flop getting behind him there, but not enough damage. Chun-Li wants to go after the mage, but I don't think he knows that Calvish actually still has another block. They have to kill him in this hypothermia window with the Zwen. He's caught in a Dragon's Breath into a polymorph. He gets dispelled. He kicks the repolymorph. Lavaverse are coming through. Hypothermia has like 5 more seconds. Can Calvish hold on? He recovers. Kearney's in angel form. That should be enough time, but Chun-Li has the tree as well. He can push forward. Both of these teams are so evenly matched.
Including the mana bar. Like, both teams, this could go the distance. This might be up 2 mana. Dippy still has that wall. He's dipping down as well. Chun, no trinket available. No Iron Bark. No Karma. Another go onto him could easily be the game. Huge ice wall. Flops getting around. He's back around. He has it on the line of sight, but Chun-Li's got Dazed in that leg sweep. He's lighting up this rogue, but now he gets kidney shopped to swap the damage over onto him. But the Cyclones from Flop stopping Dazed on his pressure every single time. I love the control that Flop has on this rogue. He's Veins. Really kind of setting the pace. This is Veins, and he's in a great position to just tee up on him. But the double cap, that's the second ice block. He comes out of it. Kearney, no mana, nothing. There's the disarm. Surely this is it for Calvish. The swap, no touch for now, but he's still not out of the water just yet. Chun-Li trying to get in position, trying to push in on Calvish, and there it is. Huge pressure. I'm not sure if that spear hand strike came in after or before the death of Calvish, but Gustbusters will take game number 3 against the Outlaw Rogue Frost Mage Holy Priest. And they were right, man. They needed to stick with their guns.
All right. Gustbusters put a point on the board. They move to match point. They keep their swing match advantage in case things get rocky later on in the series. And this cap totem, the triple cap totem, the rot damage after that with the primordial wave, the pressure that Chun-Li had to push forward. He just presses defuse. He's like, I'm not risking this. I'm just pressing defuse. You can't stun kill me. I'm getting this done. Slicing Winds comes through. Dippy's rocking and rolling forward. Daisy's crowd controlling the druid, but Calvish is dead. It's not going to matter. And they saw that window. Calvish was trying to pull a bluff here. He's like, I got Veins up. Be afraid. Be afraid. I'm a scary mage. Veins is up. And like, we're not afraid of you, Calvish. We're not afraid of you. Just ran him over.
Run at him. I know, that was crazy. I'm not gonna lie, in that situation and with everything so tense and the mana bar and the flop, I don't know if I would be as bold as Chun-Li is here, but he absolutely was correct to be so. Look at how low he gets. Symbol of Hope desperately just trying to get some mana back. He gets kicked on it, bro. He wasn't even going for the heal. He just needed more mana bar. But that was a crazy game. I want to shout out the synergy between Chun-Li and Flop here to enable Dippy. Great teamwork by those guys. The in-caps onto Daze, as well as the disarms onto Daze, as well as the, you know, the bash, the maim, the rake stuns onto Daze into the clones, really allowed the Elemental Shaman to not be too spooked and to constantly be pushing out that damage and that disruption that is so crucial to the setups of a Rogue Mage composition like that. You know, I was kind of like second guessing the Windwalker Monk. I'm like, I don't know about the Windwalker Monk. I mean, we just saw them lose in the previous game. You know, to me, I'm like, you get a really solid go on a Windwalker Monk, you get Trinket. You get another solid go on a Windwalker Monk, and they're in the dirt. That's usually how it goes for me anyway. But I am no Chun-Li, and that is showed here in game number 3. They're going to be locking in that Windwalker Elemental Shaman, and now the question is, does Tiger Toads have an answer for this wall?
I think we also need to look big picture, because Tiger Toads were a finalist last cup. So, like, Gustbusters knocking them out is complete upheaval of the overall standings in North America if they manage to pull this one back and can have a deep run, making it even more competitive of a region, basically just securing that nobody is safe. Tiger Toads are taking their time because I don't think they can believe that they lost that matchup. And it seems like more and more LE Windwalkers are actually winning this. F-Tier had to win this matchup to get into the top 8. Gustbusters are now winning maps into the Frost RMP with this setup. And it's looking like a more viable option as time goes on. You just have to be really heads up with delaying the rogues go. That's what the Gustbusters have adapted. It's just, they're just chaining CC on the rogue. It's like, okay, we know he wants to go soon. I'm going to disarm him. Okay, what do we have now for him? I'm going to root him. Okay, now what do we have? I'm going to pre-use a cooldown. Okay, now what do we have? Like, they're just extending this window of making it impossible for Dazed to have an opening. And then every time they delay it, they get to ramp up more damage. The LE Shaman is just racking more points of damage. The Mage is more threatening during Veins, but the Shaman is more threatening throughout the rest of the game. So as long as they can keep chaining the CC and stay alive longer, they get to build an advantage slowly with that regard. So are the Tiger Toads desperate? What are they going to break out? They've lost as both of their compositions. The Arcane wasn't enough. The Frost wasn't enough. Do they have something else that could be randomly good in this situation? I don't know, because these guys can play so many classes now, right? Like we were just talking about teams earlier where it's like you don't even know, like, is Calvish his main, his mage, or his rogue after seeing so many games of it. So they might have something completely out of left field, but it would also be a precedent-setting moment if RMP changes to something that's just like not even remotely considered. So they're going to bring Cubsy back in. They don't like the Frost. Okay. They want Cubsy on that Arcane Mage. It's a big map. I think this makes sense. They could likely win with dampening in this type of situation, which is kind of the Cubsy strat. Just no touch Cubsy. Just push everybody back. Nobody can connect and drag the fight on and win later in the game. It makes sense with this map. So it's likely, I think, that we go to a game 5, but 100% not certain. And we got their average game duration. You can see it's a bit of a longer round, and their win rate on the Arcane is so good relative to their Frost Outlaw, unfortunately. I think most of those losses are probably Liquid, I imagine. So it's a little bit skewed when they only really played that against the team that they got owned by, whereas the Arcane sub is, you know, a little bit more broad. But their Holy Priest pick also, I think they had a Druid.
Yeah, they did. They had Resto Druid instead.
So this is
I think Holy Priest is better here.
Yeah, I would agree.
7-2 though. That's That's good, man. I mean, I think it's smart. We were talking a little bit about that Ashamane's game where there was options, right? Chun-Li died and there was options. And I think the Outlaw Rogue team, they saw that. They saw that as well. And then they went into this game where they kind of adapted and they rotated all those, crowd control on the Rogue. And it just seemed like a really clean win. Like it seemed like a strategic win. We see some games go back and forth. One team that has no defensive cooldowns all game somehow wins against the team that's been like rotating no defensive, or like all of their offensive cooldowns just were on the offense all game. But in here, we saw what I thought was just complete control from Gustbusters on their specifically on that Rogue, but we're switching over to the Arcane Mage and Calvish on what I think is his main, which is that Rogue. And maybe that's just because I've seen him play this Rogue so much. I'm a big fan of his Rogue gameplay, so we're gonna have to wait and see. Chun-Li did not knock Calvish out. I think this might have been one of the only games they didn't get that opener. But Calvish still comes out once again, and look at Cubsy's positioning. He knows the drill. He knows what's up. Kidney shot onto Chun-Li. This is Shadow Blades as well as Dance. Big damage going out onto him. Flop is going to Iron Bark and Ancient of the Grove, respecting this damage.
All right, so Kearney's actually on the Resto Druid. I don't know if maybe I misinterpreted what was on the locked in there, but he is actually the Resto Druid. I think he likely wants that for Cyclones, especially on the Windwalker Monk. They can chain CC on the Monk, but they're actually just killing the Windwalker Monk. They're way more hyper-focused on that. They don't really get anything on that setup, unfortunately. Flop's in a great position to just avoid crowd control in the middle with all of his Force of Nature Trents just healing away. They actually catch Flop, maybe a swap. He's going to Barkskin right away. It's kind of a bit of a bait swap. And Calvish is also playing the Subtlety spec, so I guess he's just respecting it as opposed to the Outlaw. I feel like if he was Outlaw, he would not have Barkskin just the Rogue on that attempt. So Barkskin off cooldown means that he is a target. Calvish is moving back, but this map is actually maybe backfiring for the Rogue. I feel like there's so much distance that Calvish has to cover that his attacks become easier to anticipate.
Yeah, right. They're kind of like projected. That's true. Dippy caught into a Cyclone. Nice cross CC in cap onto Cubsy, as it looks like they're swapping the damage over out onto Calvish. Now Chun-Li just slicing wins back in the face of Cubsy. He's at half health though. This is spooky, man. He has Trinket, he has Karma if he absolutely needs it, but this could easily be a swap over on the Cubsy if Calvish can connect. Ring of Frost does land, so Cubsy gets caught into a cheap shot. Let's see what they're going to get done with this. Flop caught into a cheap shot as well, but that is out of form, so it's not going to be followed up just yet. Into the DR gouge, and maybe that's all it needs to get some defensive cooldowns out of Cubsy. He's on the back foot, he rolls defensively, slicing wins back into the fight. It looks like Calvish seems to be the main kill target for now because an Arcane Mage just seems to be a little bit too slippery for this Windwalker Monk to connect to.
Even had his port on top of Cubsy to try and reconnect. It's still not enough because he walked over his port and Chun-Li's like, oh, I get to reconnect. Nope, you still can't. Kidney shot, cheap shot into a Cyclone, setting up damage on Chun, but Flop's just a tree. He's fine. Conduit now. It's going to provide him a little bit of self-healing too during that time, as well as CC avoidance. He's trying to reconnect, but he just can't get there. They're just keeping Chun-Li on the back foot, forcing him to attack the Rogue, and then Calvish can just use Feint. He tries to evasion the bash, but Flop's been really good at getting behind Calvish and avoiding that evasion and landing the stun. Doesn't unfortunately net anything for his team, but it is something to note for Flop's like awareness in this matchup. Otherwise, if he bashes facing the Rogue, it's going to just immune his stun. Set up on Dippy, Arcane Missiles, Star Surge is coming in, but he looks reasonably fine. Perhaps
really
like mana? I feel like mana could be an issue. Cubsy is doing a remarkable amount of damage.
That's a good point. Cubsy can kite and he can pump. And if they're not able to connect to him, they can't really punish that. Finally, they're able to get there, and Cubsy's is gone. There's another Blink available, no problem. Kearney constantly ahead of his mage, constantly kind of like ahead of the racetrack, letting them get there. And they're swapping the damage over on the Calvish. Here's the kidney shot on the Chun-Li, though. There's the cheap shot on the Dippy to follow up. Nice cross CC, but Flop, Tranquility in the back. No CC available for them. And it just seems like they're just peeling all game long. They're not getting defensives. They still have Karma. They still have a Trinket on the side of Flop as well. But here we go. There's the blind commit going out onto Flop. If there's any follow-up CC, but Kearney's the one who's taking the brunt of the damage right now, taking a huge bit of pressure from Dippy there for a bit. And it looks like Chun-Li is opting to just kind of tunnel down that Rogue. I'm not sure. I feel like There's the kidney shot. This is the go that they wanted. Do they have the CC follow-up on the flop? It could be a big deal if they do. It doesn't look like it yet. Diffuse Magic is going to be committed in cap to stop a bit of that pressure as well. But now the huge bit of pressure coming out from Chun-Li, as well as the conduit to prevent any sort of peels. Huge damage! Down goes the Rogue! And who cares about an Arcane Mage when you could just blow up a Rogue like that? Tiger Toads, they seemed really good at rotating positionally, but I just feel like it doesn't matter. The Rogue is still a very viable kill target, especially against the Windwalker Monk.
Kearney got way too overconfident. He got way too overconfident. He got punished for it so badly in the replay. So he was moving close to try and do something, and Dippy was like, "Yo, what are you doing, Kearney? Like, you think you can play like that? You think you can just come up at our grill and do this? Like, that's not happening, Kearney." And Dippy just flips to him and swaps, and that baited him to Iron Bark. And then because he Iron Barks himself, so here's the swap. Kearney is running in, and he's like, and Dippy's like, "What are you doing, bro? Like, this is our turf. Get out of here!" And he starts blasting Kearney, and so Kearney Iron Barks.
That's a big
but then
deal.
they swap back to Rogue. Rogue has no cooldowns, and now Kearney has no Iron Bark, so they can just switch back, no cooldowns,
Huge.
100 him. So that was a big punish. That was a really good catch by Dippy to not let Kearney start bullying the team here, because I think he wanted to jump in and start getting some stuns, start looking for some cyclones, and I think he realized pretty quickly, oh no, what have I done? And then it's just
Look at
over
the
at
health
that point.
bar on Calfish. Like, he's decently healthy. And now he's not. And now he's not. And now he's dead. There was an H of Swiftness and whatnot down from Kearney available there. Maybe that could have been enough to keep the Rogue in for just a few more globals to allow him to react. But that is a very fast spike of health from both Dippy and Chun-Li. They were synergized quite well. And that quick swap, there's the leg sweep to follow it up. But no, I do think you're right. I think they caught this Rogue off guard. They caught this Resto Druid off guard, and that's all. That slight moment is all it takes sometimes, especially when they're rotating through Owl Calvish's defensive cooldowns, anticipating Cubsy, being the main kill target for this team. But now they're going to have to be on their toes moving forward. And the question that I have is, are we going to see the same Arcane Mage sub-Rogue yet again? It was what won them the series in Cup number 1. It seems to be the composition that has lost twice in this current series. Unreal. Wait, is this real? Was that?
That was it. I was gonna say, like, I don't know what you're talking about for a moment.
2-1.
That's it, bro. RMP's out.
they
RMP's
did it. They
done
pulled
and
it
dusted.
off.
Echo
my God.
Echo got dusted as RMP. Tiger Toads dusted as RMP. Gustbusters are on fire. They move in the
I
lower
just can't
bracket.
believe it. Arcane Mage sub-Rogue fell to this team? That's
Apparently,
unreal.
Much to everyone's surprise, also, I mean, if you look at the chat prediction, Tiger Toads was favored by 68%.
I favored them.
Yeah, I think a lot of us did. If we look at the predictions,
I don't want to see the leaderboard. Like, I just don't.
Show the
don't.
leaderboard.
I don't even think.
Production.
I think. Oh, this is a different leaderboard. You show. This is a fine one. This is a fine one to show. I'm good. I'm okay with this.
Malicious
leaderboard.
compliance.
I'm
we
okay
can
with
look at this one.
leaderboard.
Dude, the third place team is out of the tournament. That's insane.
Yeah, things have been weird. Things have been weird for both regions, honestly. Something's in the water here, because you're absolutely right. If they don't have a star next to them, they are no longer in the tournament. Tiger Toads, they are out. So a lot of these teams, Left 4 Dead, Gustbusters, they have a chance to kind of sneak on in there. And this is, the second cup out of 3. So things are scary for some of these teams. D Machine, you seem a little bit beside yourself.
Bro.
You joined us on a
going-
good weekend, basically.
The level of competition in this bracket is unreal. It genuinely is. I mean, we were talking about it at the beginning of the day with YPPM. They're like, oh, we're having fun with it. All of a sudden, the sub-rogue comes out, and they just seem like a top team. I feel like Gustbusters, they just figured out how to deal with the sub-rogue Arcane Mage. There's so much going on, so many mind games, but also flexing onto new compositions. The level of play here is bar none. It's fantastic. I am so excited for Sunday.
I am very excited as well. And that's going to actually wrap everything up for us for North America. That was the last series of the day. We could talk a little bit about Championship Sunday. Maybe we can recap kind of the Europe teams and what we've got going on over there. Because as competitive as it is over here in the North American region, it is the same story in EU Super Ts. I mean, Echo is out. Overload, they are in the upper bracket against Dobob. Dobob, they were out
Dobob.
quite early for Cup number 1. I am so excited. Dobob. I am so excited for this region, Sid.
No, Bob. I mean, I feel like they leveled up so much. They polished up their mistakes from last week. They absolutely clapped Echo down to that lower bracket. We got Dobobs here coming through. I feel like they're a crowd favorite. Overload were the #1 RMP from the first week, but they were the first RMP to switch. They saw the writing in the sand. They're like, we need to make a switch. And they are so happy they made the switch because they're looking at Echo like, see you later, guys. So we're first place by a mile now with you guys out of the tournament. Toodaloo, Echo. We're going to keep building up this lead, but obviously Dobob and even Locked In and Shibaku. Like, I feel like Shibaku must be feeling like pretty reinvigorated from this North American tournament. Like, it's possible to beat RMP. It's possible. We beat an RMP 3-0. And then NA is beating RMP. Maybe we can do this. Tony's probably still mad about RMP, though, even though RMP is losing. But Shibaku, I feel like, has to be reinvigorated at least a little bit in this tournament. And so there's a lot more life, I think, for Championship Sunday than we've seen in previous weeks.
Could not agree more. I mean, it's so exciting. It is an exciting time to be an AWC fan. We are eating good breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and dessert will be on Sunday, on Championship Sunday. So definitely make sure y'all are sticking around for that because it is going to be extremely exciting. We're also, like I'm going to reiterate it one more time, and we were halfway through basically the season, the qualifying cups to make it into the top 3, and these teams know that. They are putting their best foot forward. They are raising the level of competition week after week, series after series. Here is a look at that roadmap that they will be following. As you can see, we are in Cup 2. They've got one more cup next weekend into the grand finals. How that works is they're going to be top 3 teams from each region. If they don't make it, if they're the bottom 5, that means they get sent to the gauntlet. Only one team from each region will come out of that alive to make a total of top 4 for each region. So a little bit complicated, but of course we'll check in, every once in a while and kind of how that is going. But that is going to wrap it up for us. Let's take a look at the predictions leaderboard before we head out.
No, we couldn't have
Shall
just left.
we? Nah, listen, I'm just doing my job. I am just the messenger.
Got even worse. A coin has been put on here. I'm worse than a coin.
That's so mean.
Who made this graphic? Who made this graphic? Who made this graphic?
Oh my god. Dude, you got
so
crit
mean.
so hard. Hey, what's up, Aya?
so
8
mean.
wins. Let's go. 8 not bad. We're right up there with Zico. It's no big deal.
Listen, I'm right on that guy's tail, okay? I'm not gonna... I'm happy that I'm beating Shat, but Zico, that man's head is getting too big.
This was the
ego
only
is
week.
off the charts with these predictions.
This is the only week where
Super
betting on
Tees, you know what?
RMP
We
was
gotta
bad.
take an
Okay?
L every once in a while, okay?
All
You
I
can
did was
handle
look
it.
at this. I said they're an RMP. They're gonna win. That's all I did. That's all that I did.
listen,
I just
and
was
Are
like,
you zooming in on this?
we're
What are
zooming
you
in to
doing?
erase me. I'm so
Stop
far at the
it.
bottom. I'm off the screen, even on this graphic.
Oh my god.
Vote with your
Look at
heart,
this.
brother.
Look at this. Just like I'm getting clappers treatment right now. Like I'm already dead, man. Like I don't need this. Maybe just leave it zoomed in, and maybe people will forget. Just leave it zoomed in.
Celestial conduiting on your corpse right now, brother. I'm sorry, man, but 33%. It looks kind of lonely down there.
Hey man,
think that-
RMP failed for the first time in I don't know how many years because that's all I did was bet on RMP.
Bro,
fair.
I'm also baffled by it. I was like blown away that a sub-rogue arcane mage lost. I was just like, yeah, no, we have another game, right? What do you guys mean? The game's over. I totally agree with you. Some of my votes definitely went to like the against the rogue mage. For example, I voted against Aiden on sub-rogue, and that crit me.
He
Yeah,
took that
crit me.
personally.
Yeah, he really did. He really did. Which, honestly, all these players have been playing so incredibly good, like playing multiple specs, multiple classes. They deserve a follow. You guys should follow them on all the social medias. Follow WoW Esports on Twitter as well. They kind of highlight each individual team as well as the players' socials as well. So if you want to track what these guys are doing and even hear their comms, highly recommend it.
Yeah, it's definitely good to support those guys. These are hardworking players, and
Wait, what? What did that say?
What happened? What did
There
I
was
miss?
something. There. If you add B Machine and Super together, you get 100%.
Yeah, see, teamwork makes
That's
the dream
right,
work.
buddy. That's right, man. Sometimes you're Aiden.
Just let me know.
Sometimes you're
Just
Super
let me know when
Ts.
you're
99.9% repeating, of course.
repeating, of course.
Sorry, I had to throw that in there. Well, we're gonna head out. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us, Super Tees. Make sure you get like a quarter or whatever the
Hey,
a loony or a toonie. What is it you Canadians call it? I don't know.
I got a piggyback from D Machine, I think in Europe. I know he is capable of carrying me on the prediction
That's
leaderboard.
right, baby.
All right.
That's right. I got
We'll
you.
figure it out
capable.
tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a new day, a fresh start. With that, thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to head out same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Peace.
Bye.